back to the beginning of the very first silver moon period, from light back to the pure supreme balancement of blackness. In the fourth cycle, the Luciferian race made war upon the Anunnaki of the pure green light. The Anunnaki Elohim triumphed over the race of Jinn, as Anu had done over his brother Alalith, who descended to the seventh, the blue planet inward, then called Tiamat, and after his defeat Anu ascended up to the throne of Nibiru. Murdoch captured one of the Jinn who was under the age of maturity, named Balus Iblis, meaning despaired or rebellious one. His other name was Lucifer, being the liberated Luciferian. Balus was educated amongst the Anunnaki, and he improved by degrees so much that he was honored and made a teacher of the Anunnaki. You must remember that Lucifer, being one of the most rare Luciferians, was almost all in all polarized, meaning he had two conflicting natures, being part Anunnaki and part reptilian. Lucifer was a product of a mixed marriage, being the son of two beings. The reptilian Tarnish raped the Anunnaki Melita, which made Lucifer part reptilian and part Anunnaki. This is why he is called the serpent that spoke beside the tree in the enclosed Garden of Delights, located in what is called today Bali. Thus, there were beings who appeared to have a compromising attitude or personality, yet it was Lucifer who appeared to be headstrong and have a disagreeable nature and an uncompromising attitude or personality. However, from his loins came Jabareans called the Gibborim, the majestic or mighty ones. The strength of the Luciferians made them able to better deceive the seed of Adam by their physical human-like appearance. He, Balus, inspired to become the guiding light, the ruler, the sultan of all the stars of the heaven, and the prince of the cherub Gerub in his heart. He sought the very throne of Anu. Anu reigned over a court of great splendor. It was a place with an artificial garden sculpted with semi-precious stones. There Anu resided with his wife and half-sister Antu, 6 concubines, 80 children, of which 14 were by Antum, 1 prime minister, 3 commanders in charge of the Mu rocket ships, 2 commanders of the weapons, 2 great masters of written knowledge, 1 minister of the purse, 2 chief justices, 2 chief scribes, and 5 assistant scribes, all of which Balus wanted to rule. Balus was called Samael in short, with the vapor of the self-complacency and conceit, which is the real nature of Balus. Next, he wanted to scale the skies and try and control and rule all of the stars, the Arwayans, the angelic hosts of the heavens. Often he would incite unnecessary arguments, pretending about his excellence by means of deceitful illusions and diabolical stratagems. Once, some of the company of the agreeable Anunnaki were going to have a look at the preserved tablet, the holiest of holy scriptures, upon which contained the record of the past and the future, called the Menur, the Illuminated Records, or the Akasha Records. On their return, Balus perceived marks of grief on their foreheads and asked them for the cause of their grief. They replied, "This day we have obtained the information from the tablet that one of the Anunnaki Garabat Cherubim, those who are near, the companions of Michael, meaning who dares to be like El, of the mansion of the Eternal, shall soon be afflicted with rejection and everlasting damnation. Everyone is afraid for his own sake, and we request you to pray that the guardian Anunnaki may not allow any of us to fall this misfortune. We are very much terrified and dismayed." Then Balus answered them, saying, "Let none of this even disturb you, for that judgment refers neither to you nor to me. I have years ago been aware of it, and have not communicated it to anyone." The pride and arrogance of Balus did not allow him to weigh the words of the Anunnaki. At that time, the blessed proclamation reached the hearing of the inhabitants. The echo of the success of Cadmon Zakar reached their ears. On hearing the news, their depression was ejaculating from them, and that permeated their being from the kindled anger of the unhallowed, disagreeable doer Balus. He spoke, saying, "How can mortals created of dust claim to be a being of superiority, and I am created before him of fire from the previous sun cycle?" So the Anunnaki, having guessed the event to come from the sons of Tarnish, said to El Elo, "Will you make a mischief maker in it, one who shall shed blood?" This was repeated by the Kuthites on the planet Earth, by the command of Anu El Elo, by Murdoch, son of Enki, and Damkina, the grandson of Anu, who would descend to the 4th planet, advised and warned the race of Natas, who had gone astray from the straight path. This took place before the physical war was waged with them. It was a mental war. The agreeable Anunnaki were victorious. This, however, would not be the last time that the forces of the benevolent agreeable and disagreeable malevolent would do battle. Chapter 1, The Creation. Begin all acts and thinking by using Al-Kalum the All. Tablet 3, The Story of Lucifer. 19 times 1 equals 19. Hello, my children. Let me warn you about Lucifer and his host. Do not fall into the delicacies of Lucifer and his host. O you who are faithful, reject Lucifer and his companions. He, Lucifer, comes in many forms to trick and deceive you, the faithful ones. Lucifer, the evil reptilian, who is also called Halal or Samael, was number 3 of his order. When he was commissioned by Murdoch, he was designated as one of the 100 most able and brilliant personalities in a more than 700,000 of his kind. However, from such a magnificent beginning, through evil and error, he encouraged disagreeable acts. Lucifer was so self-nourished to the point of self-deception. He actually persuaded himself that his contemplation of rebelliousness was actually good for the system, if not the universe. Lucifer became insincere, and evil evolved into deliberate and willful disagreeable acts. Lucifer believed that the universal father did not exist, and that physical gravity and space energy were inherent in the universe. He believed that the sustainer was a myth that was invented by the Sarafat to enable them to maintain rule over the universe in their father's name. Lucifer believed the universal system should be autonomous or self-governing and independent. He protested against the right of Murdoch, who also bore the title Michael, who dares to be like El, the grandson of the Most High Anu, the Heavenly One. He was willing to acknowledge Murdoch as his creator father, but not his rightful ruler. He had claimed that the whole plan of worship was a clever scheme to glorify the Elohim. He had totally rebelled against the order of Anu, the Most High, the highest, and caused mischief and war in the heavens. This was not the first war. The first war was with his father Humbaba, or Tarnash, against Murdoch. Tablet 4, The War in the Skies. 19 times 3 equals 57. Lo, the first conflict was in the skies of Ilion, the 19th galaxy, also called the Great Galaxy, known as the Place on High, where the etheric records called the Akasha records are kept. The first conflict was when Tarnash, also known as Humbaba, son of Tagut and Sin, tried to take over Ilion. Dallas wanted to rule the stars and the Anunnaki of the skies. Tarnash was second in command under Murdoch, son of Enki and Dankina. Tarnash felt that Murdoch was not qualified for leading the fleets of his grandfather Anu. During this time, the planet Titan, which is considered a moon of the planet Saturn, was the home base of Humbaba, who was also called Cronus, and Saturn, husband of Ops, companion of the fire goddess Lua, father of Picus. His reigning period was called Saturnalia, and to this day it's celebrated between December 17th and December 25th. Those under Kronos were claiming Anshar, foremost of the heavens, which is today called Saturn, which is the astrological sign of Anshar, father of Anu, as their home base. The ring planet named Saturn rotates very quickly. It takes 10 hours and 40 minutes for it to turn once on its axis. Saturn bulges even more at its equator than Jupiter. Saturn has a very deep atmosphere, which is made up mainly of hydrogen and helium, with some methane and ammonia. At the top of its atmosphere, the temperature is about -300 Fahrenheit. This low temperature causes ammonia in the outer atmosphere to freeze, forming high-altitude haze. More and more space probes from NASA are being sent into space. Due to the curiosity of mankind, they are trying to rediscover what took place long ago in the heavens. Space probes to Saturn are being sent to various planets and moons such as the Cassini, that was sent in 1997 AD, filled with 72 pounds of high radioactive plutonium. The probe being named after Giovanni Domenico Cassini, an Italian-born French astronomer. The planet Titan was the home base of the disagreeable Anunnaki, which were divided into 12 continents. The Greeks named them 1. Oceanus, 2. Prius, 3. Coeus, 4. Iapetus, 5. Kronos, 6. Hyperion, 7. Rhea, 8. Mnemosyne, 9. Thea, 10. Themis, 11. Tethys, 12. Phoebe. The disagreeable Anunnaki made Titan an alternative when they were cast out, and the capital was Phoebe, from whence you get the word phobia, the irrational fear of a specific thing or situation to avoid or dislike, or an aversion. The space satellite Phobos of Mars was also named after the 12th continent Phoebe of Titan. This is the mystical 12 tribes of Israel, the 12 tribes of Ishmael, the 12 signs of the zodiac under the Olympian deities. Zeus as Jesus, born in the 12th month of the Gregorian calendar with 12 disciples, who became Zeus and Yeshua to Jehovah. However, some of these disagreeable Anunnaki took residence on one of the 3 continents of the planet of risk, the continent called Zarantu. They were restricted from visiting the other 2 continents, Danaria and Kusmusta, without a Riskian escort. There was immigration laws set up. However, Riskians can visit all 3 continents unescorted. Zarantu was under the commander Tarnish, who wanted total control of Risk. However, Murdoch was chosen by Anu to lead the fleet, and this caused a disagreement between Murdoch and Tarnish. Anu's decision for Murdoch to lead Anu's fleets caused a disagreement between Murdoch and Tarnish, which caused a small war and a clash on the planet Risk, which comes from the word Razaka, meaning to provide. Tarnish, also known as Humbaba, attacked the planet Risk with a shield depleter aerosol, a gaseous suspension of fine solid or liquid particles. This substance can today be found in such produce as paint, detergent, or an insecticide, packaged under pressure with gaseous propellant for release and spray of fine particles. Today, the children of the Luciferians are using the same tactics here on Earth to deplete the ozone, or shield of this planet. The aerosol bomb of Tarnish comes from the root word aero, or air, simply meaning air, atmosphere, aeroballistics, and a gas. Aerosol from the Greek word for air, meaning air, and the word sol, meaning sun. So you get air-o for omega, ending, and sol, sun, just like the destruction of the atmosphere of the sons of Risk. This same epidemic is also being done here on Earth. This aerosol bomb of Tarnish caused the natural atmosphere of Risk to deplete. The Riskians had no protection from the damaging rays of the 3 suns. The atmosphere was dwindling away, and many Riskians departed to other galaxies. The rays of the 3 suns, Itu, Shamus, and Afsu, had put a hole in our ozone layer, as you now have a hole in your ozone layer over Australia, expanding daily. Risk, the 8th planet, was the heart and source of that tri-solar system, and thus was the most affected, as Earth is the heart of this solar system. All 3 suns have a magnetic pull that causes a tighter and heavier rotation of its planets. The energy field on Risk was starting to increase, and the hole was starting to lose its color. So the Riskians needed to build a protection, a dome of gold dust to protect the planet from the damaging ultraviolet rays. Gold reflects the sun's rays. Pure gold can easily be beaten or hammered into a thickness thinner than paper, and can be stretched for more than 60 miles long. It can be made thinner than any metal. This is one of the reasons why gold is a very precious metal and is greatly valued by Humans today. It is one of the softest metals, and it is a good conductor of electricity and heat, and it can be easily vaporized better than any metal. Gold is also capable of reflecting intense heat and holds up under any condition. Having this and much more advanced knowledge about pure gold, other metals and minerals, the Riskians knew exactly what they were coming for. Gold, having existed since the creation of the planet Earth as you know it, can be found deep in the Earth's crust, volcanic ash, as well as in vast oceans of this planet. Anu and other Elohim knew that the gold of the Earth was good long before the birth of man. The Riskians had to abort Risk and go to Kessel Orion, which is a 6-star, 6-major sun constellation, thus having hundreds of galaxies. The Riskians took residence in the planets and star constellations of Mazzaroth, Aish, Arcturus, and Gamma Pleiades, making them also temporary homes. Exploration was necessary, thus the grafting of explorers became a necessity. This need gave birth to the Ramadians, later to become known as Greys. These extraterrestrial biological entities, EBEs, were grafted from various advanced extraterrestrial species. They were emotionless and without reproductive capabilities. They served but one purpose, and that is as explorers and worthy servants. Their explorations took them to Lahmu, Mars, and Sheshki, called the Moon, where their plans for constructions of cylinder crafts called shams were built. This took place after the collision with the crafts called the Ninga Fleet, also known as the Four Winds. They transported gold dust to the Moon, then to Nibiru, and from there onto planet Risk. When this was completed, these beings were given their freedom. They chose Pleiades and Arcturus as their home. Malevolent Luciferian-type reptilians chose to conquer them and enslave them by performing biological experiments, thereby creating hybrids of them, and they used them as explorers to this planet, and they still control some of them to this very day. Those that took their freedom reside in the Canis Major star constellation near Sept, also called Sophis, which is Sirius, the dog star, having 2 major and 6 minor suns, Zeta Reticuli, just south of the Orion Belt. These Greys, sought union with beings of Earth, having a common enemy, Lucifer, who controls 70 of their empires. As a great warrior, the Riskians engaged Murdoch's services. They needed somebody who was a warrior type to go and seek out the gold and transport it by Nibiru to Risk. The Riskians were being ambushed by reptilians, and at that time Murdoch was a disagreeable Yahwehan, or what you would call a warrior. So he was chosen to lead this mission, which first had to be started by attacking Humbaba. Murdoch was given the Tilu weapon, a red beam of light, or a light beam ray gun, from the gemstone Sardius, a laser that was created by his grandfather Anu to stop Tarnish in his disagreeable ways. He succeeded in his mission. The gold was being transported by cylinder-shaped crafts, 30 to 60 miles in size. They were assembled on Lahmu, Mars, and parked on the dark side of Sheshki, the Moon. The smaller craft were 1.5 miles by 2 miles. They had androids called robotoids that would scout out the mineral of the planet controlled by the Ramadians. So, Humbaba and his followers who supported him, which was 1/3 of Risk, were cast out and was never to return there. Humbaba had taken residence in the planet Titan, which is considered a moon of Saturn, with a breed of reptilian beings. The largest of Saturn's 18 known satellites is Titan. The diameter of Titan, including its atmosphere, is 3,400 miles. This satellite in your solar system has a thick atmosphere and is about 2 and 1.5 times as dense as that of Earth. Titan's atmosphere is mostly nitrogen, with small amounts of methane and other hydrogen compounds. Humbaba and his followers were mammalia, any various warm-blooded reptile animals of the class of mammals, from late Latin mammalis, from the breast, from Latin mamma, meaning breast. This mixture bred human-looking snakes called serpent people who speak with a whisper. Because of the damage that Tarnish had done to the planet Risk, the Riskians started expeditions looking for gold. Murdoch and a group of the Anunnaki were chosen to seek this gold, which they knew could be found in abundance on the planet Tiamat, meaning Maiden of Life. They made many trips in a mothercraft called Nibiru, which means Planet of the Crossing, or that which crosses the skies. So Murdoch found minerals in Tiamat, and he set up a base on Lahmu, meaning the deity of war, today called Mars. He also went to the dark side of Sheshki, where people had already lived under the rule of Luna or Lunar, who originally came from Gaga, Pluto. The planet Gaga, Pluto, at the time was an emissary of Anshar Saturn before it was thrown into its own wobbling orbit when one of the satellites of Nibiru crashed into the planet Tiamat, now called Earth. Those were some of the planets that were on Nibiru's regular routes. The planet Tiamat was a regular stop-off as well, along with the planet Mars, which to the Romans is known as the father of Romulus and Remus. He was a consort of Rhea Silvia, the god of war, originally called Mars Silvanus, god of desolate places. Silvanus was symbolized as a half-man, half-goat, the father of war, symbolic of the ancient Egypt deity Ra, the symbol of the ram deity of the sun, fertility of life and growth, which is pronounced as Re, as in the rays of the sun. The reverse of the word Mars is rams, and the inversion of the word Mars is wars, a symbol of blood, called the red planet, also called Almiric, the long arrow symbol of war. Other names for it is Alcanas and Bara. Mars's distance from the Sun is 142 million miles. Its diameter is 40,022 miles. The time Mars takes to orbit the Sun is 680 days. The time Mars spends on its axis is 24 hours and 37 minutes. Its tilt on its axis is 25.2 degrees. Mars shines in the sky with a reddish color and is sometimes called the red planet. The orbit of Mars is more oval than that of Earth. Mars's thin atmosphere is made up almost entirely of carbon dioxide. Temperature on the planet's equator may occasionally reach 60 Fahrenheit. However, during the shadow hours, temperatures can drop to nearly minus 202 Fahrenheit. Tons and tons of rocket fuel could be synthesized out of Mars air, making traveling to and from Mars even easier than trips to the moon. The Martian soil also contains an abundance of gypsum, which can be baked by adding some Martian water and iron-rich dust. On Earth, this is cement. It has two moons, one called Phobos, 19 miles at its widest point, and it circles the planet at a distance of 2,462 miles. Phobos completes its orbit in about 7.5 hours, which is less time than it takes Mars to turn once on its axis. The other, Deimos, is 12 miles at its widest point, and it circles Mars at a distance of 14,700 miles. Both Phobos and Deimos were born by meteorites captured as asteroids in its orbit. Here you will find prototypes of Homo sapiens, thus the word parthenogenic, which explains that at this site, where there are pyramids and ruins of temples of the Anunnaki, were used for the cloning of Homo erectus to Homo sapiens, called the Adama Project. This is where the face of Cadmon can be found. Today, the site is called Sidonia, or Sidonia, from Sidon, the first son of Canaan, father of the Albinos, the cursed seed of Ham. Sidon is and means the fortress and is fortified. His wife was Jinnah. This is why today astronomers are interested in the planet Mars, because they have discovered that life existed there before, and that there is a possibility that they might be able to bring human life to that planet again with its Martian atmosphere. Chapter 1. Begin all acts and thinking by using Al-Kaloon the All. Tablet 5. The Journey of Nibiru. 19 times 7 equals 133. Lo, the planet Tiamat was a site used for excavating different metals, elements, and minerals such as plutonium, chlorine, chlorophyll, ammonia, gold, platinum, and silver, as well as scanning the ocean floors for other elements that were beneficial to these beings in other planets. In the depths of the ocean of this planet Earth are some of the most valuable resources for human life, such as food such as kelp, different types of fish, and energy sources such as iodine. In these waters are an abundance of dissolved gases such as nitrogen, carbon dioxide, and oxygen. Other substances are nitrates, phosphates, which are needed by plants for photosynthesis. Silicon dioxide is necessary in the building of skeletal materials in some marine organisms. Remaining elements that are essential to marine life include iron, magnesium, cobalt, and copper. Several mineral resources lie on the ocean floor and in solution above it, such as salt, magnesium, and bromine. Seawater contains all the dissolved substances necessary for the growth of plant and animal life. Other beings know of these resources, and thus they have made many visits, taking what they have excavated back to their homes, and they continue to make visits on the planet and even live under the seas. Tiamat was also used as a hunting ground and resort. Beings would intergalactically travel from planet to planet, doing what was called planetary shopping. Some of the planets in this galaxy were most frequently visited because life existed there in various forms, such as Lachmu, meaning deity of war, now called Mars, Kishar, meaning foremost of the firmaments, now called Jupiter, including many others in Orion, meaning skies or heaven, six-star constellation, Kama, meaning to be wealthy, which is the Pleiades constellation, having 7 stars, and Aish, to lend aid to help, also known as the Plowman, Octurus, as well as Clarion, meaning clear, just to name a few. The boundless universes are filled with all kinds of life forms that come from all types of origin, and your planet Earth held the most abundant of life sources, which is why all kinds of beings visited frequently. Now let me continue. On one of these routes to the planet Earth, the planet Nibiru, meaning planet of the crossing, also called Murdoch, was making a routine trip. which was then on an orbit that took 1,024 years short of an equinox of each Earth time, which was 25,920-year orbit called an AMS by the Anunnaki. This craft being 4 times the size of the planet Tiamat, whose diameter was 15,852 before the splitting, which was cut in 2 equal halves, and Nibiru's diameter being 63,408. The ship Nibiru came in search of other planets that were rich in natural resources and minerals to take back to the planet Risk to protect it from the damaging ultraviolet rays. And what would make you understand what ultraviolet rays are? Ultraviolet, or relating to the range of invisible radiation, wavelengths from about 4 nanometers on to the border of X-ray region to about 380 nanometers just beyond the violet in the visible spectrum. We're looking at the word ultra, meaning beyond, from the Latin ultra, from ultra meaning beyond, and the word violet, meaning the hue of the short wave end of the visible spectrum, invoked in the human observer by radiant energy with wavelengths of approximately 380 to 420 nanometers. Any group of colors reddish blue in hue that may vary in the lightness and saturation from the Middle English, from Old French, violetta, diminutive of viol, from Latin viola. As for red, the hue of the long wave end of the visible spectrum, it has evoked in the human observer by radiant energy with wavelengths of approximately 630 to 750 nanometers. Any of the group of colors that may vary in lightness and saturation and whose hue resembles that of the life liquid called blood, one of the additive or light primaries, from the Middle English, from Old English reed. And as for the color blue, the hue of that proportion of visible spectrum lying between green, which is yellow, and blue and indigo, which is blue and violet, and is evoked in the human observer by radiant energy with wavelengths of approximately 450 to 490 nanometers. Any of the group of colors that may vary in lightness and saturation, one of the additive or light primaries, from Middle English blue, from Old French bleu, of Germanic origin. As for the word ray, it's a thin line or narrow beam of light or other radiant energy, radiance light. On the prism it appears as purple, ranging from violet to red. And now, with an understanding of ultraviolet rays, you must be able to grasp the damage that it was doing on Risk and is doing here on Earth. The danger is the destruction of the ozone. As it happened there, it is also happening here. What is ozone? A blue gaseous allotrope of oxygen, O3, formed naturally from diatomic oxygen by electric discharge or exposure to ultraviolet radiation. It is unstable, powerfully bleaching, poisonous oxidizing agent with a pungent, irritating odor, used to deodorize air, purify water, treat industrial wastes, and as a bleach. Fresh, pure air, from German ozon, from Greek ozon, neuter present past particle ozine, meaning to smell. So in order for the Riskians to protect their planet, they sought out gold. The gold of this planet is good. This great planet-sized ship Nibiru came nearer to your solar system, traveling at the speed of light, 186,272 miles per second. Yet it is found to be exactly 186,282.396 miles per second, or 299,792.458 kilometers per second. It came from Ilion, the 19th galaxy, a tri-solar system having 3 suns, also called the Great Galaxy, known as the place on high, called Heaven or Jannah, on a journey through the stars that took 25,920 years. A year is also called an arm by the Sumerians, who were taught by the Anunnaki. This great ship Nibiru, as it was later known, was a mothership, and Nibiru at the time held 12 smaller cylinder ships called shams that were to be launched out from it when Nibiru reached its destination. Nibiru was equipped with 4 separate atmospheres, and what would make you understand what 4 atmospheres are? They are 1. Outside of the spheres, where there is no air and there is no atmosphere, Nibiru is able to adjust to that environment. 2. When you come into this dome-like planet, where there is oxygen and air, Nibiru is capable of adjusting to that environment. 3. When you go into the Antarctica, you would have to take your crafts into the glaciers. Nibiru is capable of adjusting to that environment. 4. When you'd have to take your craft beneath the sea, Nibiru is also capable of adjusting to that environment. That is the 4 separate atmospheres that all the crafts titled Nibiru, as part of a Nibiru fleet, is capable of adjusting to. That is, they are capable of adjusting to all atmospheres of changes, such as Tar, earth, Mu, water, Nefu, air, and Set, fire. The command to activate this is simply Tamu Nefu Set. Nibiru and all of its crafts were also equipped with 4 separate magnetic fields, which is a person, a place, and an object, or a situation that exerts attraction. 1. Nibiru is capable of being magnetized or attracted by a magnet, meaning 2. To operate by means of magnetism, such as a magnetic recorder. 3. To relate to the magnetic poles of the Earth, such as a magnetic compass bearing. 4. Have an unusual power or ability to attract, a gravity form of magnetism, from the whirling vortex of each planet at 30 degrees and its magnetic attractions, creating a magnetic grid, the flow of electricity when an object comes in contact with the pulling or attracting powers, and the magnetic attraction by appearance, emotion, or desire. The Grand Mothership Nibiru can hold many thousands of crown-shaped ships, but this mission only had 2,880 crown-shaped shams. It also had a fleet of 24 crystal cities with crystal-like domes, giving them the ability to break down light as a prism would, and be able to make use of the energy. It has solar panels that's the size of a pin's head, or less than that, and can generate millions and millions of megawatts of energy as well. As Nibiru passed by various suns or stations set up in the galaxy, Nibiru drew an energy charge from them. Nibiru was set up for holographic interdimensional transport. That is, it was capable of cloning itself holographically to appear in more than one place at the same time, making it virtually impossible to determine which is the holographic projection from the original. Nibiru is capable of traveling distance from point to point or through space and time interdimensionally. It can go through time, future or past, without interfering with the principle of now or then, and it is manned by 144,000 crew members headed by 24 elite beings called Yahwehans, 12 Yah agreeable and 12 Way disagreeable, that stood 7 feet tall. However, on this flight the craft Nibiru had to first pass by the planet Ea, which means he whose house is water, and is now called Neptune, as it did many times before. The planet Ea Neptune is a twin to the planet Anu Uranus. By twin planet, I mean that Neptune is very similar and in some aspects identical to the planet Uranus. The planet Uranus was originally called Kakab Shinama, the planet which is the double. Uranus is also influenced by the gravity of Neptune. The gases that made up the atmospheres of Neptune and Uranus are exactly the same. The sizes of Neptune and Uranus are similar. Their colors are identical and their rotational times are similar, Uranus being 17 hours in Earth's time and Neptune's being 16.5 hours. The planet Uranus practically rotates laying down, so the size, if looked at from the wrong angle, can surely be mistaken. Uranus tilts at the extreme angle of 98 degrees. You could almost say that the planet lies on its side as it travels around the sun. This means that the north and south polar regions of Uranus experience alternate periods of day and shadow hour, and summer and winter, each of which is up to 42 Earth years long. The temperature of this planet Uranus on the side that is hidden from the sun is the same as on the side that is facing the sun. As Nibiru came nearer to Neptune, its gravitational pull caused electrical storms on the planet on that Friday afternoon at 1300 hours of Earth time, some 24 billion years ago of Earth time, and caused Nibiru to go slightly off its orbit. As the craft Nibiru passed by Ea Neptune, the planet Anu Uranus came from behind the planet Neptune, and it caused the appearance of a bulge, and that bulge pulled on Nibiru's orbit and caused the great ship Nibiru to begin to wobble in its orbit from fear of crashing. This happened because the planet Uranus was not originally seen in the solar system when Nibiru made its first visits. Uranus moving from behind Neptune caused Nibiru to veer in its own original path path in order not to hit Uranus and made it collide into another planet called Maldek, also called Vulcan. The original name for the planet Vulcan is Maldek. Maldek was between Lachmu Mars and Kishar Jupiter. Maldek was 27,500 miles in diameter. Maldek had a population of billions living under the seas in the sub-cities of Kana, which was occupied by the Maldekians, and Veda, which was occupied by the Troglodytes. Maldek also had 2 moons. This was the planet of Masmukia, or Troglodytes, dragons, and Voltex. The Troglodytes' average height is 3.5 to 4.5 feet, and their heads are extremely large. These were the slaves. However, the rulers of the Maldekians are very large in size, from 7 to 9 feet in height, scales of multiple colors in which they are shed like all other reptilians. They also lay eggs for reproduction. The Troglodytes have 2 round eyes without pupils and no ears or protruding noses, just 2 small holes in the nose area. Their mouths are slits without lips. The Troglodytes are hairless and have no teeth. The Troglodytes' hands have 4 webbed fingers and no thumbs. The Troglodytes live totally underwater in great cities with many great biologists. Because they live underwater, if the planet sped up, it wouldn't affect them because gravity is different underwater, meaning gravity is the force that the Earth exerts on an object. The force of gravity is relatively constant all over the surface of the Earth, except for in a few places like the equator, and varies slightly at different altitudes. Many people think, for instance, if a steel ball was dropped from a building and a cotton ball, that the steel ball would fall a lot faster, when the cotton ball only lags slightly behind. So the force was still constant. Water is denser than air, so objects move slower through the water than air. The impact of the crash affected the beings on the surface of the planet of Maldek and not underneath the water because the water is more dense and would slow down the object. So the impact would be less damaging and the shock of the impact would be less severe. However, it was daylight, so most of the beings had come on land. All of the beings that could have negotiated were dead due to the crash. The only beings that survived were the ones under the seas, which were the military and the warriors, who were looking for a chance to fight anyway. Nibiru had no way of contacting the beings on the planet Maldek to let them know that it was an accident and not a deliberate attack. Telepathic communications were forbidden to prevent interference by other telepathic, disagreeable beings. This was because the Maldekians were not part of the Interplanetary Confederation. Their Starfleet of warriors were a group of reptilians who bore the symbol of a reptile, who called themselves the Ninga, meaning warrior, launched an attack. Thinking that the planet Maldek had been attacked, 4 fighter ships of the Ninga fleet launched out, and it went off its orbit into the universe and attacked with the intentions of destroying Nibiru. These 4 ships, equipped with high explosives created of plutonium from Maldek's Starfleet called Ninga, managed to escape Maldek as Nibiru passed by and followed in Nibiru's path. Nibiru put up its 4 magnetic force fields, which were created by Anu and given to Murdoch, and destabilized the 4 attacking ships. Nibiru created the magnetic cube called the Kaaba. These 4 great ships called the Ninga fleet moved on as 4 powerful winds that were trapped by Nibiru's force field and unable to break loose. Maldek is now referred to as the Lost Planet. The 4 fighter ships of the Ninga fleet are called the North Wind, South Wind, East Wind, and West Wind. These 4 fighter ships that originally surrounded Nibiru and appeared to launch an attack were now trapped. The great ship Nibiru activated its 4 magnetic force fields, incapacitating the ships. All of their controls and equipment ceased to function. A force field was put up, and they were trapped in the environment of Nibiru. Its new wobbly satellites were caught in Nibiru's gravitational pull and began to circle, making 4 whirlwinds. Nibiru immediately launched 2 ships to return to Ilion to inform the elders of the incident, in case of the need for assistance. Nibiru proceeded to move counterclockwise from the planets in the solar system. Nibiru pulled in towards Anshar, which means foremost of the heavens, now called Saturn, and its force fields kissed off the planet, and its gravitational pull caused Nibiru to veer off its own orbit. The 3 satellites were added to Nibiru's force field called the Evil Wind, Whirlwind, and Matchless Wind. The orbit of Nibiru was originally on a 25,920-year orbit called an Alms. It shifted into a new orbit of 3,600 years called a Shah. Its orbit was caught in this solar system, always to return. Then Nibiru bounced off the planet Rum Titan, which now surrounds Anshar Saturn, and sped up its motion, creating the Saturn's rings, referred to as the Necklace of Saturn. At this point, Gaga Pluto was released from its natural orbit around the Sun and was pulled into the direction of Lahamu Mars and Lahamu Venus. The path of Nibiru was now bent even more towards the center of the solar system, directly towards Tiamat, which means Maiden of Life, now called Earth. As it moved into your solar system, Nibiru caused problems amongst the other planets in its solar system by pulling their moons. Nibiru, making one complete spin, threw the winds off into space. The approach of Nibiru began to disturb Tiamat, and it alarmed the beings of Tiamat that something was entering their atmosphere, causing volcanic eruptions, storms, hurricanes, and floods. Tiamat was forced to launch 11 ships headed directly for this bright gleaming, or what appeared to be a planet entering its airspace. It was Nibiru. The star fleet of 11 ships from Tiamat was led by Kingu, the great emissary, which was once ruled by the Maldekian deity Luna. The great ship Nibiru had 7 warships accompanying her, and they were launched at the 11 ships that were launched from Tiamat. Kingu was the name of the head defense force of Tiamat, and it later became the name of the imperfect planet, now called a moon, one of many moons which was originally accompanying the planet of Tiamat before the crash of the satellites of Nibiru. The 11 ships which were launched from Tiamat and Nibiru were immediately detected by the force field of Nibiru and eliminated. One of the 4 satellites that came with Nibiru from Maldek, called the North Wind, was lying directly for Tiamat. The impact of the North Wind caused Tiamat to split into 2 parts because of the high explosives that the ship contained, called plutonium. The hole which the North Wind brought into Tiamat caused the upper part of Tiamat to wallop in its orbit, setting large portions of it on fire. The North Wind then came back around, shattering the half into pieces, making comets, of which Halley's Comet is one, and asteroids. Comets coming from the Greek word cometus, long-haired star, from cone, hair. The length of time a comet takes to complete its orbit is known as its period. Some comets have periods of less than 7 years. Comets are considered a part of the solar system since they never leave the limits of the same system. The comet's tail always points away from the sun due to the pressure of the sun's light on the dust particles, and it's usually 5,000 miles in length. The comets are often caught by a planet's gravitational pull, which causes them to shift from their course. Many of the pieces of the comet that caught on fire form the asteroid belt that is in the center of the solar system. The East Wind, another tremendous ship from Maldek, coming with Nibiru from Maldek, swung around and put a hole straight through the upper half of the planet. The planet Tiamat had turbulence and was unstable, while other planets nearby were still wobbling in their orbits. Tiamat was pulled in many directions, on one side by the 2 larger planets Lahamu, now called Mars, and Kishar, foremost of the firmaments, Jupiter, on one side, and the other 2 smaller planets Lahamu, Venus, and Mumu, one who was born, Mercury, on its other side, all pulling and tugging. Nibiru's 7 ships broke off into 2 separate fleets, and first 4 circling the planet Tiamat, which is now called Ki, creating a net-like web, which was a magnetic field. One of the 3 warships from the second part of the fleet of 7 from Nibiru, located on the outskirts of the force fields, then launched a bright flame of light, much like ball lightning. The ball lightning was filled with brilliance, and it pierced straight down into Tiamat, completely neutralizing Tiamat's electric and magnetic force fields. A portion of this massive ball of light, which was launched by one of the 3 warships from Nibiru, was called the West Wind, and also known as the Evil Wind, tore straight down as a ball of lightning into the center exploded and gouged out a large hollow space into the center of Tiamat. And the West Wind became a tremendous 600-mile diameter sun called Sol, and was trapped in place there, with a sunscreen to direct the heat waves through the North Pole, away from the planet, creating the Northern Lights, or what is called the Aurora Borealis, which are solar flares or sun flares. This ball of light, now in the center of Tiamat, was named Apsu, meaning one who exists from the beginning, and the place was named Escherah. 3 satellites launched off of Nibiru, creating a tetrahedron 4-sided force field of energy at a 19.5-degree angle around the new half of Tiamat, with a hole through it, and a smaller sun, Sol, also called Apsu, was placed inside Tiamat's center. Now, This newly formed planet called Tiamat, also Ki, New Earth, was trapped in its orbit where no planet had been orbiting before, protected by forces by the guidance of these ships while she healed herself. The 600-mile diameter sun called Sol, Atsu, traveled through the great hold called the Abyss for a distance of 3,963 miles to the center of the half of the planet Tiamat, which the west wind bore a hole through called Ki, now called Earth from the word Eridu. So, it was indeed one of the satellites of Nibiru called Winds from Maldek that crashed into Tiamat and not Nibiru itself. The Voltex troglodyte that manned the ships that crashed survived and thrived in the seas of this new planet called Ki, or Gaia, or even Gi, once called Tiamat, which much later became known as Earth from Eridu, starting the new restoration or reconstruction of life on Earth, including evolutionary process of plant and animal life. Now the last of the winds, the south wind, crashed into Ki and created the Grand Canyon and gave birth to another small planet in its own orbit and rotated around this newly formed planet Ki, which became the moon that you see today, creating a lunar orbit called a Sheshki, meaning celestial deity who protects Earth, Ki, and called Kingu, which had become the chief amongst them, ruled by Luna, which Murdoch Nibiru made shrink as a dagai, mass of lifeless clay, and thrown into outer space to wobble in its own orbit. Deprived of its orbital momentum, Kingu was reduced to the status of a mere satellite, a moon, today known as a Keres, which is today known as the largest of the minor planets and or asteroids. The upper half of the planet Tiamat, which became oval-shaped after the moon had broken away, was now 7,926 miles in diameter and 24,896 miles in circumference, and it was set for replenishing or restoration on the part of the great Starfleet responsible for its damage. The newly formed planet Ki was trapped in its orbit, protected by the forces sent from the guidance of the 4 ships that were part of the 11 of the fleet from Nibiru, of which 2 returned back to Ilion to inform them of what had happened. Now this new planet had 2 suns, one in its belly, 3,963 miles from its surface, creating an inner tropical environment, and the other sun, Shamash, which was 93 million miles away from Ki's surface. Ki was now trapped in its new orbit around the outer sun, Shamash, to create a year of 365 days. Thus, a new time zone was created for this new planet. The south wind crashing into Tiamat also created a black dust cloud to cut off Earth from the sun. Now you have 2 sets of planets separated by this asteroid belt, creating inner planets and outer planets. The inner planets were Munu Mercury, Lahamu Venus, Ki Earth, Sheshki Moon, Lachmu Mars, and the outer planets were Kishar Jupiter, Anshar Saturn, whose planet is Rum Titan, Anu Uranus, Ea Neptune, and now Uzmi Pluto, previously called Gaga, separated by this asteroid belt, and the remains of the lost planet Maldek. So one half of the original Tiamat is an asteroid belt, and the other half is presently your planet called Ki, Earth. Chapter 1, The Creation. Begin all acts and thinking by using El Kalun, the All. Tablet 6, The Origin of the Moon. 19 times 3 equals 57. Lo, the creation of the planet we call the moon today. You may ask, why are you calling the moon a planet? That is because that's exactly what it is. Let's see. The word planet means a non-luminous celestial body larger than an asteroid or a comet, illuminated by light from a star, such as the sun, around which it revolves. From the Middle English, from Old French planete, from Late Latin planeta, from Greek planetes, variant from planes, planet, from planaste meaning to wander. You shall see how the moon did just that, wandered off into space to become that which is called the moon today, or the month. It came about because of the Maldekian fighter ship from the Ninga fleet called the South Wind. The South Wind came crashing down into the planet Tiamat with plutonium, a highly explosive weapon. The word moon comes from the word monos, who was the Greek deity of sarcasm and pain, for the hurt that Luna felt because he wanted to rule all of the stars of the heaven and earth, and his sarcasm in dealing with the Deniers. Luna brought his plea as to his wish to rule the sun, moon, and stars, and was voted down by the Yagigi. In his rejection because of his sarcasm, he became a deity amongst the Euro-Americans, who are some descendants of the Greeks and Romans. They will tell you that this name originated with them. However, the name Moon was adopted from the ancient Egyptian deity Monthu, the deity of Thebes, who fell into disfavor with the mortals due to royal politicking during the 11th dynasty. He was a lunar deity, where the Greeks stole their concept from. The planet Earth key was known as Tiamat. This explosion created what is called today the Grand Canyon and gave birth to another small planet in its own orbit, rotating around the newly formed planet Ki. This newly formed planet was named Sheshki, meaning celestial deity who protects Earth Ki, now called the Moon, which created the lunar orbit around the planet Ki. It is now 283,900 miles from Earth. The Moon is now a bleak piece of the planet Earth. So with most of the waters dried on the Moon, because its waters are on the Earth, it keeps pulling on the waters of this planet. The Moon was not blasted enough to make a complete turn by itself while rotating around the planet Earth. Therefore, you never see the other side before it is again entering into the shade side of the planet Earth. There is a base called the Moon Base 12 up there. You just can't see it, and they don't want you to know about it. Human beings are living in dome homes, and there are big laboratories for mining on the Moon. So you have the evening tide pulling on the waters of the planet Earth. Without this process of water, all the vegetation would die. Sheshki was first covered with life and vegetation, just like Earth today. For instance, there are even certain radioactive elements found deep in the Earth that are found on the crust of the Moon. And this once being a thought of an irreality has now been confirmed by scientists on March the 5th, 1998, that there is ice on the Moon. There are pockets of ice crystals that have been found beneath the lunar surface by a robot survey spacecraft. The Lunar Prospector's neutron spectrometer sent data back indicating the presence of significant amounts of hydrogen distributed in the loose lunar soil at the bottom of the polar craters. The ice was found in the lunar South Pole as well as in the craters of the North Pole. All life died on Sheshki because of the explosion of a warship that came from planet Maldek that got caught up in the gravitational pull of Nibiru and crashed into the planet Tiamat and caused the breaking away of a moon called Sheshki. The female's menstrual cycle is approximately a 29.5-day cycle, which coincides with the 4 phases of the moon, making her symbol the square, while the male symbol being the sun is a circle. The 4 quarters start from full to 3/4, or from 3/4 to a half, or from a half to a full moon again. A secret name of the moon is Halal, meaning the crescent, a symbol of Diana, who is also called Sin, symbol of Baphomet, from the French Bahamut for Mohammedan, the 5-pointed interlocking inverted star. The movement of the moon each cycle, 12 each year, that is 3 sets of 4 phases, and is the symbol of the 5 P's, which are the roots of their laws: polytheism, politics, psychology, philosophy, and penal. This moon called Sheshki, or Kama by the Mohammedans, is 2,160 miles, or about 1/3 the size of the planet Earth, which is 7,926 miles, and is composed basically of the same minerals that have been analyzed from rocks brought back from the moon and then compared to those on the planet Earth. The moon still has erupting volcanoes on it. The bases have been discovered on the moon to date. They were reactivated and are being used to mine moon minerals. Moon data. Diameter equals 2,126 miles. Distance from Tiamat equals 238,900 miles. The moon makes one complete orbit around Tiamat every 27.33 Earth days. It spins on its own axis 27.33 Earth days. Some say every 27.32 Earth days. The moon consists of 4 quarters. First quarter new moon, last quarter full moon. It is divided by 2 crescents and 2 gibbous stages called phases. El-Gadash Quran, the Holy Quran, speaks clearly of the splitting away of Al-Qamar, the moon, from Al-Ard, Earth. It says in its 37th degree that has been changed to the 54th degree, verses 1 and 2. The hour is coming close and the moon is split asunder, and if they see a sign, they turn away and they say, it is but a form of magic. The true Muslims are to have faith according to one of their own, Al-Bazari. When those in doubt asked Muhammad for a sign, the moon appeared to split in two. It is believed by them also that the last day will be noted by the moon's eclipse, and they are to prostrate twice. This is written in the 31st degree that has been changed to the 75th degree, verses 8 through 10. And the moon is eclipsed, and the sun and the moon are gathered together. These days you see the sun and the moon are together in midday, and the Enoshites shall say on that day, where is the place to escape? Muhammad in El's Holy Quran swears by it 3 times, once in the 4th degree that has been changed to the 74th degree, verses 32 through 39. Nevertheless, and the moon and the shadow hour period when it passes, and the early daytime hour when it appears, surely it, hell, is one of the biggest calamities, a warning to the mortals in skin, to those of you who will to go forward, progress in agreeableness, follow the rights of Abraham or Ibrahim, or remain behind, stay in disagreeableness, follow rights other than Abraham's rights. Every nafs spirit person is held in pledge for that which it has earned, except for the companions of the right hand, the true Muslims, peaceful ones, and their seed, Halil Bayt. The true Muslims, peaceful ones, and their seed, the Halil Bayt. This is the Ansarullah, the only Muslims who strive for pristine purity. Again, Muhammad swears in the 83rd degree, which has changed to the 84th degree, verses 16 to 19. So nevertheless, I swear by the red glow of the sun when it darkens, and the shadow hour period, and when it gathers together shrouds, and the moon when it becomes full, that you shall most certainly pass from plane to plane, life after death. And the 26th degree, now changed to the 91st, verses 1 through 10 says, and the sun in its radiance, and the moon when it follows after it, and the daytime afternoon when it is brightened by it, and by the shadow hour period when it screens it, and the sky and what built it, and the planet earth and what landscaped it, and the spirit person and what perfected it. So he inspired it, the spirit to overstand its wickedness, and its trembling at the mentioned. He who purifies it his spirit has certainly become prosperous, and certainly he who buries it his spirit has certainly failed. The crescent moon holds such great meaning to them. That is their symbol. The story of Luna. The moon as you know it is in its latter state. It was once a part of an enormous planet Tiamat 24 billion years ago. Before it broke off 11 billion years ago, and before that it belonged to an even greater planet called Tiwawat. Before the planet Tiwawat was blown away by a crazy scientist by the name of Luna in an attempt to rule the whole planet. Luna's attempt to explode the whole planet Tiwawat caused a breaking away of the moon called Kingu, or Luna, meaning great emissary, which happened 66 billion years ago. He placed a bomb called Ballast, which was made from plutonium that came from his original home in Pluto, and placed it in Shambhala, which was then called Eshara. Plutonium's name is derived from the planet Pluto. It has a radioactive chemical element and bears the symbol Pu. Its atomic number is 94 and its atomic weight is 239.13. Plutonium is one of the main elements used in nuclear weapons. In the center of the planet Earth is a long 30-mile tube due to the plutonium bomb. When Kingu the moon broke away, Luna himself was on that part. Luna or Lunar wanted to rule the sun, moon, and all the stars. He only ruled the lower half of the planet Tiwawat that you call Earth today. He equaled in power with the ruler of the upper half. However, he wanted to rule the whole planet. He brought his request before the Council of Deniers and was rejected by the Agigis because of his sarcasm, which is why he became known as Monos, deity of sarcasm and pain. His rejection angered him, and he decided to blow up the planet Tiwawat. Luna is an old deity who was disagreeable and ruled the planet Kingu before he died, and its waters dried up, due to it being thrown off into its own orbit by Nibiru. He was the deity of the moon, Kingu also called Luna, and his intentions were evil. Luna lived and ruled Kingu 66 billion years ago after it broke away from Tiwawat, the original Earth, which came with the original creation of the solar system that exploded from the Milky Way. The Milky Way was formed from a massive sun called Sol, collapsing and exploding outward. Then the Milky Way exploded again and gave birth to our present-day sun called Shamus, or Helios, which is 93 billion years old. Before this sun called Shamus became a ball of gas containing hydrogen hydrogen and helium. It was an active planet called Om, containing all of the planet's moons and satellites which make up the solar system. The Sun was one tremendous mass, a planet called Om. The solar system was one of 19 planets that surrounded a more massive sun called Sal. Sal was named after its original ruler, Sal or Sol, whose wife was named Arena. Their combined rulership gives you the name Salarina, shortened to Solar. The massive sun Sal collapsed and exploded outwards, and Om got caught up in the gravitational pull of Sal, and it was exploded and gave birth to your son, Shamus. All 19 of the planets were hurled off into space and exploded to create 19 galaxies in space and beyond. Galaxies are recorded as Population 1, Population 2, Population 3, and Population 4, and on. Population 1 galaxies are based on their age, are from hundreds of thousands of years old to 25 billion years old. Population 2 is from 25 billion years old to 100 billion years old. And Population 3 from 1 trillion to 25 trillion. Population 4 is from 25 trillion to 100 trillion and on. The Milky Way, from the Latin via, way, and lactea, milky, which is the 18th galaxy, has taken its name from the Greek sea nymph Galatea, from the Middle English galaxy, the Milky Way, from late Latin galaxius, from Greek milky, from gala, galact, meaning milk. This Milky Way galaxy exploded again to create the present solar system. The new heaven and new earth will reveal a second and third sun. Yet at this point, you have one sun called Shamus or Helios, and 10 planets called 1 Mercury, 2 Venus, 3 Earth, 4 Mars, 5 Jupiter, 6 Saturn, 7 Titan, 8 Uranus, 9 Neptune, 10 Pluto, and on the outside, the 11th planet being Maldek, and also Planet X, another name for the 12th planet. When you include the Sun and the Moon as planets, it becomes Nibiru. This was the making of the 18th galaxy, ruled by the signs of the zodiac called solar biology. This all took place 76 trillion years ago. It's called the birth of the universe from triple darkness. Luna wanted to rule the whole universe, so he used over 30 million tons of atomic energy to blow up Tiwawat, thinking that it would shift the orbit of the planets and cause a planetary collapse or star holocaust. He was originally a humanoid-type Maldek from Gaga Pluto, who lived on Tiwawat after they had crashed down, and he tried to rule all the beings on Earth. The Maldekians and their slaves, the troglodytes, also known as the Masmukia, have been using the vast seas of the planet Earth for billions of years as a home base under the Bermuda Triangle, also called the Angel's Triangle. Luna was originally from Gaga, which was later called Pluto or Platoon, a planet that was also occupied by the Maldekians or troglodytes, as well as Hindus, who resided on Pluto after they left their planet Nirvana and mixed with the Maldekians, of which Luna was a product of. These beings also lived on planets like Titan, Europa, and Earth that are in the Milky Way galaxy. Also other planets, such as the bright stars Betelgeuse and Rigel and many others, all are part of the six-star constellation Orion, also called Uranus and Cassiel, which is held up by the Sirius star constellation, a star in the constellation Canis Minor, the brightest star in the sky, approximately 8.6 light years distant from Earth, also called the dog star Sothis, from Latin Sirius, from Greek Sirios, burning. Canis Major and Canis Minor are the two dog stars of Orion the Hunter, a nearby constellation containing the star Betelgeuse, with which Sirius and Procyon together form an equilateral triangle. The Orion constellation is located on the celestial equator east of Taurus. It is an oblong configuration with 3 stars in a line near its center in the Orion's belt called the nebula. It is represented on pictorial charts as the figure of Orion. It was called Sahu, the soul of Osiris. The 3 bright stars represent his belt. 1 Al-Natak, 2 Al-Nilan, 3 Mintaka. This is the home of the agreeable Anunnaki or Elohim, and the disagreeable 4 winds, which make up 1 Betelgeuse, 2 Bellatrix, 3 Rigel, 4 Safe, under the watchful eye of Sept, also called Sirius and Sothis, where Nibiru took residence. There is also 3 fainter stars aligned south of the belt. Alpha A Uranus, or Betelgeuse, is located in the left corner of the oblong. which corresponds to Orion's shoulder. Beta B Uranus, or Rigel, is diagonally opposed to Betelgeuse. A nebula surrounding the three stars marking Orion's sword is one of the most conspicuous bright nebulas in the heavens. Luna's daughter was also called Luna, and his wife was called Hyperion. Luna also had a daughter named Persephone, and she married Pluto, also known as Hades, a son of Kronos and Rhea, ruler of the underworld. Rhea was from Uranus, which was the name of the ruler of that planet, and his wife Gaia, mother of Poseidon. Gaia was ruler of Titan, where there were great cyclopses, which are any of the race of one-eyed giants who reputedly descended from Titan, inhabiting the island of Sicily. From the Latin, from the Greek kuklos meaning circle eye. There were also Furies, which were the three terrible winged goddesses with serpentine hair, Alecto, Megara, and Tisiphon, who pursued and punished evildoers of unavenged crimes. From the Middle English Fury, from Old French, from Latin Furia, from Furiae, meaning to rage, and also there were giants, meaning a person or thing of great size. From Middle English, from French jaunt, from Vulgar Latin gagus, from Latin gigas, from the Greek gigas. These were the rulers in this solar system, after and before the crash of Nibiru's wings into Tiamat. Yes, there were giants in the earth before Cadmon Adam, the Zamzamims meaning plotters, the Enims meaning terrors, the Philistines meaning immigrants, and the Rephaims meaning healers. With the wind ships of the Maldekians, also known as the Vulcans, when trillions were billions, and billions were millions, and millions were thousands. This is in accordance to the motion of your planet around Apsu the sun, and how far your planet was from it. So the moon, as a satellite of the planet Earth, has 3 birth date records. 11 billion, it breaks off from the planet Tiamat, Earth. 24 billion, the recreation of the planet Earth. And 76 trillion, the original creation of the entire universe. Just as the conception of a mortal goes through 3 phases to birth, that which is declared the moon today had went through 3 separate periods in its path to becoming what it is. Chapter 1, The Creation. Begin all acts and thinking by using El Kalum the All. Tablet 7, The Creation of your solar system. 19 times 5 equals 75. Lo, 95 billion years ago, your solar system formed out of a gigantic whirling dust cloud and gas as a result of the collapse of that great star Sal. Elion El, the Most High, Al-Ali, or El or Elah, who is simply known as Allah, Rab and Yahweh, or Hashem and Ra and Anu. All of these names are called by religious people, however, he is one and the same. Anu created this universe and the planet called Earth for his blueprint of physical creation, meaning that these 2 entities, the sky and the earth, marked as the beginning of everything to come. It was the spirit of the Most High that controlled everything to quicken and come into being, come to life. So he is called the light of the galactic heaven and the planet Earth. This marks the time when the explosion came from combining 2 hydrogen atoms to make helium, and then the combination of the 2 gases, which led to a series of chain reactions exploding, and this was the creation of Shamash. That cloud of dust and gas existed unformed in the universe, then it began to collapse. This brought 2 hydrogen atoms together to form helium. Hydrogen, the most abundant and simplest gas in the universe, is the fuel of the stars, of which there are many kinds. There are binary stars, which are a pair of stars which revolve around each other, and eclipsing binary stars, which are stars that revolve in such a way that one star blocks the other's light. Stars such as your own stay hot because of the nucleus changes in their centers. Over a period of time, increasing degrees of contractions and heat occur until reactions in their centers produce intense heat and brightness. In the stellar cores, hydrogen is converted into helium and other heavier elements, as 550 million tons of hydrogen changed into 550 million tons of helium each second of your sun. The remaining 4 million exploded from the center to birth sunspots or electrical storms on the sun. This was the birth of your sun, originally called Apsu, known today as Shamas or Shamas, by the great ruler Anu, the Most High, the highest. Between these 2 gases, light fire came into being, The sun's energy comes from the changing of hydrogen to helium at a temperature of about 30 million and 175,262 degrees Fahrenheit. Helium burning gives off hydrogen, which in turn makes more helium. This is what makes the sun a ball of gas, which is constantly burning. The burning of atoms causes explosions, also called electrical storms. These storms give off sparks of hydrogen and helium that fling out into the universe. Upon being flung out into the universe, whirling at tremendous speeds, these sparks of burning gas begin to cool to a lesser degree of heat, and it's settled in different places within the universe. We call these planets moons and asteroids. From your sun's electrical storms came the birth of your solar system. This is the third degree of darkness. This explosion caused a reverse action from expansion to contraction that led to the collapse. This supernova was 1 billion light years away at the time. After becoming red giant supernovas from the word super, meaning above, over, upon, superimpose, superior in size from the Latin, from super, meaning over, above, and the word nova, meaning a star that suddenly becomes much brighter and then gradually returns to its original brightness over a period of weeks to years, from the Latin stella, nova, new, star, nova, feminine of Latin novus, meaning new. These supernovas collapse upon themselves, producing intense heat and causing their cores to explode. Sometimes an explosion blows the star to bits, and at other times a lump may still be left to become a neutron star, which is a small star made up entirely of neutrons, a collapsed star of tremendous density. A neutron star is a celestial body hypothesized to occur in a terminal stage of stellar evolution. It essentially consists of a superdense mass of neutrons that have a powerful gravitational attraction from which only neutrinos and high-energy photons can escape, thus rendering the body invisible except to X-ray detection. Neutron stars have a mass of about 1 solar mass and a radii of about 10 kilometers, 6.2 miles. Their densities are thought to be about 10 to the power 14 times that of water. Because of their identification with pulsars, rotating neutron stars are thought to have extremely strong magnetic fields on the order of 10 to the power of 12 Gauss, compared to a field of 0.2 Gauss on Earth and a few thousand Gauss in sunspots. Every time they spin, they give out a flash of energy like a lighthouse. The largest remaining bit of star may also become so compressed and possess such an intense gravitational pull that it becomes a black hole. At the center of a black hole, the star that died is crushed out of existence by the force of gravity. Black hole gives off no light and acts like stellar vacuum cleaners, sucking up matter and energy from space. They can be compared to the effect that is produced when a cup of liquid is stirred at high speed. Once the spoon is removed, a hole is made in the center like a miniature whirlpool. Floating objects are drawn and sucked into the center. So black holes will absorb any stray matter or energy that passes within a certain range of its horizon, including light. Dwarf stars, which are also dark brown, are made of protons. Novas are stars that explode and become thousands of times brighter and then becomes dim again. The white dwarf is a small white star with a large amount of material packed into an extremely small space. A white dwarf star is about the size of the Earth but weighs as much as the Sun. The weight of the sun's outer layers compress the gas of the innermost region to a density about 100 times that of water and raises the central temperature to about 15 million K, 27 million degrees Fahrenheit. Then there are supernovas, an extremely bright star exploding suddenly appearing in the sky, generally decreasing rapidly in brightness. Giants have a relatively large radius for its mass and temperature, and supergiants are any relatively enormous stars with a greater magnitude than a giant star. Their lifetimes are short in comparison to other stars. Some of the smaller stars are called neutron stars, which are made up entirely of neutrons, a collapsed star of tremendous density. A light year is the distance light can travel in 1 year. Light travels at approximately 186,272 miles per second over a period of 365 days of the solar year. Then there is a lunar year of 354 days at a solar year. That means that light travels 5,874,273,792,000 miles per second, each 31,536,000 years. This supernova was part of a cluster. All clusters move away from each other. A cluster is one of many groups in which galaxies exist, 19 to be exact on this side of the massive black hole, whose vortex opens every 10 Earth years. This vortex allows you to travel interdimensionally through these portals in time and space, which open up on Earth every 10 years that ends with the number 3. Because time is speeding up, you get caught in time. For instance, if the last time was 1993 AD of the Gregorian calendar, let's go back to where it started. 1983, 1973, 1963, 1953, then 1943, when the opening of the vortex with the invention of a time machine in the Philadelphia experiment. Then the next year of the opening of the vortex will be 2003 AD. Your time warp started in 1940 AD with the Philadelphia incident. This experiment is what caused the vortex to open up, causing extraterrestrials to come into this dimension because of the magnetic pull from the big generators that supplied energy for the Invisibility Project in Philadelphia. The vortex can be opened by extraterrestrials from the 6th density from their time reference, and one such incident occurred on June the 6th, 1966 AD, which was the birthday of the 13 sons who were born to the devil. All types of malevolent beings came through to Earth during this time. The Philadelphia experiment was an experiment to accomplish teleportation of a warship. The USS Eldridge from Philadelphia was to dock near Norfolk, Virginia, by using Albert Einstein's unified field theory. This experiment originally began in 1930 in Chicago, Illinois, with a team of scientists. A strange phenomenon happened, where two Navy men, Alfred Balick and Duncan Cameron, jumped over the side of the Eldridge, and they landed in Montauk, Long Island, New York. Where the scientists went wrong was that they did not take into consideration that the sailors all had emotional involvements at the time of the experiment. So in trying to link up the USS Eldridge, an object, versus the biorhythms of a living entity, the human body, and the Earth, which had a half peak at the time, caused the problems. The scientists had no understanding of the human psyche, love, nor metaphysics of the Earth, which also has a biorhythm like the human body, because it's also a living entity. Also, everybody had a zero time reference different from everyone else. These factors caused a strange phenomenon that occurred on the ship. All humans have a zero time reference. Now they're locked at zero time reference, which is a set time created during the beginning of an experiment. For humans, it is at the point at which each individual is conceived, and it continues on into the gestation period until they are born. It is locked into a time stream. It is locked so that an individual can relate to society and civilization around them and flow at the same rate as everyone else, and has a reference that remains with them throughout their lifetime until they die, at which the soul goes on and can come back, reincarnate theoretically in the past or the future. But this time reference is sometimes fragile when you start pumping megawatts of power and actually pulse to the gigawatt region, the type of energies that will affect the psyche, mind, and spirit. You disrupt these references. So what happened was, the reference of the individual is disrupted, but are within the ship's field, so they are not lost. They don't float off into space at that point, but when the ship's field comes down, and those individual references are below and behind the barrier, which was in the hull of the ship in the radio room, where Duncan and Balick were, they were in between these energy shields that are against magnetic energy. This interdimensional travel is nothing new. We have been doing this for millions of years, which allows beings from other worlds, galaxies, or universes to incarnate here. Let me explain. Most of the crafts exposed to you here on Earth are designed aerodynamically, showing you that they were created and built right here for this atmosphere, or there would be no need for their saucer shape, which is to cut its way through the air. However, the Nibirian fleet are crafts that travel to and fro in time and space, and even interdimensionally, altering time by facilitating the principle of now. Once you're moving faster than the speed of light. After a universe collapses in its center or contracts, it expands, which is an explosion called a Big Bang, producing the sound ka, from which the word kala, create, comes from. This occurrence of contraction and expansion is something that happens all the time, which is also why there is no real line of division between galaxies. They overlap each other the way bubbles connect to each other, just as the planes do. It is the same sound that each being that comes into the world makes, as the womb contracts to yield for birth, and the baby gurgles out Ga and Ka, remembering the sounds of chaos in creation. As one of the things that come into existence, it fractures other things to form itself. It's a gradual process of development in the womb, as the sounds of an octave. Each C note of each octave is the same as the C note vibrating on a higher or lower scale called tones. An octave is 8 notes, and all of these sounds are inclusive of the sharps and flats. Within one octave is 13. The 9th point is the actual birth, and the new being creates for the first time for all to hear their own tone. Such is the way of the universe and galaxies. Now, each universe begins expanding and growing larger until it reaches a point where it bounces off other expanding universes and begins to contract. This is only to collapse and explode again, creating or reconstructing new universes. Atoms and cells all do the exact same thing the human body does. It grows and expands until it collapses. You call it death, which is merely a sickness that can be cured. So, the universe does the exact same thing. It dies. When the universe dies, it explodes and causes a reverse of an expansion. The space between galaxies is always getting bigger, so billions of years ago galaxies were closer and closer before expanding. There had to be a point of starting. This would have all the galaxies crunched together in a small space. This would have been 76 trillion years ago. The small dot or nugget exploded, and this was called the Big Bang, resulting from the expansion then collapsing of the universe. This sound is Ka, which disturbs the Ayun tone of the original. This caused the explosion of the positive low-pitched tones, dark tones, and the negative forces, high-pitched tones, bright tones, causing the negative and the positive forces to clash into each other by the will of Elyon El, who is outside of your time zone. Your time zone is second to second, minute to minute, hour to hour, and day to day. Yet each day of your days is 1,000 years to Elyon El's day, making it hard for you to understand just how Elyon El exists. For the pure sound of Om, which predates the Bang, is covered in the chaos of creation, and you must seek this tone Om to realign yourselves. Each individual born vibrates and has a tone within an octave, and there are various octaves to complete the full scale of the sound, and sound vibrates from conception to decline to end, which registers in time. Each individual has a 0 time reference and tone reference and vibrational level. Yet you exist in what's called a set time, which exists within real time. That is each individual's real time, their point of origin. All hearts do not beat like a metronome at exact beats per second. Sound flows and is utilized, cut on and cut off. Life flows and is utilized, cut on and cut off. Elyon El's time does not have a then, only a now, whereas each individual is at the point of now and looks back at multiple thens and looks forwards to multiple thens. Thus, on both sides of the present, you find past and future. That was the very beginning, not the beginning. The time, El Wagat, El Asr. It says in El's Holy Quran, the 13th degree, which has been changed to the 183rd degree, verses 1 through 3, pertaining to the time when the Enoshite's soul will be squeezed from his body and is overcome by death. And the squeezing of the Enoshite's soul, it shall be squeezed from his body. Surely this is the age when the Enoshites are overcome by defeat, except for those who are faithful and work to perfect their being and are advocates of patience by the measurements of time, when it begins and when it ends. To humans, your reference time began at the recreation of this planet, then called Tiamat to Ki, and now Earth from Eridu. Time does not move forward, nor has it come from behind. It has always been. Time does not ascend upwards, nor has it descended from above. Time is now. Now is the time. Time is. Then now is not then. Chapter 1, The Creation. Begin all acts and thinking by using El Kalim the All. Tablet 8. Life forms of Tiamat Earth. 19 times 4 equals 76. Lo, Your planet Earth is within the 18th galaxy called the Milky Way because of its disc-shaped dense mass of stars, which has millions of stars and light. The sun, stars, and the reflected light of the moon from the sun produce the much-needed illumination for the Earth. One takes up where the other leaves off. Yet, this is only made possible by the motion of these heavenly bodies. It will take 30,000 years to go from Earth through the Milky Way at Earth's speed. Each individual conceived has a zero time reference from the moment of inception, the moment or incident, in pure and holy darkness, before cause or effect, before right and wrong, good and evil, before chaos and conception, process or growth. In the unpure and unholy light of this world, where there is will, good and evil things happening. That point is real time in each individual's existence. In the physical world, from conception is fake time. You exist in what's called set time. You set the time from life to death. It all exists before you and will exist after you. You in your life is only a short space in real time, which exists in all when the light of life is cut on. It begins real time, yet existence already was in pure darkness, and under set time is each individual's real time existence, their point of origin. L's time does not have a then, only a now. Whereas each individual is at the point of now and looks back to multiple thens and looks forward to multiple thens. Thus, on both sides of the present, you find past and future. Nibiru is capable of traveling the distance from point to point, or through space and time interdimensionally. It can go through time, future or past, without interfering with the principle of now or then. Everything is calculated by the speed of light, insofar as everything sums up to things when the light came on. For instance, when you grab the light switch, you are at the point of hydrogen. When you click the light switch, you are at the point of helium, and both hydrogen and helium burning gives you the light of the sun. When beings enter into our planet, they travel interdimensionally, using real time, and that's why they can pop up anytime within our zero time or fake time. Zero time is the first time for each individual as they come into this world, while being born in real time. If humans were to try and travel past the speed of light, their G-force would cause them to explode. They would have to learn to travel at the speed of light and controlling the G-force. That is, the forces that affect the body as it escalates in speed in relation to how 1 G affects the body per second. A G is a unit of acceleration equal to the acceleration caused by gravity at the Earth's surface, about 33 feet per second. The Milky Way is a spiral galaxy and is inside of the universe and is very minute. The light from the sun comes to the Earth. Light travels from the sun in 8 minutes and approximately 20 seconds, some say 4 minutes. Your universe contains 19 galaxies. There are 1 billion other galaxies. The distances in your universe reach up to 26 billion light years. Your universe is the smallest and innermost of the 7 universes, which are part of a galactical federation of 19 galaxies. As the universe increases, the universes get larger and larger. Your mind cannot comprehend the circumference of the universe. It is unimaginable to you while in your body. The word that best describes it is infinity. The universe doesn't end. You're merely limited by your imagination. My child, for a time it was hard for you to understand the very beginning of your existence. It was difficult for you to accept that you were made to evolve from intelligent amoeba, which are single-celled organisms with a definite nucleus that move by way of a pseudopod or false foot. A pseudopod is a temporary projection of the cytoplasm of certain cells, such as phagocytes, or certain unicellular organisms, especially amoebas, that serve in locomotion and phagocytosis. The word amoeba is from New Latin genus name, from Greek amoebi, change, from amoebin to change, and fungi, which are single-celled or multicellular organisms that excrete enzymes that actually dissolve their food, then absorb their food through their cellular walls. However, this was your beginning, a beginning unknown to humans. Thus, as you read this tablet, you will have a great understanding of how you became who and what you are today. The first kind of life forms on this planet were the evolution of the amoeba, fungi and algae that live underwater and evolved onto land, which were transplanted here. Early Earth was composed of the gases ammonia and methane, in addition to water, H2O. The cooling of the Earth and the subsequent falling of the vapor rings allowed these gases to reach the waters upon Earth, forming solids in a molten crust. The exposure of ultraviolet rays from the sun caused these gases to form simple organic molecules from things here. These began to form larger molecules until protein was formed. It was this formation which ultimately resulted in a prototype of the living cell, which occurred 46 trillion years ago. Bear in mind that these chain reactions did not occur by blind chance, but only by the will of the Most High Anu. The stage after the creation of the first cell took place in the lab of Shinti, where the breath of life is breathed, which is located on Lathnum, Mars. This cell or cells was then placed inside the Vulcan deity, a dolphin. Dolphins are members of the most intelligent group of animals living in the sea. However, what many people don't know is dolphins are actually small whales that range in length from 4 to 12 feet. The word dolphin comes from the Greek delphis, meaning womb, because of its shape, and it was the womb of the transplant for the human cell. Unlike many animals, dolphins voluntarily associate with humans. The common dolphin appeared in ancient Greek and Roman mythology. The Greeks considered the dolphin sacred to the god Apollo. Dolphins have very highly developed senses such as sight, which they are able to see up to 50 feet away, touch, responding to the lightest touch of a finger. Smell and taste are also two of their senses which aren't as developed, yet dolphins do have taste buds. Dolphins have an excellent sense of hearing and is one of their most important senses of all, yet they have no outer ear and can see with sound. This is known as echolocation. When sounds are sent out from an organ in a dolphin's head, they strike objects and bounce back. The direction of these echoes and the time it takes them to return tells the direction and distance of the objects. These first cells in Shinti were transplanted and transported into the seas of this planet. This transportation involved the development of the first animals 24 billion years ago. These were single-cell organisms called protozoa. The simplest of this group is the amoeba, a small mass of transparent protoplasm which does not even have a definite shape or cell wall. The first single-celled animal to originate was the amoeba, which is found in water or moist soil and reproduces asexually. This means they reproduce alone. They don't need a partner. Fungus arose from this single-celled organism and played an important role in nature. They break down the bodies of dead organisms into chemical substances that can be used by other organisms. Fungi live as parasites and reproduce either sexually or asexually. The simplest particle of life is H1 hydrogen. What is smaller than that is a quark, of which atoms are composed. The atom is the smallest unit of an element that retains all of the element's properties. All things are made of atoms, which are composed of quarks, and even smaller called exotic mesons or biaps, such as protons, units of positive electricity, neutrons, units of neutral electricity, and electrons, electrically negative parts of the atom, to name a few, which are made of zeeds or zeals. Together, these form a specific pattern. The zeal is the smallest part of any substance. This is called quantum physics, my child, the doorway to reality. The atom is too small to be seen, even with the most powerful electron microscope. Yet all that is in parts and is part of existence. The average diameter of an atom is approximately 1 to 1 millionth of an inch. At the center of an atom is a smaller particle called a quark, the father of energy, which in itself was produced by the mother of all energy, biaps, as in the cells beneath the cell or in the DNA, deoxyribonucleic acid. Then there is the nucleus, a dense cluster of protons and neutrons on the outside of a quark. Why do we refer to it as the mother? The mother mitochondria, located on the Y chromosome, is the male equivalent to the mitochondria DNA called YAP DNA. This is the same as when a female is pregnant with a male child, only without the male sperm, as in a so-called asexual cell splitting into a daughter. This practice of splitting and parting and becoming individual life forms is only found in the female or mother. So in actuality, asexual cells are really F-sexual cells for female sexuality. The word mitochondria is from the Greek mitos, meaning warp, thread, and the Greek chondrion, the nunative of chondros, from grain or granule. Mitochondria are the tiny bodies within a cell that are responsible for the production of energy through the breakdown of sugars. The mitochondria DNA is in the female, which produces the male in a so-called asexual fashion. This is your original hermaphrodite, which comes from Hermaphroditus, the son of Hermes, who is the son of Zeus and Maya. and Aphrodite, the daughter of Uranus. When you look at the word phonetically, you see her, as in a three-letter prefix, and her is always identified with she, or the female gender, as in most hermaphrodite cases, yet it includes male strands that create Y chromosomes. Now, the very word her is from Middle English, from Old English higher. Important derivatives are he, him, his, her, it, here, hence. Note that her is inclusive of he in its root meaning. He is from Middle English, from Old English he. The pronouns he, him, and his are male person or animal. So he is always identified with the male factor, when her, on the other hand, is inclusive with male and female factors, making her the mother. M equals mitochondria, and add other, and you get the word mother. Together, the protons which have a positive charge and neutrons which have no charge are called nucleons. Outside spinning around the nucleus in orbits are electrons, which have a negative charge that makes up what is called the shell of the atom. All atoms vary in the amount of protons, electrons, and neutrons according to the elements to which they belong. In reality, no atom has a definite size in space and time. However, it gets its form from its surrounding electrons. Atoms are building blocks from which molecules are made, and a molecule is the smallest unit of a pure substance that can exist independently and exhibit all the properties of substance: carbon, hydrogen, nitrogen, and sulfur. These gases formed into simple organic molecules, at which time these organic molecules began to form larger and larger molecules until protein was formed. Listen, my child, concerning the recreation of the planet Earth. It was this formation which ultimately resulted in a prototype of the living organism. The stage after the creation of the first cell involved the development of the first animals, which is called a protozoa, which comes from the Greek proto, first in time, and zoa from zoia, meaning animals. When producing, the protozoa splits into two separate animals or cells, just as at birth the mother splits in two beings. Over a period of 19 million Earth years of time, these animals multiplied and diversified and evoluted into many types of creatures and animal life forms. The protozoa were originally transported and planted here on this planet Earth by beings from the planet Risk, the Anunnaki, called the Allahum. And do not forget, my child, the conditions of your planet had to be right. These first atoms were made up of very simple combinations with each other, but sunlight contains energy, and this energy forced atoms into more complicated combinations until small cells formed. This also happened on many other planets with the same chemicals and temperatures. So, there is life on many other planets. The key is water, in which is life as bacteria. There are intelligent bacteria that help Earthlings digest their food and many other positive things. There are also intelligent bacteria that hurt Earthlings. Intelligent bacteria do things such as make you sick and cause diseases in humans, animals, and plants. In humans, they cause diseases such as syphilis, meaning a friend of the swine; leprosy, from Middle English from leper; leprosy, from Old French, from late Latin lepra, from Greek lepros; scaly, from lepis, lepros meaning scale; and pneumonia, from pneumon, meaning lung, and is an inflammatory disease of the lung, to name a few. Most of these diseases came to this planet from other planets, some of which are in your solar system, and others that are far beyond your knowledge. Many are diseases of your body. In fact, some live on your body, like streptococcus and herpes, just to name two of the many thousands. You shall have knowledge, for in this tablet are facts beyond any doubt. Like many other simple organisms, bacteria can multiply by asexual reproduction or by binary fission, the splitting of an adult cell into two separate parts and budding, where an outgrowth grows from the parent organism and then breaks off and becomes another separate organism, birth. This occurs when the nucleus of the cell divides, forming two new cells, daughter cells. And make note, it doesn't say son cells. The exact same way a hologram, from the Greek holos, whole, and the gram, from French grammaire, from late Latin grammar, a small weight, from Greek, meaning something written, small weight. The hologram can be broken into millions of parts, and each one is the same. So it is with cells. And then, my child, there are other bacteria that just live with you, never bothering you at all. The first plant life was simple plants that began as one-celled organisms of the classes known today as bacteria and algae. These originated in water, yet their structure and composition enabled them to exist in all types of environments and conditions. Some have unknown origins. Scientists have found a new life form on Earth. These life forms are tough little microbes that live in boiling water, spewing from volcanic vents deep under the ocean, thriving on carbon dioxide and the tremendous water pressure. They are a third form of terrestrial life named archaea, after the Greek word for ancient. This is a very different life form from what scientists know. They were first discovered on the bottom of the Pacific in 1977. However, recently scientists discovered that their genetic code was different from anything biologists have seen before. Unlike most bacteria and/or plants, animals and humans, archaea lives totally without sunlight. When the usual organisms start dying, these ones start singing. Algae have bodies composed of a single cell. Algae accounts for 90% of the world's photosynthesis. Bacteria are found everywhere, in water, air, soil, your bodies, and food. Many of them are helpful and necessary for your physical existence. They are also useful in the decomposition and dissolving of solid waste. Then you have the virus. A virus is a submicroscopic organism that has an exceedingly simple structure composed of nucleic acid with a protective protein covering, coming from the Latin meaning poison. In the case of some of the viruses that live in bacteria and animal cells, the nucleic acid is generally DNA, deoxyribonucleic acid. In the viruses that cause diseases of plants, the nucleic acid is usually RNA, ribonucleic acid. A virus lives in a cell of another thing. Although viruses are small and simple, they are a major cause of diseases. Some viruses infect human beings with diseases or dis-ease. Others infect other animals or plants, and still others attack bacteria. Viruses produce diseases in an organism by damaging some of its cells. However, viruses sometimes live in cells without harming them. Most viruses reproduce in specific cells of certain organisms. Viruses are Gaia Earth's means of defense when attacked. Chapter 1: The Creation. Begin all acts and thinking by using Al-Kalim, the All. Tablet 9, the evolutionary process. 19 times 14 equals 266. Lo, you are about to embark upon the truth. I shall take you a step further into the world of true right knowledge, right wisdom, and the right understanding. For many years, Hamims have pondered about the evolution of the inhabitants of the planet Earth. The question was in the minds of humans as to where each species and each life form evolved. You must learn of the evolutionary process. This will give you great knowledge of that which is right and exact, and right wisdom, right understanding, and sound right reasoning, of how and where 9 ether versus the 6 ether came about. Now, let us begin by learning of a time before, when a large craft from the Ninga fleet, thought to be a meteorite, crashed into the planet, shearing off the lower half of it. That was 24 billion years ago. This caused the development of Earth's shape and form as you know it today, bringing with it new kinds of life forms, some to make residence beneath the seas of what is called the Bimini today, where the great empire of the reptilians thrive, even unto this day. This empire is located in the Atlantic Ocean, in the area called the Bermuda Triangle or Angel's Triangle. Other life forms took shape on the surface of the Earth. It was gases and electrical sparks that formed the complex molecules from the simple ones originally planted here some 76 trillion years ago. For billions of years, life continued to consist of no more than simple cells, yet with intelligence. As time passed, more complicated cells were born, and these gradually became even more complicated cells, which were giving birth until they eventually combined with each other or married to give birth to even larger organisms. The more complicated an organism, such as algae, the larger its brain is, thus the more intelligent it became. These living organisms evolved out of the water, through the ammonia and onto the soil. Millions of years after that, the next group of animals developed called metazoans. Their bodies were composed of specialized cells, grouped to form tissues, organs, and systems, much like the animals of today. These animals multiplied and diversified, and over a period of 19 million years evolved into man, many types of animals and dragons called terrible lizards or simply dinosaurs. This was the first evolution of life on the planet Earth. These inhabitants went through many changes, such as the Ice Age glaciers, volcanoes and earthquakes. During this time there were also problems with the dinosaurs and humans. The evolution of the dinosaurs and humans were in balance, to the point that the dinosaurs were much bigger than the humans, and they were killing them off. These humans were of the Homo erectus species. They had 6 ether hair covering most of their bodies. Dinosaurs are classified or divided into separate groups. One being the Saurischia, lizard hips. He's a 4-legged plant-eating dinosaur and can also be a meat-eating dinosaur. The other being Ornithischia, bird hip. This group of dinosaurs is your 2-legged plant eaters and all of your armored dinosaurs. In your Ornithischia, the forward pointing bone has swung around in order that it can point backwards and forwards. And Saurischia have hip bones that are found within reptiles. These bones point in different directions. These 2 names are in reference to the arrangement of 3 bones of the pelvis. In the Saurischia, these bones were arranged similar to that of modern crocodiles and lizards. These are your tenine, while the pelvis of the Ornithischia was bird-like. Therefore, humans developed from a one-cell animal, which developed into a water creature. And these humans are tadpoles or reptilians for the first 3 months in their mother's womb. This is why humans still have webbed hands, gills and scales. In their own evolution, with the help of their mammalian parent, they become the root seed of mammals, later called the human being. In its primeval state, they climbed upon the landmass and developed into land creatures, and then onto genus Homo, onto Homo erectus. And these land creatures that were once tadpoles or reptilians grew while in their mother's womb. From 3 months plus 3 months more, during this period, they were connected to an umbilical cord, umbilicus or navel, that is on the abdomen of the fetus and is connected to the placenta. This mark on the surface of the abdomen of mammals who once dwelt in a marina or water is where the umbilical cord, also called umbilicus, was. The central point or middle is attached during gestation. The very word navel comes from the Middle English word nephala and is the same as the Aramaic Hebrew word nephala, nephilim, to fall down, which is the same word. It's in the phonetics of the language. It is a clear picture in these days and times that the words navy, navel, naval and marina tie in. This is a confession that man was a tadpole and was considered a sea creature. Life forms that evolved from the sea were water vertebrates. They did not appear until 500 million years ago, and land vertebrates followed about 100 million years ago. About 225 million years ago, there were fish in the waters as well as sea plants. Most amphibians had made the transition from dry water to land. The plants on the dry land attracted the amphibians to evolve into reptiles. The dolphin, as a whale, went from the stars to this planet in the sea, then onto land, then back into the sea as a whale. Crocodiles are the remnant of that evolutionary phase also. From 225 million years ago to 65 million years ago, which is the period of time often referred to as the dinosaur age, evolved 2 main lines of egg-laying reptiles. Those who could fly, which evolved into birds, like the pterodactyls from the Greek pteron, meaning feather, wing, and dactylus from the Greek for finger, and those who roamed and dominated the earth as dinosaurs, called the Tyrannosaurus rex, tyrant reptile, or terrible lizards. These reptiles evolved alongside with a variety of amphibians and water lizards, away from the oceans and their water life, which is full of activity. When humans came out of the water, your evolution jumped billions of years. When humans crawled on the land, they were in the form of what looked like crocodiles. If you examine the back or the spinal columns of humans, you can see knots up and down the spinal column. Millions of years ago, it was a fin. This fin or sail was used to conduct heat and regulate heat, and the body had to mutate. Behemoth, mankind to this day, still has it at the end of his spinal column, an extension called a coccyx, that is a tail, as well as wings under the arms and webbed hands. This human developed from what you would call a dinosaur today. This dinosaur was called Dimetrodon. It got its name from it, having that which is unique, that being 2 sets of teeth. No other animal had 2 sets of teeth. The Dimetrodon lived about 60 to 300 million years ago, which means that it lived at the end of the Paleozoic era. Dimetrodon was a large meat-eating reptile which measured some 10 to 12 feet from nose to tail and 5 feet in height, which explains why many human beings have a craving for flesh. When Dimetrodon, who was of the Paleozoic era, ruled, this deadly creature roamed the valley before the dinosaurs of the Mesozoic era. The Dimetrodon was the first to inhabit the land. It was a warm-blooded reptile. Dimetrodon is a deadly reptile, known for the enormous sail on its back. This sail was used for the purpose of regulating body heat. By turning the sail to face the sun, the Dimetrodon was able to warm up much more quickly, in about less than an hour, which allowed the Dimetrodon more time to hunt. A reptile can't stay active if it's too hot. However, without heat, reptiles become more sluggish, still and helpless. But mammals can regulate the heat of their bodies because they are warm-blooded. Dimetrodon is not an ordinary reptile. The resemblance between humans and Dimetrodon was the teeth. Both humans and Dimetrodons have two sets of teeth, which were incised as canines and different sized teeth behind the canines. These are only found on mammals. 360 million years before Dimetrodon, some creatures crawled out of the ocean, which were early amphibians. Within 20 million years, they split into two groups. One became the aggressive species, which were the diapsid. The other was the passive synapsid. They began to compete for supremacy. From generation to generation, each line improved and perfected itself. When the diapsids and the synapsids moved further up the evolutionary chain, they began to split in different directions. The diapsids had two holes, two openings in the skulls, which evolved into all modern reptiles, such as turtles, crocodiles, alligators, lizards, etc. While the synapsids had a single hole in the back of their skulls, which evolved into all proto-mammals, such as Dimetrodon, armadillo, whales, dogs, cows, humans, and all other mammals that evolved in this line. The two holes allowed the skull not to squeeze the brain. Proto-mammals were changing from a reptilian to mammalian, and from a mammal-like reptile posture. They took possession of the land masses for 50 million years and dominated the planet. Dimetrodon's first descendants were hot-blooded. This was a detour in evolution. They took steps from reptilian to mammalian. The dinosaurs started to take control, and the proto-mammals began to disappear in the Triassic period 245 million years ago. Thus, larger animals began a long conquest and pushed proto-mammals to the brink of extinction. The lizard-like Orpheacidon and warm-blooded Dimetrodon reduced in size. Proto-mammals had to adapt to nightlife, becoming nocturnal hunters. As proto-mammals began to mutate and evolute out of its present state, the size of their brains grew. During this time, extraterrestrials had leaped in and started to breed also. Although life evolved from the seas, all of it did not originate here. Some life forms crashed into the seas of Tiamat from the Maldek incident, particularly from the Ninga star fleet. They, being from another star constellation, and they lived under the seas of Tiamat. These other life forms were beings known as the troglodytes or Maldekians, which crashed down on Tiamat. One of the four Maldekian crafts, called the West Wind, crashed into the center of the planet Earth. These beings lived in the seas of Tiamat Earth for millions of years. Their home base is under the Bermuda Triangle. They set up kingdoms called yams under the waters. The Maldekians developed into intelligent humanoids by abducting and mixing their seeds with humans. This is where the reptilian-like dinosaurs came from, while on the other hand, there was another set of extraterrestrial beings like the Greys, from which some of the dinosaurs evolved from. These Greys came from the star constellation Orion, the star constellation of Arcturus and Pleiades. Meanwhile, the reptilians ruled them from Rigel and Betelgeuse, Bellatrix, Mintaka, Al-Nilam and Al-Natak in the Orion star constellation, and Auriga in the Capella star formation. They were all in fear of the aggressive insect-type extraterrestrials from Andromeda, many of which came down to this planet Earth. One of the common species of dinosaurs that evolved from the Ramadian seed of Greys was the Hypsilophodon, who came out of the Jurassic period. They were called Hypsilophodon because of their high-ridged teeth. The Hypsilophodon were herbivores. They only ate off the plants and fruits, extracting the needed chlorine. The most common dinosaur that evolved from the reptilians were the Tyrannosaurus rex, meaning tyrant reptile or terrible lizard. It is 50 feet long and 20 feet in height and weighed 7 tons. It was one of the largest carnivores that ever walked the planet Tiamat Earth. This creature is known to be the king of the meat-eaters. The Tyrannosaurus rex came out of the reptilians, making them part dinosaur and part reptilian. The evolutionary humming. Alongside the dinosaurs, you had the evolutionary homins. Amongst the different species of evolutionary homin, you have the Australopithecines. There were two forms of Australopithecines that could walk and were erect. Their brain was 1/3 the size of a modern human's brain. The smaller one stood about 4 feet tall and weighed about 50 to 120 pounds. This was your original Pygmy, Kishite and Hawilowite tribe, which your mother Hawa Eve came from. They had 9 ether hair. The larger ones were 7 feet and had weighed 222 to 250 pounds. This was your original Watusi Kuthite tribe, which Cadmon Adam came from. They had 8 ether hair. They were the giants in the earth. All other humans had 6 ether hair, as other animals of this planet Earth. 9 ether hair is a symbol of an extraterrestrial being. All animals and humans on this planet have 6 ether hair. Cadmon Zakar, also known as Adam, was also a mixture of Hindu, the original black man, mixed with a Shaggy, which is another set of beings that were coming to Earth from the Sirius star constellation. These Shaggies were not your hairy Bigfoot creatures. They came from the planet Aduma and the constellation of Sirius. Along with these Shaggies came the Greys, also from the same star constellation, from Zeta Reticuli, called Sirius B for biological entity. The Ramadians, called Greys, came from Pleiades and Arcturus. When Nibiru passed Sirius B, its presence drained the energy from the sun and caused the great star Sirius B to collapse. Sirius A had 2 planets. The Narians, an independent species of Grey, were on one planet, and the Nomos reptilians were on the other. Both planets rotated around Sirius A. So when their sun died, the Narians followed Nibiru through the Milky Way. While in pursuit, these beings, the reptilians, chased the Greys, the Ramadians, who also lived on Sirius, because they wanted to rule over them and use them as slaves. Some of the Ramadians came down to the planet Earth from Zeta Reticuli. Both beings, the Nomos and the Ramadians, took residence on the planet Tiamat, Earth. When the reptilians came, they tried to appeal to the Maldekians, troglodytes, that were living in the seas from the crashdown that happened years ago because they were of their seed. However, these Maldekians who lived beneath the seas of the planet Earth had a very violent nature. The reptilians had to take residence in caverns beneath the surface of the Earth or in deep swamp areas in the planet Earth. They set out to conquer the Ramadians and take rule over them because of their passive nature. Some of the Ramadians came down to the planet Earth from Zeta Reticuli. They went directly to the original Pygmy tribe of Bushmen in South Africa, who were the Kishites, Kushites, and Hawillowites. They lived amongst these beings, and the Ramadians taught this tribe of the Anunnaki and of the beings from the star Sirius. The Kushites and Hawillowites became a mixture of these supernatural beings or extraterrestrial beings. These supernatural beings are the Ramadian Greys that existed in the Nile River of the barren and rocky land of Nuba. They were associated with peace and harmony only. The Pygmies called these supernatural beings Bahar Malakat, or river angels. They lived in underwater castles. They were associated with 4 categories of human preoccupations: fertility, cultivation, marriage, and health. Then, on the arrival of the reptilians, who in pursuit of the Ramadians also crashed down amongst the Dogon tribes and began to teach them by the shadow hours and would retreat to the sea by day. They told them they were the Nomos, who had come to guide them, if they would tell them the location of the secret caves that the agreeable Ramadians dwelt in. These Bushmen, the Kishites, Kushites, were of the family of Nekeba, including the Dogon tribe. Today they live in the deserts of the Kalahari, in what is called Africa today. The Nomos reptilians were also called the Dogri, or the Doga by the Nubians. They were also referred to as ugly water beings. The reptilians can be seen in the daylight, however they would roam mostly in the deep dark swamps and the marshlands. They took on different forms to appeal to the humans. They had a very violent nature, which horrified most of these people. They always came out at the shadow hour and hung around the date trees. The Dogri enjoyed eating the dates of the trees. They also came onto land during the shadow hours to teach and mix with the Dogons. They would kidnap the virgins and rape them to implant their seed. It became a ritual to offer virgins in order to prevent the bloodshed. A negotiator was elected called a Hogan. Every 60 years they would seek these virgins. This in turn led to female child sacrifice rituals to these serpent people, becoming willing blood sacrifices to what became known as Ha-Satan, the head of the reptilian tribes, also called Shaitan, becoming a common practice and like an honor and a way to appease these malevolent beings. The Dogons of Mali in West Africa teach and speak of what they have been taught by these 2 tribes of extraterrestrials to this very very day. The reptilians told the people of Nubia that they were lawgivers and the people called Nomos, which is summon, Narsamun, poison, in Syriac Arabic as found in the Quran. They taught them about calculations and about the Sagai, a 60-year period. They also lived in underwater cities linked to caverns deep in the earth. You have 8 caverns occupied by extraterrestrials. This does not include Agartha. The ruling species of the underworld are many. Dawanis called gnomes, which stand 3 feet tall and have porcupine-like quills protruding from their bodies. They live near lava and other volcanic environments. They live off insects and worms. They are extremely intelligent, taking pride in mastering all of the science and literature of the surface people. I once met a Dawani who could recite all of William Shakespeare. He knew the best of wines from the 17th century up. He could discuss everything from the Quran, the Bhagavad Gita, the Upanishads, the Torah, onto Sigmund Freud and the architecture of Frank Lloyd Wright. They are extremely friendly and are of no threat to human beings, yet they have no interest in coexisting with human beings on the surface who they see as killers without purpose. Next, there's the Samin, Dero, called Ganesh by the Hindus, who are born by hatching from eggs that are 4 to 6 feet in diameter. They grow to 7 feet and are extremely obese, having 2 stomachs, and they chew off the cud. The Samin Dero have no apparent fingernails or toenails, nipples or navel, or rectum. They regurgitate their food. Their eyes are light blue. They have blonde eyebrows and pinkish grey-coloured skin, much like the corpse of a carcassoo. Their home was in caverns beneath Turkey, having not been exposed to the inner or outer sun. They have no teeth, but their mouth appears to be full of a gummy, slimy substance. They are nocturnal and hear extremely well. They're not very peaceful and have a great dislike for humans. They are very human in appearance, yet far from it. They have a long trunk-like nose, much like an elephant. They contend that the planet Earth was theirs originally, and it will be theirs again one day. The Samin Dira are constantly in conflict with the Duwani, who hold the same faith, that they were both the original owners of the planet Earth. While on the surface, on the other side of the Red Sea, eastward of Eden in Chaldea, the demon beings Shiva, Vishnu and Brahma were coming back and forth to the Earth from their star constellation Procyon, the planet Nirvana, for thousands of Earth years. They are savage animals and are also called Chaldea, meaning demons. They became known as the original Asiatics. While all of this was going on, there were different kinds of evolutionary humans, human and behemoth, that were living on this planet Earth in the same era also. You had genus Homo, the Australopithecus. The Australopithecus was a creature who lived many millions of years ago. They differed chiefly in size. There were 2 types of Australopithecus. The first form was the ones who stood 4 feet and could walk erect. The second form was the Java man, who was called Pithecanthropus, meaning monkey man or ape man. The other species was Paranthropus. Then you had other types like the Neanderthal, who lived for 100,000 years and then disappeared. Then there is the Cro-Magnon, who is said to have roamed Europe 400,000 years ago, including Homo erectus and many other species in between. The Peking man also belonged to this species, who was here 500,000 years ago, long thought to be along the migration of modern man. The Peking man was a type of prehistoric man who lived about 375,000 years ago in what is now northern China. Members of the species Homo erectus, erect man, stood about 5 feet tall, or 150 centimeters tall. They had a brain about twice the size of an Australopithecines. Most of these species of evolutionary man came from the ape family. Among the different species of ape man, you have the black-haired La. This is where you get the word lord or master from. Las, plural for La, were recognized for their intelligence. These Las were the head monkeys or spiritual monkeys well known. This is where the word monks come from. When the Anunnaki chose to breed by gene splicing through Gestu, one of the Anunnaki, and Ninti to breed the first mammy here, they chose to breed with the Lars because of their high intelligence. The red-haired orangutan was also a very intelligent ape, and the brown and black-haired chimpanzees had the best brains on the scales of evolution. The orangutan is a large, rare ape. Some males have an arm spread of 7.5 feet, one of the largest of all the apes. The orangutan's arms reach to its ankles when it stands. The orangutans live in trees and rarely comes down to the ground. It moves through the forest by climbing from branch to branch. The orangutan feeds off fruit and leaves. The other type was the chimpanzee. The chimpanzee has the intellect of a 4-year-old child and can be brought up to the level of a 7 or 8-year-old. The chimpanzee is one of the most intelligent animals and resembles human beings more than any other animal. They usually walk on all fours and can stand erect when excited or trying to see over tall grass. The orangutans were used by certain beings to breed with. They used a species known as the baboon, the dog-like monkey, and the orangutans together. The baboon is a large monkey. It has a large head, long sharp teeth, and a muzzle much like that of a dog. A baboon's arms are about as long as its legs. Some baboons have short, stumpy tails, but others have tails more than 2 feet long. The baboons are part hyena, jackal, and monkey. The breeding with them resulted in your behemoth-type carnivores called mankind, one of the many species of Caucasus. You have the red-haired, light green-eyed, yellow-haired, blue-eyed, brown-haired, grey-eyed, and many others. While on the other hand, certain beings use the chimpanzee and the gibbon, which are an offshoot of the lars for breeding. There are several species of gibbons. They all have long arms and no tail. Gibbons travel through the tops of trees in small groups. A group usually consists of a male, a female, and 1 or 2 young. The chimpanzees and gibbons evolved into humans, and they became your Nubans, the original pygmy tribe. Their woolly hair comes from the supreme beings with 24 strands of genes coated in melanin. These are your original Anunnaki Alahum, the guardians of the Nubans with 9 ether, who in skin color were olive, as green as the greenest of olives. The gibbon is the smallest of the apes. It also ranges over a wider area than the other members of the ape family, the chimpanzee, gorilla, and orangutan. The dog race were called the behemoth. They are the beast. They were part orangutan and part baboon, called the beast of the field. They were the fierce ones. Only some of these apes were used for breeding, and on the other hand, some of these beings weren't touched at all. They just kept on evolving. They all have 6 ether, as well as all other animals on the planet Earth. While all of this was going on, the larger meat-eating dinosaurs were eating and destroying everything. The early hominids were dying out, and proto-mammals were at the brink of extinction. So the elders thought it was a great idea to destroy the planet and replenish it again. Then a great extinction hit 17,250,000 years ago. The second big meteorite shower hit the planet Earth 2,250,000 years ago. Most of the prehistoric men and dinosaurs were destroyed. The surviving tribes were the Pygmies, the Watusis, and the Hindus. The Pygmies, who had mixed with the agreeable Ramadians, and the Watusi, who mixed with the disagreeable reptilians, were led to shelters beneath the earth. Some went behind waterfalls and in caves and caverns of the planet Earth to survive, while the Hindu tribe went back to their planet called Nirvana in the Canis Minor constellation Procyon. The story of humans we now know, that tells of groups of mammals called primates, takes us back some 45 or 50 million years, when a common ancestor of monkeys, apes, and humans appeared in Africa. 25 or 30 million years later, that is how slowly the wheels of evolution turn, a precursor of the great apes branched off the primate line. In the 1920s, fossils of this early ape proconsul were found by chance on an island in Lake Victoria. Besides proconsul fossils, they also discovered in the area remains of Ramapithecus, the first erect ape or man-like primate. It was some 14 million years old, some 8 or 10 million years up the evolutionary tree from proconsul. The richest fossil finds have been in Olduvia Gorge in Tanzania, near Lake Rudolph, renamed Lake Turkana in Kenya, and in the Afar province of Ethiopia. A Neanderthal skull was found near the Nile in Egypt, which dated back 80,000 years old. Because a person's DNA keeps getting mixed by the genes of the generational fathers, comparison of the DNA in the nucleus of the cell, which comes half from the mother and half from the father, do not work well after several generations. It was discovered that in addition to the DNA in the cell's nucleus, some DNA exists in the mother cell, but outside the nucleus in bodies called mitochondria. This DNA does not get mixed with the father's DNA. Instead, it is passed on unaltered from mother to daughter to granddaughter, and so on through the generations. Thus, it is perfect to trace ancestral relations. This discovery by Douglas Wallace of Emory University in the 1980s led him to compare this mitochondria of about 800 women. The surprising conclusion, which he announced at a scientific conference in July 1986, was that the mitochondria of all of them appeared to be so similar that these women must have all descended from a single female ancestor. The research was picked up by Wesley Brown of the University of Michigan, who suggested that by determining the rate of natural mutation of mitochondria, the length of time that had passed since this common ancestor was alive could be calculated. Comparing the mitochondria of 21 women from diverse geographical and racial backgrounds, he came to the conclusion that they owed their origin to a single mitochondrial Eve who lived in Africa about 300,000 and 180,000 years ago. This led to the search for Eve. Rebecca Cann of the University of California at Berkeley had obtained the placentas of 147 women of different races and geographical backgrounds who gave birth at San Francisco hospitals. She extracted and compared their mitochondria. The conclusion was that they all had a common female ancestor who had lived between 300,000 and 150,000 years. The upper limit of 300,000 years, paleoanthropologists noted, coincided with the fossil evidence for the time Homo sapiens made his appearance. The mitochondrial DNA is only given from mother to daughter. The male species do not have any mitochondrial DNA. This is just further proof that the first person to walk on the planet Earth was a female. Chapter 2: The Slaves. Begin all acts and thinking by using El Kalum, the All. Tablet 1. A mission to the planet Earth. 19 times 10 equals 190. Lo, it is important for you to receive this communication because of the misconceptions that have been embedded in you for thousands of years that must be eliminated. You must change your thought patterns. Listen to me, my children. Accept only the facts, and it will lead you if you are worthy. We have had in our midst some great teachers, such as Dusi Ali of Nubia, teacher of these teachers. He followed the teachings of the Ansaru Allah of Sudan, Northeast Africa. He was under the teachings of the great Muhammad al-Mahdi of the Sudan. Noble Drew Ali, teacher of the Moorish American Moabites, was taught by Dusi Ali, 1866 to 1945. Noble Drew Ali came from the Cherokee, North Carolina in America. Words of one of our great teachers, Noble Drew Ali, 1886 to 1929. A warning for all young men. Beware, young man, beware of all the allurements of wantonness, and let not the harlot tempt thee to excess in her delights. The madness of desire shall defeat its own pursuits. From the blindness of its rage, you shall rush up on self-destruction. Therefore, give up not thy heart to her sweet enticements, neither suffer thy soul to be enslaved by her enchanting delusions. The fountain of health, which must supply the stream of pleasure, shall quickly be dried up, and every spring of joy shall be exhausted. In the prime of thy life, old age shall overtake thee, the sun shall decline in the morning of thy days. But when virtue and modesty enlighten her charms, the luster of a beautiful woman is brighter than the stars of heaven, and the influence of her power is in vain to resist. The beauty of her bosom transcendeth the lily, her smile is more delicious than a garden of roses. The innocence of her eyes is like that of the turtle. Simplicity and truth dwell in her heart. The kisses of her mouth are sweeter than honey. The scents of the perfumes of Arabia breathe from her lips. Shut not your bosom to the tenderness of love. The purity of its flame shall enable thy heart and soften it to the receive of the fairest impressions. Social duties. When thou considerest thy wants, when thou beholdest thy imperfections, acknowledge his goodness and remember his mercy. O child of the Allahumma Nunakai, who honored thee with nobility as a member of humanity, who endowed thee with speech and placed thee in society to receive and confer reciprocal helps and mutual obligations, protections from injuries, thy empowerments of the comforts and pleasures of life, all thee thou owest to the assistance of others, and couldst not enjoy but in the bands of society. It is the Allahumma Nunakai who endowed thee with speech, the ability to see and touch, for without these you would have no perception of the greatness of the Most High El, then placed you on the planet Earth key to give and receive from others, an award equal in assistance to each other. It is he, Anu, the Heavenly One, who is the head of all Allahum, and gives protection and guidance from injuries. All these you owe to the assistance of others, and could not enjoy but in the bosom of the Most High, Elyon Elyon El, within the All, El Kaloum. It is your duty as a child of the Allahum, therefore, to be friendly to humanity, as it is thy interest that humanity should be friendly to you. As the rose breathes sweetness of its own nature, so the heart of a benevolent being produces agreeable works, because the inner voice has concern for all and not just thyself. The benevolent being enjoys the order and tranquility of his own breast, and rejoices in the happiness and prosperity of his fellow brethren, which means he too can prosper. The benevolent being opens not his ear to slander. The faults and failings of the man Enoshite forgetful being gives a pain to his heart, being a part of the all. Thus we are all one family, and if I hurt you, then I hurt myself. His desire to do benevolence, and reacheth out the occasions thereof, in removing the difficulty of another, he relieveth himself. From the depth of his mind he overstands in his desires the happiness of all humanity, and from the generosity of his heart, he strives to promote it. Justice. The peace of society depends on justice, the happiness of individuals on the safe enjoyment of all their possessions. Keep the desire of thy heart, therefore, within the bounds of moderation. Let the hand of justice lead them aright. Let no temptation allure thee, nor any provocation excite you to lift up your hands from the hazard of his life. Defame him not in his character, bear no false witness against him, corrupt not his servant to cheat or forsake him, and the wife of his bosom. O tempt not to sin. It will be a grief to his heart, which thou cannot relieve, an injury to his life, which no amends can atone. In thy dealings with your brother, be impartial and fair, and do to them as you would they should do to you. Be faithful to thy trust, and deceive not the man who relies upon you. Be assured it is less evil in the sight of Allah to steal than to betray. Oppress not the poor, and defraud not his wage the labouring man. When you sell for gain, hear the whispering of your conscience, because that is the voice of the soul, and be satisfied with moderation. Nor from the ignorance of thy buyer take advantage. Pay the debts which thou owest, for he who giveth thee credit, credit relieth upon thine honour, and to withhold from him his due is both mean and unjust. Finally, O son of society, examine your heart, call remembrance to thy aid, and if in any of these things thou hast transgressed, make a speedy reparation to the utmost of thy power. Charity. Happy is the man who hath sown in his breast the seeds of benevolence. The produce thereof shall be mercy and love. From the fountain of his heart shall rise rivers of goodness, and the streams shall overflow, for the benefit of all humanity. He assisteth the poor in their trouble. He rejoiceth in furthering the prosperity of all men. He censureth not his neighbour. He believeth not the character assassinations of envy and malevolence. Neither repeats he their slanders. He forgiveth the injuries of men. He wipeth them from his remembrance. Revenge and malice have no place in his heart. For evil he returneth not evil. He hateth not his enemies, but requiteth their injustice with a friendly admonition. The griefs and anxieties of men excite his compassion. He endeavoureth to alleviate the weight of their misfortunes, and the pleasures of success rewardeth his labour. He calmeth the fury, he healeth the quarrels of angry men, and preventeth the mischiefs of strife and animosity. He promoteth in his neighbourhood peace and goodwill, and his name is repeated with praise and benedictions. Gratitude. As the branches of a tree return their sap to the root from whence it arose, as a river poureth her streams to the sea from whence the spring was supplied, so the heart of a grateful man delighteth in returning a benefit received. He acknowledgeth his obligation with cheerfulness, looking on his benefactor with love and esteem. And if to return it be not in his power, he nourisheth the memory of it in his breast with kindness, and forgetteth of not all the days of his life. The heart of a grateful man is like the clouds of heaven, which drop upon the earth fruits, herbage, and flowers. But the heart of an ungrateful is like the desert of sand, which swalloweth with greediness the showers that fall, and buryeth them in his bosom, and produce nothing. Envy not thy benefactor, neither strive to conceal the benefit that he has conferred. For though to oblige is better than to be the humility that toucheth the heart, and is amiable on the sight both of Allah and man. but receiveth not a favour from the hand of the proud. The selfish and avaricious have no obligation. The vanity of pride shall expose thee to shame. The greediness of avarice shall never be satisfied. Sincerity. O thou who art enamoured with the beauty of truth and facts, and hast fixed thy heart on the simplicity of her charms, hold fast thy fidelity unto her, and forsake her not. The consistency of thy virtue shall crown thee with honour. The tongue of the sincere is rooted in the heart. Hypocrisy and deceit have no place in his words. He blusheth at falsehood and is founded, but in speaking the truth he hath a steady eye. He supporteth as a man the dignity of his character. To the arts of hypocrisy he scorneth to stoop. He is consistent with himself as an honest being. He is never embarrassed. He has courage enough to always speak the truth and is never afraid. He is far above the meanness of dissimulation. The words of his mouth are thoughts of his heart. Yet, with prudence and caution he opens his lips. He studies what is right and speaks with discretion. He advises with friendship, and he reproveth with freedom. And whatsoever he promises shall surely be performed. But the heart of the hypocrite is hid in his breast. He makes his words in the semblance of truth, while the business of his life is only deceit. He laughs in sorrow, he weeps in joy, and the words of his mouth have no interpretation. He works in the dark as a mole who fancieth he is safe, but he blundereth into the light, and is betrayed and exposed with dirt of his head. He passeth his days in perpetual constraint. His heart and his tongue are forever at variance. He laboureth for the character of a righteous man, and huggeth himself in the thoughts of his cunningness. O fool, the pains which thou hast taken to hide what thou art are more than would make thee what thou would seem. And the children of right wisdom shall mock at thy cunning, when in the midst of security thy disguise is stripped off, and the finger of derision shall point at you to scorn. Know thyself. Weak and ignorant as thou art, O man, humble as thou oughtest to be, O child of dust and ground, wouldst thou raisest your thoughts to infinite wisdom? Wouldst thou see omnipresence displayed before thee? Contemplate thine frame. Fearfully and wonderfully art thou made. Praise therefore thy Creator with awe, and rejoice before him with reverence. Wherefore of all creatures art thou only erect, but that thou should behold his works. As the laws of nature, you are responsible for your brother's life as well as your own, raised above to give reverence to those who added in your creation. Wherefore is consciousness reposed on thee alone, and whence does it derive to be? It is not in flesh to think, for it is only clay. It is not in bones to reason, for they are but the skeleton of the clay. The lion knoweth not that worms shall eat him. The ox perceiveth not that he is fed for slaughter. Something is added to thee, unlike what thou seest. Something informs thy clay body that it was created from Adamah, the dust of the ground. This essence of your being is higher than all that is the object of your senses. Behold, what is it? The body remaineth perfect after it is fled. Therefore it is no part of it. It is immaterial as you know it to be. Therefore it is eternal. It is free to act. Therefore it is accountable for its actions, not the body. Knoweth the ass the use of food, because his teeth mow down the herbage? Or standeth the crocodile erect, although his backbone is as straight as thine? Allah formed thee as he formed these. After them all were thou created. Superiority and command were given to thee over all, and his own breath did he communicate to thee the principle of knowledge. Know thyself and the pride of his creation, the line uniting divinity and matter. Behold a part of Allah himself within thee. Remember thine own dignity, nor dare descend to evil or to meanness. Who planted the terror in the tail of the serpent? Who cloaked the neck of the horse with thunder? Even he who hath instructed thee to crush the one under thy, and to tame the other to thy purpose. The breath of heaven. Vaunt not thy body, because it was first formed, nor of thy brain, because therein thy soul resideth. Is not the master of the house more honourable than its rules? The ground must be prepared before the corn may be planted. The potter must build his furnace before he can make his porcelain. As the breath of heaven saith unto the waters of the deep, this way shall thy billows roll, and no other. thus high, and no higher shall thy raise thy fury. So let thy spirit, O man, actuate and direct thy flesh, so let it repress its wilderness. The body is as the globe of the earth to thy bones, the pillars that sustain it on its basis. As the ocean gives rise to springs, whose waters return again into its bosoms through the rivers, so runneth thy life from thy outwards, and so returneth it into its place again. Do not both retain their course forever? Behold, the same Allah ordained them. Is not thy nose the channel to perfumes, thy mouth the path to delicacies? Are not thine eyes the sentinels that are on watch? Yet how often that are on watch, yet how often are they unable to distinguish truth from error? Keep thy soul in moderation. Teach thy spirit to be attentive to its good. So shall these, its ministers, be always to thee conveyors of truth. Thy hand is not a miracle? Is there in any creation aught like it? Wherefore was it given to thee? But that you might stretch it out to the assistance of your brother. Why of all living are thy alone made capable of blushing? The world shall read thy shame upon thy face. Therefore do nothing shameful. Fear and dismay, which robs your countenance of its ruddy splendor. Avoid guilt, and thou shalt know that fear is beneath thee, and that dismay is unnamely. Wherefore to thee alone speak shadows in the vision of the pillow. Reverence them, for know that dreams are from on high, Ilium. Thou man alone can speak. Wonder at thy glorious prerogative, and pay to him who gave to thee a rational and welcome praise, teaching your children wisdom, instructing the offspring of thy loins in piety. The instability of man. Inconstancy is powerful in the heart of man. Intemperance swayeth it whither it will. Despair engrosses much of it, and fear proclaimeth, Behold, I will sit unrivalled therein. But vanity is beyond them all. Weep not therefore at the calamities of human state, rather laugh at its follies. In the hands of the one addicted to vanity, life then is but the shadow of a dream. The hero, the most renowned of human character, what is he but the bubble of his weakness? The public is unstable and ungrateful. Why should the man of wisdom endanger himself for fools? The man who neglecteth his present concerns to revolve how he will behave when greater, feedeth himself with wind, while his bread is eaten by another. Actors becometh thee in thy present station, and in more exalted ones thy face shall not be ashamed. What blindeth the eye, or hideth the heart of a man from himself like vanity? Lo, when thou seest not thyself, then others discover thee more plainly. The heart of the vain is troubled. While it seemeth content, his cares are greater than his pleasures. His solitude cannot rest his bones. The grave is not deep enough to hide it. He extendeth his thoughts beyond his being. He bespeaketh praise, to be paid when he is gone, but whoever promiseth it, deceive him. As the man who engageth his wife to remain in widowhood, so that she do not disturb his soul, so is he who expecteth that his praise shall reach his ears beneath the earth, or cherish his heart in its shroud. Do well whilst thou live, but regard not what is said of it. Content thyself with deserving praise, and thy posterity shall rejoice in hearing it. As the butterfly who see not his own colours, as the jasmine which feeleth not the scent is cast around it, so is the man who appareth gay, and biddeth others to take note of it. To what purpose, saith he, is my vesture of gold? To what end are my tables filled with dainties, if no eye gaze upon them, if the world knows it not? Give thy raiment to the naked, and thy food unto the hungry, so shalt thou be praised, and feel that thou deserve it. Why bestow thou in every man the flattery of unmeaning words? Thou knowest when returned to thee thou regardest it not. He knoweth he lieth unto thee, yet he knoweth you will thank him for it. Speak in sincerity, and thou wilt hear with instruction. The vain delighteth to speak of himself, but he seeth not that others like not to hear him. If he have done anything worth praise, if he possesseth that which is worthy of admiration, his joy is to proclaim it. His pride to hear it reported. The desire of such a man defeateth itself. Men say not, Behold, he hath done it, or see, he possesseth it, but mark how proud he is of it. The heart of man cannot attend at once to too many things. He who fixeth his soul on show loseth reality. He pursueth bubbles, which break in their flight, while he treads to earth what he honour. Inconsistency. Nature urge you to inconsistency, O man. Therefore guard thyself at all times against it. Thou art from the womb of thy mother, various and wavering, from the loins of thy father, inheriteth thou instability. How then shalt thou be firm? Those who gave thee a body furnished it with weakness, but he who gave thee a soul armed thee with resolution. Employ it and thou art wise, be wise and thou art happy. Let him who do well beware how he boasteth of it, for rarely is it of his own will. Is not the event of an impulse from without, born of uncertainty, enforced by accidents, dependent on someone else? To thee and to accident is due praise. Beware of irresolution in the intent of your actions. Beware of instability in the execution. So shall you triumph over two failings of thy nature. What reproacheth reason more than to act contrary? What can suppress the tendencies of these but firmness of mind? The inconsistent feeleth that he changeth, but knoweth not why. He seeth that he escapeth from himself, but he perceiveth not how. Establish unto thyself principles of actions, and see that thou ever act according to them. So shall thy passions have no rule over thee. So shall your constancy ensure unto thee the good that thou possessest, and drive from thy door misfortune. Anxiety and disappointment shall be strangers to thy gates. Suspect not evil in anyone until thou seest it. When thou seest it, forget it not. Whoso hath been an enemy cannot be a friend, for a man mendeth not his faults. How should his actions be right who have no rule over his life? Nothing can be just which proceedeth not from reason. The inconsistent hath no peace in his soul, neither can he be at ease with whom he concerns himself with. His life is unequal, his emotions are irregular, his soul changeth with the weather. Today he loved thee, tomorrow thou art detested by him. And why? Himself knoweth not wherefore he now hateth. Today he is the tyrant, tomorrow thou servant is less humble. And why? He who is arrogant without power will be servile while there is no subjection. Today he is profuse, tomorrow he grudgeth unto his mouth that which it should eat. Thus is with him who knoweth not moderation. Who shall say of the chameleon he is black, when the moment after the verdure of grass overspreadeth him? Who shall say of the inconsistent he is joyful, when his next breath shall be spent in sighing? What is the life of such a man but the phantom of a dream? In the morning he riseth happy, at noon he is on rake. This hour he is good, the next below a worm. One moment he laugheth, the next he weepeth. He now willeth, in an instant he willeth not. In another he knoweth not whether he wills or not. Yet neither ease or pain have fixed themselves on him, neither is he waxed greater or become less, neither have he had cause for laughter or reason for his sorrow. Therefore none of them abide with him. The happiness of the inconsistent is as a place built on the surface of sand. The blowing of the wind carrieth away its foundation. What wonder then that it falleth? But what exalted form is this that hitherward directs its even, its uninterrupted course, whose foot is on the earth, whose head is above the clouds? On his brow sitteth majesty, steadiness is in port, and in his heart reigns tranquillity. Though obstacles appear in his way, he condescends not to look down upon them. Though heaven and earth oppose his passage, he proceedeth. The mountains sink beneath his tread, the waters of the ocean are dried up under the soles of his feet. The tiger throweth herself across his way in vain. The spots of the leopard glow against him unregarded. He marcheth through the embattled legions. With his hands he putteth aside the terrors of death. Storms roar against his shoulders, but are unable to shake them. The thunder burst over his head in vain. Lightning serveth but to show the glories of his countenance. His name is resolution. He cometh from the utmost part of the earth. He seeth happiness afar off before him. His eye discovereth her temple beyond the limits of the pole. He walketh up to it, he entereth boldly, and remaineth there forever. Establish thy heart, O man, in that which is right, and then know, the greatest of human is to be immutable. Vain and inconsistent as thou art, O child of imperfection, how can you be weak? Is not inconsistency connected with frailty? Can there be vanity without infirmity? Avoid the danger of the one, and thou shalt escape the mischiefs of the other. Wherein art thou most weak? In that wherein thou seemest most strong, in that wherein most you glorieth, even possessing the things which thou hast. In using the good that is about thee? Are not thy desires also frail? Or knowest you even what it is thou wouldst wish? When thou hast obtained what most thou sought after, behold, it contenteth thee not. Wherefore looseth the pleasure that is before thee its relish? And why appeareth that which is yet to come the sweeter? Because thou art wearied with the good of this, because thou knowest not the evil of that which is not with thee. Know that to be content is to be happy. Could you choose for thyself? Would your Creator lay before thee all that your heart could ask for? Would happiness then remain with you, or would joy always dwell in your gates? Alas, thy weakness forbiddeth it, thy infirmity declareth against it. Variety is to thee in the place of pleasure, but that which permanently delighteth must be permanent. When that is gone, you repent of the loss of it, though while it was with you, you despise it. That which succeedeth it have no more pleasure to thee, and thou afterwards quarrelleth with yourself for performing it. Behold, the only circumstance in which thou arrest not. Is there anything in which thy weakness appeareth more than in desiring things? It is the possessing and in the using of them. Good things cease to be good in our enjoyment of them. What nature meant as pure sweets are sources of bitterness to us. From our delights arise pain, from our joys sorrow. Be moderate in the enjoyment, and it shall remain in your possession. Let your joy be found in reason, and to its end shall sorrow be a stranger. The delights of love are ushered by sighs, and they terminate in languishment and dejection. The objects you burneth for nauseates with satiety beyond compare, and no sooner hast thou possessed it, but thou art weary of its presence. Join esteem to thy admiration, unite friendship with love. So shalt thou find in the end content so absolute that it surpasseth rapture, tranquillity more worth than ecstasy. Allah hath given thee no benevolence without its admixture of malevolence, but he has given you also the means of throwing off the malevolence from it. As joy is not without its alloy of pain, so neither is sorrow without its portion of pleasure. Joy and grief, though unalike, are united. Our own choice only can give us to them entirely. Melancholy itself often giveth delight, and the extremity of joys are mingled with tears. The best things in the hands of a fool may be turned into his destruction, and out of the worst the wise will find means of good. So blended is weakness in thy nature, O man, that thou hast not strength either to be benevolent or agreeable, nor be malevolent or disagreeable entirely, but both, because you possess both natures. Rejoice that thou cannot excel in evil, and let the good that is within thy reach content thee. The virtues are allotted to various stations. Seek not after impossibilities, nor grieve that thou cannot possess them all. Would thou at once have the liberality of the rich and the contentment of the poor? Shall the wife of thy bosom be despised because she showeth not the virtues of a widow? If thy father sink before thee in the divisions of thy country, can at once thy justice destroy him and thy duty save his life? If you behold your brother in the agonies of slow death, is it not a mercy to put a period to his life? And is it not also death to be his murderer? Truth is but one, thy doubts are of thine own raising. He who made virtues what they are, planted in thee a knowledge of their preeminence. Act as thy soul dictates to thee, and the end shall always be right. Knowledge. If there is anything lovely, if there is anything desirable, if there is anything within the reach of man that is worthy of praise, is it not knowledge? And yet, who is it that attaineth it? The statesman proclaimeth that he have it, the ruler of the people claimeth the praise of it, but findeth the subject that he possesseth it. Evil is not requisite to man, neither can vice be necessary to be tolerated. Yet, how many crimes are committed by the decree of the council? But be wise, O ruler, and learn, O thou that command the nations. One crime authorized by you is worse than the escape of 10 from punishment. When the people are numerous, and when thy sons increase about your table, sendeth thou them not out to slay the innocent, and to fall before the sword of him who they have not offended. If the objects of thy desire demand the lives of 1,000, say if thou art not, I will have it. Surely thou forgettest he that created thee, created these also, that their blood is as rich as thine. Sayest thou that justice cannot be executed without wrong? Surely thine own words condemn thee. Thou who flattereth with false hopes the criminal, that he may confess his guilt, art not thou unto him a criminal? Or art thou guiltless because he cannot punish it? When thou commandest to torture him who is but suspected of ill, darest thou to remember that thou mayest rack the innocent? Is thy purpose answered by the event? Is thy soul satisfied with his confession? Pain will enforce him to say what is not, as easy as what is, and anguish has caused innocent to accuse herself. That thou mayest not kill him without cause, thou dost worse than kill him. That thou mayest prove if he be guilty, thou destroyeth him innocently. O blindness to all truth! O insufficient of the wisdom to be wise! Know when thy judge shall bid thee to account for this, thou shalt wish 10,000 guilty to have gone free, rather than one innocent to stand forth against thee. Insufficient as thou art to the maintenance of justice, how shall you arrive at the knowledge of truth? How shalt thou ascend to the footstep of her throne? As the owl is blinded by the radiance of the sun, so shall the brightness of her dazzle you in your approaches. If thou would mount unto her throne, first bow yourself at her footstool. If thou would strive at the knowledge of her, first inform yourself of your own ignorance. More worthy is she than pearls, therefore seek her carefully. The emerald and the sapphire and the ruby are as dirt beneath her feet, therefore pursue her manfully. The way to her labour, attention is the pilot that must conduct you into her port. But weary not on the way, for when you arrive at her, toil shall be to you for pleasure. Say not unto yourself, behold, truth breedeth hatred, and I will avoid it. Dissimulation raiseth friends, and I will follow it. Are not the enemies made by truth better than friends obtained by flattery? Naturally doth man desire the truth, yet when it is before him, he will not apprehend it. And if he will not apprehend it, and it forces himself upon him, he is not offended at all. The fault is not in truth, for that is amiable, but the weakness of man bears not its splendour. Would you see your insufficiencies more plainly? View at your devotions. To what end was religion instituted, but to teach thee of your infirmities, to remind you of your weakness, to show you that from heaven alone are you dust? Doth it not remind you that you are dust? Doth it not tell you that you are ashes? And behold, repentance, is it not frailty? When thou givest an oath, when thou swear you will not deceive, behold, it spreads shame upon your face, and repentance may be forgotten. Learn to be honest, and oaths are not necessary. The shorter follies are, the better. Say not therefore to another with boldness. He that heareth his own faults with patience shall reprove another with boldness. He that giveth a denial with reason shall suffer a reproach with moderation. Thyself I will not play the fool by halves. The tender of heart is turned from his purpose by supplications. The proud is rendered more obstinate by entreaty. But to be just, thou must hear without passions. Misery. Feeble and insufficient as thou art, O man, in good, frail and inconsistent as thou art in pleasure, yet there is a thing that thou art strong and unshaken. Its name is misery. It is the character of thy being, the prerogative of thy nature. In thy breast alone it resideth. Without thee there is nothing of it. And behold, what is its source but your own passions? He who gave thee these also reason to subdue them. Exert it, and thou shalt trample them under your feet. Thine entrance into this world, is it not shameful? Thy destruction is not glorious. Lo, men adorn the instruments of death with gold and gems, and wear them above their garments. He who begetteth a man hideth his face, but he who killeth 1,000 is honoured. That is in his error. Know thou, notwithstanding, custom cannot alter the nature of truth, neither can the opinion of man destroy justice. The glory and shame are misplaced. There is but one way for a man to be produced. There are 1,000 by which he may be destroyed. There is no praise or honour to him who giveth being to another, but triumphs and empires are the rewards of murder. Yet he who hath many children have as many blessings, and he who hath taken away the life of another shall not enjoy his own. While the savage curseth the birth of his son, and blesseth the death of his father, doth he not call himself a monster? The greatest of all human ills is sorrow. Too much of this thou art born unto. Add not unto it by thine own perverseness. Grief is natural to thee, and is always about thee. Pleasure is a stranger, and visiteth thee by times. Use well thy reason, and sorrow shall be cast behind thee. Be prudent, and the visits of joy shall remain long with thee. Every part of thy frame is capable of sorrow, but few and narrow are the paths that lead to delight. Pleasures can be admitted only simply, but pains rush in 1,000 at a time. As the blaze of straw fadeth as soon as it is kindled, so pass away the brightness of joy, and thou knowest not what becomes of it. Sorrow is frequent, pleasure is rare, pain cometh of itself. Delight must be purchased, grief is unmixed, but joy wanteth not its alloy of bitterness. As the soundest health is less perceived than the lightest melody, so the highest joy toucheth us less deep than the smallest sorrow. We are in love with anguish. We often fly from pleasure when we purchase it. It costeth not more than its worth. Reflection is the business of man. A sense of his state is his first duty. But who remembereth himself a boy? Is it not in mercy then that sorrow is allotted to us? Man foresees the evil that has come. He remembers it when it has passed. He considers not that the thought of affliction would be deeper than the affliction itself. Think not of your pain, but when it is upon you, and you shall avoid what most hurts you, because avoidance is the key to those things that disturb you. He who weepeth before he needeth, weepeth more than he needeth. And why? But that he loveth weeping. The stag weepeth not till the spear is lifted against him, nor do the tears of the beaver fall till the hound is ready to seize him. Man anticipateth death by the apprehension of it, and fear is greater misery than the event itself. Be always prepared to give an account of thine actions, and the best death is that which is least premeditated. The Honorable Elijah Muhammad, teacher of the lost and found tribe of Shabazz, came from Sandersville, Georgia, America. Words of one of our great teachers, the Honorable Elijah Muhammad, 1879 to 1975-73 AD. My mission is to give life to the dead. What I teach brings them out of death and into life. My mission as a messenger is to bring the truth to the world before the world is destroyed. When asked who is the mystery God, he answered, there is not a mystery God. The Son of Man has searched for the mystery God for trillions of years and was unable to find a mystery God, so they have agreed that the only God is the Son of Man. So they lost no time searching for that which does not exist. When asked what is the manner of civilization, he answered, one having knowledge, wisdom and understanding, cultural refinement, and is not a savage, pursuit of happiness. When asked what is the duty of a civilized person, he answered, to teach the uncivilized people who are savage, civilization, righteousness, the knowledge of himself, the science of everything in life, love, peace and happiness. When asked what is the prescribed law of Islam, said a person of that ability, he answered that the civilized person is responsible for the uncivilized and that he must be punished by the nation of Islam. When asked, to make a devil, what must you do first? He answered, to make a devil, one must begin grafting from the original man. When asked, what is a real devil? He answered, a grafted man which is made weak and wicked, or any grafted living germ from the original is a devil. When asked, then why did God make the devil? He answered, to show forth his power, that he is all wise and righteous, that he could make the devil which is weak and wicked, and give the devil power to rule the earth for 6,000 years, and then destroy the devil in one day, without falling victim to the devil's civilization. Otherwise, to show and prove that Allah is God, always has been and always will be. When asked, what would your reward be in regards to the destruction of the devil? He answered, peace and happiness. I will give all that I have and all within my power to see this day, for which I have waited for 379 years. When asked, who was the original man? He answered, the original man is the Asiatic black man, the maker, the ruler, the owner, the cream of the planet Earth, father of civilization and God of the universe. When asked, who is the colored man? He answered, the colored man is the Kakasu, or Yakub's grafted devil, the skunk of the planet Earth. When asked, what is the birth record of the Nation of Islam? He answered, the Nation of Islam has no birth record. It has no beginning or no ending. When asked, what is the birth record of the others other than Islam? He answered, Buddhism is 35,000 years old, Christianity 550 years old. He taught of his teacher, my name is W.F. Muhammad. I came to North America by myself. My uncle was brought here by a trader 379 years ago. My uncle cannot talk his own language. He does not know that he is my uncle. He likes the devil because the devil gave him nothing. Why does he like the devil? Because the devil put fear in him when he was a little boy. Why does he fear the devil now, since he is a big man? Because the devil taught him to eat the wrong foods. Does this have anything to do with the above question number 10? Yes, sir. That makes him other than himself. What is his own self? His own self is a righteous Muslim. Are there other Muslims other than righteous? I beg your pardon, I have never heard of one. How many Muslim souls are there in North America? Approximately 3 million. How many original Muslims are there? There are a little over 17 million. Did I hear you say that some of the 17 million Muslims did not know that they were Muslims? Yes, sir. I can hardly have faith in that, unless they are blind, deaf and dumb. Well, they were made blind, deaf and dumb by the devil when they were babies. Can the devil fool a Muslim? Not nowadays. Do you mean to say that the devil fooled them 379 years ago? Yes, the trader made an interpretation that they would receive gold for their labor, more than they were owning in their own country. Did they receive the gold? No, the trader disappeared. There was nobody that could speak their language. Then what happened? Well, they wanted to go back to their own country, but could not swim 9,000 miles. Why didn't their own people go and get them? Because their own people did not know they were here. When did their own people find out that they were here? Approximately 60 years ago. Enlightening words. There are some children who never sincerely accept their father as they should. So this is the nature of the human family of the earth. And when it comes to spiritual teachings, most of our leaders have good intentions, but they just don't have the right instruments, since they were not appointed to do the job. But all our people today have the desire to do something for themselves, and first of all to see injustice removed from the whole planet Earth. We have suffered injustice at the hands of the Caucasus for 400 years. If the master gave up his position as master, the slave would soon become his equal, if the justice and equality were obtained all the way through as it should be. For now, we have come to the time when we want justice and equality. The man of sin and his people deceive the righteous by making them have faith in that he is also one of the righteous. We look forward to the hereafter, to seeing and living under a ruler and a government of righteousness after the destruction of the unrighteous. Sheikh Al-Hajj Dawood Ahmed Faisal, the teacher of the Sunni Muslims, founder of the American Muslim Mission in America, who came from Morocco, West Africa. Words of one of our great teachers, Sheikh Al-Hajj Dawood Ahmed Faisal, 1891 to 1980 AD. Right knowledge. The pursuit of knowledge is a duty imposed by the Almighty Creator Allah upon every human being. It is the acquisition of knowledge that makes humanity superior to the angels. The acquisition of knowledge is obligatorily imposed upon every Muslim male and female. Acquire knowledge. It enables its possessor to distinguish from right and wrong. It lights our way to heaven. It is our friend in the desert, our society in solitude, our companion when friendless. It guides us to happiness. It sustains us in misery. It is an ornament amongst friends, an armor against enemies. Learn to know yourself. Who are the least learned? They practice what they know. Philosophy is the stray camel of the faithful. Take hold of it wherever you find it. All knowledge is Allah and came from Allah. No man is independent and self-taught. Allah taught the angels, and the angels taught the prophets, and the prophets taught humanity, and humanity teaches each other. This is the way knowledge was acquired. Ethics in Islam. Imbue yourself with divine attributes, says Muhammad. Allah is the prototype of man, and his attributes form the basis of Muslim ethics. Righteousness in Islam consists of leading a life of complete harmony with the divine attributes. Sin is to act otherwise. Charity or almsgiving. All the faculties of man have been given to him as a trust from his Lord for the benefit of his fellow creatures. It is man's duty to live for others, and his charity must apply without any distinction of persons. Charity in Islam brings man nearer to his Lord. Charity and the giving of alms has always been made obligatory, and any person who possesses property above a certain limit has to pay tax, levied on the rich for the benefit of the unfortunate. Sanctity of labors. It is only through righteousness and the good will of a man, in respect and obedience to and for the laws and commandments of our Lord, and respect for the individual's human rights, can be maintained in the world of men. But with your help and your goodwill, and help in guiding obedience to the laws and commandments of the Lord in the hands of our Lord, we can restore peace to the world, security of our person, and the security of our homes, and the homes of our human brethren. And this can only be accomplished through Islam. You must work hard in order to create industries of your own, in order to be able to employ yourselves and your human brethren alike. You must stop depending on others for livelihood and servants who do not have faith in the Lord our Creator, who respect and regard not His holy laws, nor have any respect for your rights, nor the rights of humanity in general. But as Muslims, if you return to the worship of the one true Creator of our fathers and humanity in Islam, and obey the laws and commandments, we can help to restore peace and security to the world of humanity with the help of Allah, the Almighty Creator. We shall, as a last warning, stay away from evil things, evil and unclean men and women. Be honest, just and truthful at all times and at any cost in accordance with the laws of Islam. Clarence Jowers Smith, teacher of the 5% Nation, came from Danville, Virginia, America. Words of one of our great teachers, Clarence Jowers Smith, also known as Clarence 13X or Clarence 37X, 1929 to 1969 AD. Supreme Mathematics Knowledge. Supreme mathematics knowledge starts at birth and is the foundation of all things in existence. Knowledge is the original man who is the foundation of the earth's family. Knowledge is simply to know. Right knowledge is to know the right way to use it. Wisdom comes with age and is the wise words spoken by the original people of the planet Earth. Women are the moon because she receives her light from the sun, which is the Nubian man, and reflects it to the star, which is the child. Wisdom is the manifestation of one's knowledge. Understanding grows into an overstanding. You have an understanding when you have baby knowledge. You have an understanding when you have adolescent knowledge. And you have overstanding when you are a supreme being. Culture is the Nubian's true way of life. Thus, accept the word cult, for you are cultivating your culture, which is Islam, as taught by a God incarnate called Puddin, and means I, self, Lord and Master, which is Islam. Freedom is to free the dumb, deaf and blind into a state of awareness so that they can see that the Nubian man is indeed a deity. Power refinement. Power is the truth, which is the light of intellect that brings one out of the triple stages of darkness into their true way of life, which is Islam. Refinement is to be clean and purified mentally as well as physically. Equality is to be equal in all things such as knowledge, wisdom and overstanding. When you share your knowledge through wisdom and brings forth an overstanding, it only shows and proves equality. Knowledge 1. Wisdom 2, overstanding 3. It is all being born to equal 6, God, the letter G, and the 7th letter of the English alphabet. God is a deity that is the original Nubian man, who has power to build or destroy. Deity is the Nubian man, who has knowledge of himself and all this around him. Build or destroy. Build is to add on or elevate to positivity. Destroy is to take away negativity. Build a righteous nation and destroy the devil's civilization is to be brought into existence physically as well as mentally. Physically through the mother's womb and mentally through Allah's mathematics. Zero cipher is a 360-degree circle consisting of 120 degrees of knowledge, 120 degrees of wisdom, and 120 degrees of overstanding, making it complete. Peace equals positive energy always creates elevation. When the number 10 is manifested, it would be knowledge add-on cipher or knowledge cipher. Knowledge representing the number 1 and cipher representing the number 0. The 12 jewels, as taught by a God incarnate, Puddin. Knowledge is the foundation of all things in existence. Wisdom is the manifestation of the knowledge one acquires. Overstanding is the mental picture projected through knowledge and wisdom. Freedom is to free the dome, that you may express your culture, Islam, with no restrictions. Justice is the reward or penalty given to the one according to their own deeds. Equality is to deal with one another in all things, each one teach one. Food is the nourishment needed to sustain one physically and mentally. Physically by nutritious elements given to the body to keep it healthy. Mentally by Allah's mathematics. Clothing is the covering to protect the body, to protect it physically. Mentally, it is the covering of the mind to protect it from the negative thoughts or suggestions. Shelter, physically it is a home or place of residence where one finds peace and protection from negative weather. Mentally, it is the mind. Love is the highest elevation of overstanding, with a force so strong that it cannot be broken. Peace is a universal greeting coming out of love, because without love there could never be peace. Happiness is the state one achieves out of love and peace. The supreme alphabet. A. Allah is the original Nubian man, the maker and owner of the planet Earth, and is the one who made the Holy Quran, which he applies to every mile of land, 1 year to equal his home circumference, who is the all-seeing eye. Allah see all. B. Be or born. You must be born physically first, then you must be born twice mentally. And the one who hasn't been born twice mentally are the 85%ers, the poison animal eaters, slaves of a mental death and power, people who worship a mystery God. These are the ones that have to be born again. C. To see. To see is to overstand. At one time we couldn't truly see the trick that was planted in our path, because we had the all-eye mattress thrown over our eyes. But we've been born twice, and now we know that we are Allah, the supreme eye that can see all. D. Divine or destroy. In order for you to be divine, you must destroy all negative thoughts in your brain by building on positive thoughts. And in this day and time, the only way that you can be divine is by building with I, self, Lord and Master. E. Equality is to be equal in every form of knowledge with your alike, in order to take back the planet from the devil, who is the unalike or disagreeable. F. Father is to father, fat her, the young with the knowledge of self, which is righteousness, and by teaching them the science of everything in life, which is love, peace and happiness. G. God is the supreme being, the original man, the one who is a winner without an opponent in everything he deals with, because God put all things here by wisdom, his power and knowing, his equality from all things he built upon. H. He or her must refine her with the knowledge of He, which is God, in order to build and born as a strong foundation to carry out civilization through the Queen, her. I. One Islam or I is the only universal way of life for the black man, woman and child. This is Islam, the only one that knows and understands this is God. And God must resurrect the dead with Islam, teaching that which brings them to freedom, justice and equality. J. Justice. All those who can't deal with mathematics will be just ice at 32 degrees below zero, because they fail to understand the wisdom of God, which deals just and true with all human families on the planet Earth. K. King or kingdom. The king is the founder of his kingdom, so he must acknowledge the knowledge in his circumference so that he can enforce his laws to be recognized as being the king of his kingdom. L. Love, hell or right. Love is the overstanding, and misunderstanding is what brought forth hell. But this is all going back to the degree of supreme understanding, because this is the only truth that is right and exact at all times. M. Master is the only one who has experienced a certain type of skill, but the master of all is God Allah, because he knows and understands all circumstances on earth as well as in the universe. N. Now nation will end. Now is the time for the black man to end all his weak ways, so that the black nation on earth can uprise the knowledge of all its creation and put them all in order once again. Well, surely it will be their end now. O. Cipher is a person, place or thing. It is most commonly called cipher because see I power her through the equality that I gave her, which is truth, and the truth is 360 degrees of purified knowledge. P. Power. Mental and physical powers of a devil is nothing in comparison to that of the original man. The devil has 6 ounces of grafted brain, which are weak and wicked 100%. But God's power is original, meaning the first, and possesses 7.5 ounces of brain, which put all things here, which is also 100%. The understanding in God is what makes him Allah. Q. Queen. the most purified particle of Allah, better known as the true rich black soil, the mother of civilization, who has the scale of justice within her, but is still blind to her powers, which is being the queen of the universe and earth below, but has the power to control both from the energy that God gave her. Ah, ruler. God is the only ruler there is. By acknowledging his building powers and making it born to all planets of the universe, they can go according to it and bear witness to who the true ruler is. S. Self or savior. You must be a savior to yourself, so that in the atmosphere you're in, you can be capable of saving yourself for the best part, because self is the nation of the 5%ers, from knowledge to born self. T. Truth or square. The truth is the only light that can stand by itself in the surrounding darkness, and yet be noticed shining in the square of the universe, which is 360 degrees. When the wisdom adds a cipher, it shines that energy of truth and breaks through the darkness. You or universe. You are the universe because you are the producer of the sun, moon, and stars, the original people. V. Victory. Wisdom brings about a bad culture when one's wisdom is destroying instead of acting according to the way of life, which makes the culture I God, which is Islam, the only victory known. W. Wisdom is an expression of knowledge, while the understanding brings about a clear picture of both through the eye of understanding. X. Unknown. Equality is unknown to those who don't know themselves, the 85%ers, dumb, deaf and blind so-called Negroes that need to grow from their mental deafened power because they are unknown to themselves. Why is the question most frequently asked by those who are blind, deaf and dumb, because they don't know how to wisdom their power to show and prove why you God, manifesting the making of God you why. Z or Z, zigzag zig, meaning knowledge, wisdom and understanding. Peace God. This is how it was conveyed from Clarence Jarrah Smith, known as Puddin and Allah, to his followers, the 5% nation. Chapter 2, The Slaves. Begin all acts and thinking by using El Kaloum the All. Tablet 1. A mission to the planet Earth. 19 times 10 equals 190. Part 2. Think and remember where you came from. You are the original seed of what you call gods. You were taught to call us gods by the malevolent disagreeables, the Luciferians, the serpent people, the human beast. They have influenced the minds of our leaders, either by the appearance in physical form, as in the case of a Venerian, while of Valiant Four's own, who was known to us as Master Farad Muhammad, 1877 to 1934 AD, who came to us as a god from Saudi Arabia, Middle East, to seek out the lost tribe of Shabazz, and to teach them knowledge, wisdom, and understanding. Up and above all these great men, disagreeableness crept in the form of misinterpretation, to misguide you off the path. And we call out, guide us to the way of the ones who stand straight, the way of those who you have bestowed your grace, and not the ones who have been cursed, nor of those who have gone astray. Remember your olive green parents from long ago, the woolly-haired beings 9 ether, 9 to the 9th power of 9, our kingly crown, visitors to the solar system from the planet Risk. Remember our dark reddish-brown skin, copper tone perfected in green, as the greenest of olives, because of the melanin that is within our genetics, which we have coated in our genes, the true Nubians, or new beings, you melanites, and your way of life, Nwapu, sound right reasoning. We are your original etheric parents, the Etherins that have returned in flesh just for you. You must know that in the lunar logging of the 5th point, in the month of May, when the planet called Gaia, a living organism, positioned itself in the location of the revolution of the planet Earth in the year 2000 AD of the Gregorian calendar, and the gate in which you refer to as heaven, and this great vortex when it opened in 2003 AD of the Gregorian calendar, and the planets will have realigned themselves. In the day of 55-2000, the Garabut cherubins will be excused, and their flaming swords shall sway from the tree of eternal life, and it shall open once again the throne of Anu. In the 9th month of December, in the year 1997 of the Gregorian calendar, on the solar calendar, which is used throughout most of the world,
and was sponsored by Pope Gregory XIII in 1582 AD as a corrected version of the Julian calendar, which was introduced by Julius Caesar's astronomers in Rome in 46 BC, have a year of 12 months and 365 days and a leap year of 366 days every fourth year. A smaller alignment of the inner 7 planets in the solar system would have already taken place. 7 bright planets will line up like pearls on a string. The planets align from west to east, beginning with Gaga Pluto, then following Mumu Mercury, Lahmu Mars, Lahmu Venus, Ea Neptune, Anu Uranus, Kishar Jupiter, and Anshar Saturn, with a crescent moon alongside. This will be the alignment of the major planets, and the mothership Nibiru, whose diameter is 63,408 miles and can make itself bigger or smaller, will be nearing your solar system and waiting on the other side of the asteroid belt, which is the necklace of the firmament beneath the firmaments. For the time which will be in the lunar logging of the 12th point in the month of August, when a planet called Earth positions itself in the location of its own revolution in the year 2003 AD of the Gregorian calendar, which is when the vortex will reopen. Nibiru's appearance on November the 15th was confirmed by scientists with the coming of the comet named Hale-Bopp, after its discoverers Alan Hale and Thomas Bopp in the year 1996. Due to the size of Nibiru, which is 63,408 miles, if it was to come too near to your planet, its gravitational pull will begin to tear away parts of Tiamat and cause the other planets on this side of the asteroid belt to draw into each other. So Nibiru stays on the other side of the asteroid or firmament, where the planets Jupiter, Saturn, Uranus, Neptune, and Pluto are. It is then that the Shams passenger crafts will reach the planet Earth, coming forth to you for the rebirth of the elite few, the 144,000 from the moon base forming the 6-point star and crescent moon in the sky as your sign. On Nibiru you had 400 species, broken up into 3 sets of 144,000. You had the Igigi, the Denir, the Riskians, and many mixed species from different star constellations. The Christians later took the concept of the 144,000 and the rapture and used it in their Bible. If we are blocked, we shall continue to try and abduct you up until the lunar logging of the 26th point in June, when the Earth positions itself in the location of revolution of Earth year 2030. This is what the so-called Christians call the rapture. This would involve a telepathic communication from Nibiru, which could be dangerous to those children who haven't raised themselves to a certain level and would cause it to shock their nervous systems. Many would be cut off, causing us to sever our etheric tie, although it may be a necessary step. Know this, my child, in the lunar logging of the 12th of August 2043 AD of the Gregorian calendar, this vortex will reopen and we must depart with or without you, so be prepared. My child, listen and understand. These crafts are coming to pick you up, their children. However, the evil Luciferians in human form, aided by the cursed seed of Canaan, and their brothers, the Halabeans, Flugoroids or Hulab, are on the rise in many names and organizations throughout the world today, and are trying their best through the media and mind control to make you, the children of the Anunnaki Elohim, regress back to a state of Homo erectus with the aid of black devils. If you regress back to that state, then, my children, the elders have no reason to come for you, for it is Homo sapien that is in our image and after our likeness. Let me explain to you how it all began. It all started when we, the Anunnaki, needed to protect the dwindling atmosphere of our home planet Risk. We are the 8th planet of a tri-solar system in the 19th galaxy of Ilion. The rays from the 3 suns, Utu, Afsu, and Shamash, were depleting our ozone layer. The energy level of the radiation was increasing and making the hole in the ozone layer bigger every time all the 3 suns shone on the planet at the same time. It is the same as on Earth, where the ozone layer is depleting, allowing more damaging ultraviolet rays to penetrate the atmosphere. However, unlike the planet Risk with our 3 suns, the planet Earth has but 1 sun, so depletion level is not occurring as fast, but will happen eventually. Look for the sign of the little boy El Nino. The planet Risk has 3 suns, Utu, Afshu, and Shamash, and all have damaging ultraviolet rays and has a much faster rotation than that of this planet, so the depletion of the ozone layer is occurring at a much faster rate. We need to build a protection, and a dome of gold dust particles suspended in the atmosphere to protect the planet from the damaging ultraviolet rays. It is used to reflect the sun's heat. Gold is very special. It has a high polished metal with a high polish finish and can be made thinner than any metal. It can be stretched thinner than paper and stretched for miles, so that is why they use it. Gold can be vaporized better than any other metal, and it doesn't tarnish. Gold can also hold under any condition. We had to abort our planet until it could be mended. Thus we moved on to Cassio, known today as the Orion Galaxy, which was originally a 6-star, 6-sun constellation. Others went and started living in Aish at Taurus, which is the brightest star in the Boots constellation, and Gamma Pleiades, a star cluster in the Taurus constellation, which has many life forms. But we made our home in the 3-star belt of Cassio, or Kessel in the Warpic, which is Orion. We had to get closer to the Milky Way and this sun, which is exactly 1 billion years left to burn itself out, if the ozone layer doesn't deplete or the 7 plagues don't destroy it. We moved to Lathmu, which means deity of war, which is now called Mars. Then we moved to Gaga Pluto and various other planets to set up civilizations, as the Moon and as in the Canis Major star constellation. This is why the face on Mars is believed to be that of Homo erectus, which is in fact the face of Homo erectus being cloned into Homo sapien, the face of Zakar, whose name is Cadmon, called the Adama Project. It looks like the Sphinx's face, the face that is thought to be the pharaoh Khufu, when in fact it is the Egyptian deity Osiris. Standing at the base of the face, you would see to your left in the distance massive pyramids, similar to their Egyptian counterparts, part of the city complex. Within the cluster of pyramids called the city, there are 7 major pyramidal forms in various states of preservation. Among these are some half-dozen smaller objects. Some have pyramidal forms, but others have apparent domes, cones, walls, and buried rectangular markings to the southwest of the main complex. Anunnaki Elohim came to the planet Earth to set up the first laboratory, called Shinti, that you call an Egyptian civilization on Key Earth, also called Tar or Ptah. This occurred 450,000 years before the coming to Tiamat Earth. The name Utu is the son of Ra, and the head deity they called Osiris, who is Usir after the Sirius star constellation, also called Sothis in Greek and Sept in Egyptian. We, the Anunnaki, originally came here to the planet Earth to mine for gold that we would take back to our planet Risk. First, we sent Ramadians, who built androids, which are machines that are almost humans, called robotoids, robotic machines. Then biological graftation was added, needed for thinking beings to complete the mission. So the Anunnaki was sent to scout and survey this very planet. When Anu first came to Tar Ptah, called Earth, or Terra, 500,000 years ago, the dragon people or the draconian people and the snake people were already here, living in the vast tunnels under Terra Earth's crust, or some lived in the deep seas to protect themselves from the frequent radiation storms and the magnetic shifts. The atmosphere was being disturbed by frequent radiation storms, which was caused by electrical storms from the sun due to the crash of Nibiru, and the planet was still in the process of healing. The snake people have a variety of body types. Some are human-like and some are half snake or reptilian. They can see in the darkness and have telepathic abilities. These beings were unwilling to share the planet with the Anunnaki. Anu wanted the gold to take back to his home planet Risk. However, the dragon people feared that Anu would not respect their peaceful ways. They had spent years setting lines of magnetic energy and grids around the Earth, and they had constructed endless tunnels beneath the Earth in the cooperation with the snake people. These are the energy vortexes which power their civilization, and these are in tunnels along with enormous stores of precious stones and metals. There were a few battles happening on the Earth and in the skies. Finally, arrangements were made and territories were drawn. To keep peace on the planet Earth between the Draconians and the Riskians, you had to marry a daughter of one of them. So Anu agreed to mate with a Draconian princess named Id, the daughter of Sidis, See the Hiss, the president of the Draconians, to seal the allegiance, and he gave Id to his wife's sister Antum to be her highest servant. They gave birth to Nudimud Ea, and he was to be the ruler of Earth. Nudimud was educated on the Nibiru, he became a master scientist and builder. Anu then sent a group of Anunnaki to start mining for gold on Tiamat. The leader amongst the Anunnaki was Ea, meaning he whose house is water, son of the Anunnaki Anu and the draconian Id. After crashing down on what is called the Persian Gulf today, he established a city and called its name Eridu, meaning home away from home, or house built in the far away, and he became known as Enki. He received the name Enki when he landed on the planet Ki Earth, meaning ruler of Ki Earth. However, his birth name was Nadimad, meaning he who fashions things, or Ea, a reminder that his seed was of water. Enki built waterworks in the marshlands at the head of the Persian Gulf. He surveyed the marshlands, cut the canals for drainage and water control, built dikes, dug ditches, and built structures of bricks molded from the local clays. The first divine city built was called Iduku, meaning house of the holy mound. He joined the Tigris and Euphrates rivers by canals, and at the edge of the marshlands he built his water house. He built a cube-shaped temple called the Ubaid Shrine, and there the secrets were stored. Enki was assigned to Earth, and he agreed to the assignment. He was chosen for this job because he was a brilliant scientist and engineer. Enki built himself a beautiful kingdom in the sea called the Absu. The structures of the Absu were built of silver and lapis lazuli, part on a high mountain and part submerged underwater. When Enki wasn't working in the Absu, he built dams and rerouted waters. Enki loved water and frequently paddled around in the marshes all by himself, studying fish, insects, and the grasses along the riverbanks. However, all did not go well with Enki. Enki got caught up in the delicacies of the world, and he stopped transporting the gold. He started to take the gold, shipping it to South America, then called a Mexan, instead of taking it straight on home. Enki started to keep and store the gold for himself. Then he began to wear the gold. It should be known that up until this point, the Anunnaki did not wear gold. Enki got caught up with these people who were half Northern African and half Hamu Chinese, called today Native Americans, of the Zuu, Aztec, Toltecs, Hopi, and Navajo tribes. They referred to him as Quetzalcoatl, the winged serpent. Enki promised these people he would come back in a Sagai, meaning 60 years for the gold. However, he didn't because he was sentenced to Nibiru, and he was not allowed to return to the planet Ki Earth anymore. This is why 6 cycles later, a man by the name of Abu Bakari II, a Mandingo Malian, came over to the shores of South America, which was then called a Mexan. He was believed to have been Quetzalcoatl or Enki. When Abu Bakari came, he was clothed from head to foot in long flowing white robes and a turban, and he looked like the true child of the sun, burnt dark by its rays. His black hair and beard stood out against the blue canopy, which made him stand out under the Aztec tribe. You could see the outlines of the great golden bird, the serpent slaying the eagle, which they thought was a sign of Quetzalcoatl coming back as he had promised. It was said that he would come back by way of the sea where the sun rises. It was exactly 6 cycles since he disappeared. Thus, when Abu Bakari II appeared to the natives in 1311 AD, he had a white beard, he wore a long white robe, and he came from the east, the land of the sun, in boats in the same manner as Quetzalcoatl had promised. Abu Bakari II wanted to do something different, something new, and something from which there was no precedence, that would keep his spirit quick and young with a lifelong excitement. He made a deal with his half-brother Mansa Musa, a Malian ruler, and he split the gold and riches in half, making them both extremely rich. They had a vast empire that stretched from Tunis, Libya, Morocco, and all the way over. Abu Bakari II took half of the riches and history of his empire and sailed to the shores of America. He appointed his half-brother Mansa Musa as king before he left in 1311 AD. Abu Bakari II kept in touch with the captains of the fleet by means of the talking drum. Abu Bakari II arrived precisely 6 cycles after the disappearance of Quetzalcoatl by way of the sea from amongst the Toltecs in 999 AD. Thus, he was mistaken by the Aztec as Quetzalcoatl. His white robes fitted in with the image of the symbolic white bearded figure with his black skin, which was the right ceremonial color of the rain god and wind god aspects of Quetzalcoatl. A cycle is equal to 52 years in the Aztec culture, which is their Sagai, a 60-year cycle. The Aztecs were originally called the Zu Aztecs. The name Zu comes from the Assyrian deity of thunder and storms, equivalent to the Aztec deity Quetzalcoatl, deity of thunder and rain. The medieval Mexicans and the Mandingo Malians have a lot in common. For example, the plumed serpent motif of ancient Mexico and the feathered serpent cult in medieval Mali. In medieval Mali, the equivalent of Quetzalcoatl is the Zari of the Bambara, the tribe of the Mandingo from which Abu Bakari came from. The Dazari is the protector of the village, the beneficent spirit whose sacred animal is a snake. The Feast of the Dazari takes place at the beginning of the year, like that of Quetzalcoatl. The Dazari hold a dancing ceremony called the Kor, in which the dancers wrap themselves in thorns or lacerate their breasts and armpits. Some beat themselves with the long flexible scourges. In the Quetzalcoatl ceremony, the same self-chastisement and the use of thorn pricking occurs. In both the Mexican Quetzalcoatl and the Mandingo Dazari worship, these thorn prickings and whippings were designed to bring blood out in drops. This blood drop symbolized the falling of raindrops. Now, 4 cycles later, a man by the name of Hernando Cortez, also known as Hernan Cortez, and his band of bearded conquistadors landed from Cuba, not far from the same spot. Montezuma II, the Aztec ruler, received first-handed reports of the visitors which accorded closely with Toltec tradition of Quetzalcoatl's return. Cortez came at the end of one of their 60-year cycles in March of 1519 AD, when he sailed along the coast of the Yucatan and landed in Mexico. Those innocent people, the Aztecs, thought him to be Enki returning, as their ancestors had predicted for thousands of years. Some also thought him to be Quetzalcoatl, the winged serpent, because Cortez fit the appearance of one of the Aztecs' prophecies of the bearded legendary god king. He was received with honor. His soldiers were allowed to roam through the city at their pleasure, and they found a lot of gold and other treasures in the storehouses. Cortez, born in 1485 to 1547 AD, explored the coast of Mexico, finally stopping near modern Veracruz, where he founded a city in order to legitimize his expedition. People were trying to conquer Mexico from the natives of that land. This is why Cortez was there in Mexico. After gaining important information regarding the political situation in the highlands of Mexico, Cortez marched inland and made an allegiance with the Native Americans of the Tlaxcala, who were the traditional enemies of the Aztecs. He began to pose as Quetzalcoatl. The natives believed that this legendary ruler and deity would eventually return to Mexico from the east. Thus, Montezuma II, the reigning Aztec king, was too mystified to organize a resistance, and the Spaniards entered Tenochtitlan, city of Tenoch, named in honor of their ancestors who came from the Pacific, the Aztec capital, unopposed in 1519 AD. This was a stepping stone to Cortez's eventual conquest of Mexico. Thus, thinking Cortez was Quetzalcoatl, they turned over all the gold to him, showing him and his crew the massive amount of gold stored in the underground caverns in what is called Ecuador today. Cortez was easily thought to be Enki because he was 6 feet tall and he had a beard like the description that they had of Enki, when in fact he was not Enki. He was a Spaniard of European descent, part of a larger plan to deceive the Native Americans out of their gold. Enki's restrictions from returning to Earth, he did not like that, but was forced to comply. Since all did not go well with Enki, the transportation of gold had been slowed up. Thus, my child, more Anunnaki was sent. They came down in groups of 50s. One of the groups was led by Murdoch, meaning leader of the deities, son of Enki, and Damkina, blood of the 50 Earth. She was a faithful wife. The plan that Enki had, which was to extract gold from the seawaters by the laboratory-like process, did not work as well as expected. However, the gold was still badly needed, and the Anunnaki faced a tough decision. To abandon the project was out of the question. They had to find a new way of getting the gold, which was through mining. And by then, the Anunnaki knew there was a lot of gold in the Apsu, the primeval source, or the Zuab. Apsu was also called Monadapa, located in what is now called Zimbabwe, formerly Rhodesia near South Africa, which was then called Rafali. However, the African gold had to be extracted from the depths of the earth through mining. and the Anunnaki had to go from the easy water treatment process to the hard toil process, which was to extract the gold from below the surface of the earth. They called it the Abaddon. By that time, Enlil, meaning ruler of the skies, or Nanamnar, meaning the light of the fish, which was his other name, son of Anu and Antum, was sent down to take charge of the Earth mission and to organize the gold deliveries to Nibiru. This caused a rivalry and jealousy between the two brothers Enki, god of the earth, and Enlil, god of the heavens, who were sons of Anu, the Most High God. The male species of the dragon people didn't want to cooperate with brother Enlil. They naturally preferred Enki, as he was one of them, being the son of a Draco, or a being from the Draco star constellation. His mother Id was a Draconian. There were many strands and breeds of Dracos. One commonly known as the Vulcans, that were living in the seas, also known as the Maldekians, lived in the Bermuda Triangle, in Mu and Atlantis, not to be mistaken with the other type of Maldekians called the Primitives. The Vulcans that lived in the sea were from the Mizar constellation, which is also referred to as Zeta Reticuli. They originated from the planet Maldek. However, their planet was destroyed. Some took residence on the planet Earth, while others took residence in the constellation Draco and Zeta Reticuli. One group were known as the Primitives, and one were known as the Dragon or Draco. Both of these beings were testing with humans in hope of breeding a more humanoid type being to take over the planet Earth. The Primitives from the Bermuda Triangle, sometimes called Atlantis, refused to cooperate and surrender to their ancestors. The ones who came in were hoping that the Primitives from the Bermuda Triangle would accept the old ways from which they lived on the planet Maldek and follow their old leadership. However, they were wrong. So there has been a battle going on the planet Earth, beneath it and interdimensionally, between the two groups of reptilians and greys. One group is set on evacuating the planet Earth and taking control of it by imprisoning human beings and using them as food, which are the Primitives. The other group is interested in the divine in humans by breeding the genes into the humans. This is the group that Id, mother of Enki, came from. The word Zeta is the sixth letter in the Greek alphabet. The early letter Zeta was originally an I. The Greek alphabet came from the Phoenicians. The letter Z is the replica of the cobra snake, which resembles the symbol of the Zeta Reticulans. The letter Zain Z is the seventh letter of the Hebrew alphabet, and it means weapon. In the Canaanite language, they use the letter Z, also means weapon. The letter Z is the 11th letter of the Ashuric-Saraic Arabic alphabet. As a numeral, Zain denotes 7. Another type of draconian species is called gargoyles that have special wings, which are flaps of skin supported by long ribs of the dracona. They can be folded back against the body. It is obvious that the qualities have been ascribed to vampires. Take a close look at this word vampire. V-empires. So what do you get? Vulcan Empire. The male species of gargoyles are also called Valkyria, and they have the ability to fly. They nurture eggs, and the females just lay them. These beings are also known as the dragon race, and the symbology usually includes the winged serpent. There are elements of their species which do not have wings, called the soldier class and the scientist. There are many different breeds of draconians, just as there are many different breeds of humans. The draconian women loved Enlil because he was bringing down groups of Anunnaki men to Ki, which gave them the opportunity to copulate with them. The leader amongst the draconians, Sidious, felt that if they mixed their seed with other beings, then they would be included in the Interplanetary Confederation. However, whatever decisions Enlil made, Enki disagreed with. This caused chaos in Ki. However, Nadimad Enki's and Nanamnar Enlil's disagreement began with Antum, the wife and half-sister of Anu, who gave her highest servants Id to her husband Anu to bear him a child. Antum gave Id to Anu because she could not beget children. Id and Anu had a son named Nadimad, later to be called Enki, who was the firstborn son of Anu. A messenger came to Anu to tell him that Antum would bear a child, whose name would be Nanamnar, later to be called Enlil. Antum had given birth to Enlil, and after some time Antum became jealous of Id's relationship with Anu, so she asked Anu to put Id and a child out. Anu complied and sent Id and Enki to Eridu, referred to as the desert. Id went to live with her people in the underground tunnels of the earth. This made Enki angry. By Nibirian rules of succession, Enlil became the legal heir instead of Enki, so Enki believed that Enlil stole his birthright. When all had arrived to Ki, Enlil had meetings with the Anunnaki to break into tribes and spread out onto the 7 different cities. 1. Tilman, 2. Salam, 3. Mu, 4. Lemuria, 5. Kadesh, 6. Niffer, and 7. Ashkelon, Akabulan. However, Kalkal and Nusku could no longer take the blasphemy of Nudimud, who named the city after himself Nud or Nod, and welcomed all sorts of outside beings who had come to the planet Earth, who wandered in and out. He called them aliens and set up laws and borders with restrictions, creating the first immigration laws. Enki gave many khutbahs, sermons, that were supposed to be a moral builder to prepare the Anunnaki for this new frontier. However, Enki did contrary, and many were weak that had listened to him, and they never did this kind of work before. Mining was new to them. Many left families behind on Risk and other planets where families were, so Enki sounded very impressive, and also because Enlil was not present to speak on behalf of his father's rule. Enki utilized the migration of the Anakites, who were the giants in the earth, as well as warriors. Enki made them his Lugals, warlords, and head of his own police department. They robbed village after village, confiscating the wealth. This police department even harassed Nusku and Kalkal. So the 600 that came to Ki now broke up into 2 groups, 300 each, males and females. Those who followed Enki, who was surrendering himself to the Hindu deities called Leviathan, and surrendering to their customs and traditions, and even went as far as to raise the grotesque Ishtar, also called Inanna, to be a supreme deity called Sin or Sin. You had those who followed the ruler Enlil. Once Nusku and Kalkal could no longer take the things that Enki was doing, they moved on, ship after ship, until they found open plains in the Sinai Peninsula. There they landed and proceeded further north to set up the 7 cities, Tilman, Salam, Mu, Lemuria, Kodesh, Nippur, and Ashkelon, Akabulan. The city Nippur was also called Nabruki, and it was ruled by Enlil. It was the most important city and considered the navel of the earth. This is where he built the Digra, or sacred chamber, where he kept the tablets of law, the Akasha records, and Duranki, the bond of heaven and earth. The Duranki was a communication satellite station built to be used as a bond between the Anunnaki living on the planet Earth and those that manned the craft Nibiru, the Agigi. He also built a place called Larsa, meaning seeing the red light, to keep a close relationship between the Anunnaki and the Agigi. The Agigi are the beings that stayed in the skies and manned the craft Nibiru when the Anunnaki came down to Ki Earth. The word Agigi means those who stayed in the skies, and the Sumerians translate it as those who see and observe. The Agigi remained in constant orbit around the planet Tiamat, Earth, acting as intermediaries between Earth and Nibiru. So now we have 2 separate societies of Anunnaki on Tiamat, planet Earth, the Democrats who have become agreeable and the Republicans who have become disagreeable and live in the 7 cities, 1 Sippur, 2 Kish, 3 Kutha, 4 Shurapak, 5 Urak, 6 Isin, and 7 Eridu. Enlil set up a democracy from the French democratie, from the late Latin democratia, from the Greek demos, meaning people, and the government was set up as their original home on planet Risk was ruled. Enki set up a republic from the French République, from Old French from Latin Republica, res thing, publica feminine of publicus, meaning of the people, to repopulate the planet Earth. He told the Anunnaki that he would bring their families back together so that they can rule the planet. Thus, they had the administrators and workers. The people of Enlil wore nose rings in their right nostril, and the people of Enki wore gold earrings in their right ear. However, the ruler of the groups wore both nose rings and earrings in their left ear when there was peace and happiness. The women wore it both in the nose and in both ears. This was passed down from generation to generation. The people of Enlil became the Ishmaelite tribe of today, and the people of Enki became the Israelite tribe of today. This created two castes of 4 groups of people that were to work the actual mines called laborers, and 3 groups that were to work the laboratory, processing all these materials, logging, charting and managing. So in time, after many years of living on the planet Key, many problems arose. A revolt was started in the lower mines amongst the lower class of Anunnaki, and it was bothering the higher class. The Anunnaki were complaining that the work was too hard and tiresome. Chapter 2: The Slaves. Begin all acts and thinking by using El Kalun the All. Tablet 2: The Revolt. 19 times 8 equals 152. Lo, when the Anunnaki instead of the Enoshites did the work and bore the loads, the Anunnaki's load was too great for them. The work was too hard, the trouble was too much. The great Agigi made the Anunnaki carry the workload sevenfold, for it was they that maintained and manned the crafts for transport. Anu, their heavenly father, was ruler. Anu is the title. The name was El Elo, as Allah. He is a sun god, and his twin and disagreeable sister was Alat, as the moon god. Their counselor warrior was Enlil Nanamnar, their chamberlain was Ninurta, and their canal controller was Anangi. They took the box of 13 lots, and cast lots. The Anunnaki made the division. Anu went up to the ship Nibiru, which was hovering in the sky above, and Enlil Nanamnar, the just ruler for his people, took the earth from his brother Enki Nadimad, and became God or Allah of the heaven and the earth, called the light Afsu the sun. The name Allah is from the cuneiform Elu, which is to become Eli or Elo. This Allah of Anu appointed another Allah, Enlil, who appointed another Allah, Tammuz, his great-grandson, being the son of his granddaughter Ishtar and Dumuzi, the youngest son of Enki. Tammuz became known as Yahweh and Allah, the light of the heaven and earth, the first or one God over the earth, and those Enoshites on it. He who has a perfect nature, to be God of the Enoshites, knowing good from evil. The sea was assigned to far-sighted Enki Nadimad. He was given the ability to see long distance at a glance. When Anu had gone up to the ship Nibiru in the sky, and the Anunnaki of Argata, the inner world, had gone below, above became heaven, and below became hell to the Anunnaki and their clones. The Agigi of the sky made the Anunnaki bear the workload. The Anunnaki had to dig out the canals, they had to clear the channels, using the crafts to bore tunnels into the inner world. The Anunnaki dug out the Tigris River, and then dug out the Euphrates, for there was much gold to be mined in the deep. And the land called Eridu, that they set up after coming from the domain Argata, the inner world, to mine the gold of the land and to dwell inside it. Ubaid, the temple of respect, was first raised on its top, so that its illustriousness could stand out and be seen of all the mountains. They were counting the shars of loads of gold that was being transported from the great marsh. They were counting the shars of loads for 3,600 years, their original orbit 1 shar. They bore the excess hard work, shadow hours and daylight. They groaned and blamed each other, grumbled over the masses of evacuated soil. Let us confront Ninurta, our chamberlain, and get him to relieve us of our hard work. Come, let us carry Enlil Nanamnar, the counselor of the Anunnaki, the warrior, from his dwelling. Then Kaukau made his voice heard, and spoke to the Anunnaki and Anakites, his brothers. Come, let us carry Nanamnar, counselor of the Anunnaki, the warrior, from his dwelling. Now, cry battle, let us mix fight with battle. The Anunnaki listened to his speech and set fire to their tools, put aside their space for fire and their loads for Shamash. They flared up. When they reached the gate of the warrior Nanamnar's dwelling, it was shadow hour, the middle watch. The house was surrounded. The Anunnaki had not realized it was shadow hour. The middle watch, Eka, the temple in which the house of Nanamnar, known on Ki as Enlil, was surrounded, and he had not realized it. Yet Kaukau was attentive, and he had it closed. He held the lock and watched the gate. Kaukau roused Nusku. They listened to the noise of the Anunnaki. Then Nusku roused his master and summoned him to get out of bed. My Sultan master, your house is surrounded. A rebel is running around your door. Nanamnar had weapons brought to his dwelling. Nanamnar made his voice heard and spoke to the chief Nusku, who bore the title Gabriel, saying, Nusku, bar your door and take up weapons and stand in front of me. Nusku barred his door, took up his weapons, and stood in front of Nanamnar. Nusku made his voice heard and spoke to the warrior Nanamnar. O Nanamnar, my ruler, your face is frowning like you have tasted the date root of the tamarisk. Why do you fear your own sons? Send for Anu to be brought down to you, and have Nudimud fetched into your presence. Enlil sent for Anu to be brought down to him. Enki was fetched into his presence. Anu, the ruler of the sky, was present. Enki, sentenced in Agatar, the inner world, attended. The great Anunnaki were present. Nanamnar got up, and the case was. Nanamnar made his voice heard, and spoke to the great Anunnaki. Is it against me that they have risen? Shall I do battle with them all? What did I see with my own eyes? A rebel was running around my door. Anu made his voice heard, and spoke to the warrior Nanamnar. Let Nusku go out, and hear the words of the Anunnaki who have surrounded your door. A command was sent to the just Nanamnar, who made his voice heard, and spoke to the chief Nusku. Nusku, open your door, take up your weapons, and stand before me in the assembly of all the Anunnaki. Bow. Then stand and tell them, your father Anu El Elo, your counselor Nanamnar, your chamberlain Ninurta, and he who is your water canal controller Anungi, have sent me to say, who is in charge of the rebellion? Who is in charge of the fighting? Who declared war? Who ran to the door of Nanamnar? Nusku opened his door, took up his weapons, went before Nanamnar in the assembly of all the Anunnaki. He bowed, then stood in Taful and told the message. Nadimat said, every single one of us Anunnaki declare war. We have put a stop to the digging. The load is excessive. It is killing us. Our work is too hard. The trouble is too much. So every single one of us Anunnaki have agreed to complain to Nanamnar. Nusku took his weapons, went and returned to Nanamnar. Nanamnar listened to that speech. His tears flowed. Nadimad spoke guardedly. He addressed the warrior Enlil. O Naya, noble one, take a decree with you to the sky. Show your strength while the Anunnaki are sitting before you. Call up one Anunnaki and let them cast him for destruction. El Elo as Anu made his voice heard and spoke to the Anunnaki, his brothers. What are we complaining of? This is for the youth. I will take my leave and return to Nibiru. The decision I leave in your hands, but make it right. When his craft had departed, the Allahum began to reassert their personal feelings concerning the works. It was said that their work was indeed too hard, their trouble was too much. Every day the earth resounded. All those on earth called out. The warning signal was loud enough, and we kept hearing the noise of the cries. While the Anunnaki are sitting before you, and while Belatili, also known as Ninhursag, Ninamnar and Ninti, the womb deity, is present, she gave the Adamite the gift of procreation. Call up one and cast him for destruction. Enki made his voice heard and spoke to the Allahum, his brothers, in the absence of Anu. Why are we blaming them? Their work is too hard, their trouble too much. Belatili, Ninti, the mistress of the sky, is present. Let her create a mortal Adamite, so that he may bear the yoke, the work of Nadimad. Let the Enoshites bear the load of the Anunnaki. Belatili, Ninti, the mistress of the sky. Let us create offspring of the Adamites, and let the Enoshites bear the load of the Anunnaki. Ninti made her voice heard, and spoke to the great Anunnaki. It is not proper for me to make Adamu, or Adarus, or Adaru. The Chaldeans call this man Adam, whom the earth produced. He lays without movement, without life, and without breath, just like an image of an Adam that was created in Malakut, until his soul had been given to the physical Adam. According to Jewish tradition, in the Targumim and the Talmud, as also to Moses' Maimonides, Adam was created man and woman at the same time, a hermaphrodite. The work is Nadimad's. He makes everything pure. If he gives me clay and test tubes of genes, then I will do it. I will start the cloning. Nadimad made his voice heard and spoke to the great Anunnaki. On the 1st, 7th, and 15th of the month, I shall make a purification by washing. Then one Anunnaki named Geshtu should be slaughtered for a willing sacrifice, who was willing to give his life for the life of other men, that they may be saved, and let the egg of an ape woman, a Homo erectus, be mixed with the Anunnaki. Let them be purified by immersion to become a single person. Ninti shall mix the teat, that which is with life, clay, and his shiru, to bind that which binds flesh, and his blood, and to obtain the tima, that which makes a person what he is and different from anyone else, personality from the blood. Today it is called genes, an extract from the shiru, and a kishru, semen, simply sea man, or men of the sea, as a tadpole coming from a non-Anunnakai's male member. This was clone 1 of 16. Then the Anunnaki and an Adamite will be mixed together in clay. This Anunnaki is Mother Ninti, and this Adamite of the Adama project named Adaru. Now he is Homo sapien. He was once Homo erectus. Thus, they are ready for making and the creating of Cadmon. Let us hear the drumbeat forever after. Let an Ephraim-like wind, Ruach, come into existence from the Anunnakai's flesh. Let her proclaim it as his living sign, and let the Ephrains who are Ruach exist, so as not to forget the slain Anunnaki Geshtu. They answered yes in the assembly. The great Anunnaki who assigned the fates, the 24 elders, Ninmah, also known as Ninti, says to Enki, on the form of man, good or bad, I will decree the fate that is good or bad, as I feel like it, the gift of will. Enki answers Nimna, the fate that comes to you, whether it is good or bad, I will counter. Ninmah took the clay that covers the Apsu, the first one that made it into a man, who when reaching could not bend his rigid hands, which resulted in the disease called arthritis, where brittle bones come from. Enki, seeing the first man, who when reaching could not bend his rigid hands, decreed fate for him, named him a servant of the king. The second one she made into a man could see, though blind. Enki, seeing this man, decreed his fate, and gave him the art of song, named him chief of the Usangal lyre, dragon lyre, before the king. This defect produced stigmatism in the human today. The third she made into a man with paralyzed feet. This defect produced paralysis. Enki, seeing the man with paralyzed feet, gave him his malum, terrifying glance, radiance like a silver bowl. The fourth she made into a man who kept dripping semen. This defect produced the disease spermatoria. Enki, seeing the man who kept dripping semen, bathed him with incantation water of the holy Suma. The fifth she made into a woman who could not give birth. This defect produced sterility. Enki, seeing the woman who could not give birth, decreed a fate for her, and he built her a harem. This was the beginning of adoptions. The sixth she made into something without a phallus or a vulva on its body. This defect produced a caudal regression. Enki, seeing something without a phallus or vulva on his body, to serve the one Enlil how called by name over the great earth, the ruler decreed his fate. Thus the beginning of eunuchs used as servants. Enki threw the brazier, intense burner, to the ground for no reason, for he was having a tantrum. He acted most deceitfully. Enki says to Ninmah, for everyone you have formed I have decreed their fate, and have given them bread. Now I will make some for you, and you decree the fate of the newborn. Enki made a form with a head, eyes, mouth, ears, and in its center a nose. He says to Ninmah, the phallus made semen pour into the woman's womb. It had made that woman give birth in her womb, the beginning of artificial insemination. Ninmah, in anticipation, stood by at its birth. That woman brought forth a head with a mouth in its center of it. The second one he had made into an umal. With its head sick, it was hydrocephalic. Its brain was deteriorating, which resulted in the disease called aneurysm, and its old body was sick in its place, which produced the disease called degeneration. Sick was its eyes, sick was its neck, breath at an end, ribs shaky, lungs sick, heart sick, bowels sick. The hand that supported from his head could not put bread in its mouth. It splintered and caused the suffering spine in pain. Shoulders drooping, feet shaky. It could not walk forward to work the field. Enki says to Ninmah, for every one you formed I declared its fate. I have given it bread. Now you declare the fate of the one I have formed. Give him bread. Ninmah, when she saw Umal turn to him, she approaches Umal, questions him, but he cannot speak. She brought him bread to eat. He cannot reach it. He cannot use his hand. Having stood up, he cannot sit down. He cannot lie down. He cannot build a house, and he cannot eat bread. Enki says to Ninmah, "For the man with the rigid hand, I decreed his fate and gave him bread. For the man who was blind, I decreed his fate and gave him bread. For the man with paralyzed feet, I decreed his fate and gave him bread. For the man who kept dripping semen, I decreed his fate and gave him bread. For the woman who could not give birth, I decreed her fate and gave her bread. For the one without a phallus or a vulva, I decreed the fate and gave him bread. My sister, now you decree the fate of Umar, give him bread." Ninmah denigrates or attacks verbally Enki as one who has paid no heed to what happens in the land, and accuses him of not coming to her aid, and even of betraying her when at the command of Enlil her city was attacked, her temple destroyed, her son carried off into captivity, so she fled Enlil's Eka mountaintop and became a refugee. You see, you did not dwell in heaven, you did not dwell on earth, you did not bring your lifted face to the land. Your word was not heard in the house built for me. You did not live on earth, you betrayed me in the city built for me. My city attacked, my house destroyed, my son taken captive. Here I am, a refugee, one who fled the Eka. Now I have not freed myself from your hand. Enki answers Nimnah, a word comes out of your mouth agreeable. Who can alter it? Umal, the crippled old creature of creation, take him off your lap. All has surely looked with favour upon your work. He has given you an imperfect hand. Who can oppose him? Take my hand, for worthless is its use. Take back this hand. Put your hand on its mouth. Now may my phallus be acclaimed. May it become a wisdom in Dowra. May the Enkum, your rulers, the Ninkum, noble ladies, exalt you forever. O my sister, do you extol my heroic strength? Do you utter songs for me? The deities who hear them will rejoice. The Umar, let him build my house. O Father Enki, sweet is your praise. On the 1st, 7th, and 15th of the month, he made a purification by washing. Geshtu the Anunnaki, who had intelligence, they slaughtered in their assembly. He was a willing sacrifice. Ninti first washed their hands, then mixed his shiru, flesh and blood. They heard the drum beat forever after. A Ruach soul came into existence from the Anunnaki's flesh, and she, Ninti, proclaimed it as his living sign. The Ruach existed so as not to forget Geshtu. After she had mixed that clay, she called up the Anunnaki, the great Allahum. The Agigi, the great Allahum, spat spittle onto the clay. Mami, who was also called Ninti and Ninhursag, made her voice heard and spoke to the great Anunnaki. I have carried out perfectly the work that you ordered of me. You have slaughtered an Anunnaki together with his intelligence. I have relieved you of your hard work. I have imposed your load on Humim. You have bestowed noise on Humims. I have undone the fetter and granted freedom. They listened to this speech of hers and were freed from anxiety and kissed her feet. We used to call you Mami, but now your name shall be Mistress of all Anunnaki, the giver of Nephesh, spirit. Chapter 2, The Slaves. Begin all acts and thinking by using El Kalum the All. Tablet 3, The Birth of Slaves. 19 times 16 equals 304. Lo, Nadimad and wise Mami went into the room of fates. The womb deities were assembled. He trod the clay in her presence. She kept reciting an affirmation for Nadimad, staring in her presence, made her recite it. I am in the love of the All, and all love is in me. I am a part of the All, and the All is a part of me. I can succeed as a part of the All, and fail as an individual. I can be all that I wish in the All, as long as my wish is to stay in the All. I am never alone. The All is, I am. The All can, I can. The All does, I do. When she had finished her affirmation, she pinched off 14 pieces of clay and set 7 pieces in the right and 7 on the left. Between them, she put down a mud brick. She used a reed, opened it up to cut the umbilical cord. She called up the wise and knowledgeable womb deities 7 and 7. 7 created males, 7 created females. For the master of the sky is creator of the flesh, that he breed them 2 by 2 in her presence. Mami made these rules for people in the house of a woman who is giving birth, Belatili. Wise Mami shall be honoured. The midwife will rejoice in the house of a woman who gives birth, and when a woman gives birth to the baby, the mother of the baby shall sever herself, a man to a girl, and a girl to her bosom. A beard can be seen on a young man's cheek. In gardens and waysides, a wife and a husband choose each other. The womb deities were assembled, and Ninti was present. They counted the months, called up the 10th month as the term of fates. When the 10th month came, she slipped in a staff and opened the womb, and she recited, Ya Fatah, Ya Aliyun. Her face was glad and joyful. She covered her head, performed the midwifery, put on her belt, and said a blessing. Na afakul fi el kulum. We are all in the all. She made a drawing in flour and put down a mud brick. I myself have created it. My hands have made it. This nafs hayat, living spirit. The midwifery shall rejoice in the house of Kadistu, holy priestesses. Whenever a woman gives birth and the baby's mother severs herself, the mud brick shall be put down for 9 days. Ninti, the master of the sky, shall be honored. She shall call their mother Mami. She shall thank the ruler of the sky Anu and lay down the linen cloth. When the bed is laid out in their house, a wife and a husband shall choose each other. Ishtar shall rejoice in the wife-husband relationship and in the father-in-law's house. Celebrations shall last for 9 days, and they shall call Ishtar Ishara. On the 15th day, the fixed time of fate shall call him a man. Then clean the house and give the son to his father. Then they sat and rejoiced, for she was carrying, and the humankind is noisy. Then he saw the council and Anamnar the just. They took hold of him, made new picks and spades, and made big canals to feed people and sustain the Anunnaki. 600 years, less than 600 passes, and the country became too wide, the people too numerous. The country was as noisy as a bellowing bull. The Anunnaki grew restless as their racket increased. The Namnar had to listen to their noise. He addressed the great Anunnaki. The noise of humankind has become too much. I am losing sleep over their racket. Give the order that Surapu disease shall break out. Now there was one, Adrahasis, whose ear was open to his Anunnaki Nadimad. He would speak to his Anunnaki, and his Anunnaki would speak with him. Adrahasis, who is also called Murdoch, made his voice heard and spoke to his Sultan Enki. How long will the Anunnaki make us suffer? Will they make us suffer illness forever? Nadimad made his voice heard and spoke to his servant. Call the elders, the senior men, start an uprising in your own house. Let the heralds proclaim your disagreement, and let them make a loud noise in the land. Do not revere your Anunnaki, do not bow to your deities, but search out the door of Namtara. Bring a basket of loaf into his presence. May the flour offering reach him. May he be shamed by the presence and wipe away his hand. Adrahasis made his voice heard and spoke to the elders. I have called the Zaganat, elders the senior men. The elders listened to his speech. They built a temple for Namtara, meaning decider of fate, also called Namtar, deity of the underworld in the city. Heralds proclaimed his disagreements as they made a loud noise in the land. They did not revere their Anunnaki, and nor did they pray to their deities, but searched out the door of Namtara, brought a baked loaf into his presence. The flour offering reached him, and he was shamed by the presence, and he wiped away his hand. The Surapu disease left them, and their Anunnaki went back to their regular offerings. 600 years, less than 600 passed, and the country became too wide, the people too numerous. The country was as noisy as a bellowing bull. The Anunnaki grew restless at the clamor. The Namnar had to listen to their noise. He addressed the great Anunnaki. The noise of the Adamites has become too much. I am losing sleep over their racket. Cut off food supplies to the people. Let the vegetation be too scant for their hunger. Let Adad wipe away his rain. Below, let no flood water flow from the springs. Let wind go. Let it strip the ground bare. Let clouds gather, but not drop rain. Let the field yield a diminished harvest. Let Nisaba stop up her bosom. No happiness shall come to them. Let them be dejected. Call the elders, the senior men. Start an uprising in your house. Let heralds proclaim. Let them make a loud noise in the land. Do not revere your Anunnaki. Do not bow to your deity. Search out the door of Adad. Bring a baked loaf into his presence. May the flour offering reach him. May he be shamed by the presence and wipe away his hand. Then he shall make a mist form in the morning, and in the shadow hour he shall steal out and make a dewdrop. Deliver the fields of its produce ninefold like a thief. They built a temple for Adad in the city and ordered heralds to proclaim a loud noise in the land, for he also became a Yahweh as opposed to Tammuz, whom he was in rivalry with. He became known as Baal, and his sons became known as Baalim. So it was written, and it shall be at that day, say that the Yahweh, that you will call me Ishi, an incarnate into flesh being, a man, for I, Baal Hadad, shall incarnate as you, Tammuz. They shall call me no more Bali, for I will take away the names of Baalim out of their mouth, and they shall no more be remembered by their name. Yet they shall seek my name, and worship in my name and the name of my children, for they are weak. They are way seed, and the children of Israel did a disagreeable act in the sight of Yahweh and served Baalim. So they turned from Tammuz to Baal, and even wept for Tammuz in the house of Yahweh. Then he brought me to the door of the gate of Yahweh's house, which was towards the north, and behold, there sat a woman weeping for Tammuz. All of the promises of obedience to Tammuz has the one deity of the heavens and earth, called Yahweh of the Elohim, also called the light of the heavens and earth, for he was found worthy from the Anunnaki, having such great willpower, inherited from his agreeable Tamuzi and disagreeable Ishtar parentage, making him in the image and after the likeness of the Inishites. This will, born into humans, gave them the power to disagree or agree, accept or reject, respect or disrespect. So they chose to disagree, and it hurt the Elohim, for they saw that the Adamites, who had mixed with the giants, and they became disagreeable, selfish, greedy, and dishonorable, and that their hearts were turning to rebellion every day. And Tammuz, the Yahweh of these people, one of the Yahwehians, was sorry that he even fashioned the Adamites on the planet Earth, and he was very displeased in his heart. So he informed the Elohim that he was about to wipe out the Adamites who they had procreated off the surface of the ground. For the Adamites, they did not revere their Anunnaki, and they did not pray to their deities, and they turned away from Tammuz, the Yahweh of the Elohim, and worshipped the disagreeables. But they searched out the door of Adad, Baal Hadad, and brought a baked loaf into his presence. The flour offering reached him, and he was shamed by the presence, and wiped away his hand. He made a mist form in the morning, and in the night he stole out and made dewdrop. He delivered the field of its produce ninefold like a thief. The drought left them, and the Anunnaki went back to their regular offerings. He set foot in the city. Every day he wept and wept. In the morning he would bring incense. Nadimad would speak to me, but he is under oath. So he gave him instructions in dreams. Go to the house of his creator, then he shall sit and weep. In the evening he shall sit and weep. Then was he hushed, and his weeping ended. Then he just looked and addressed the Ruach, that is, the souls of the river. Let the river receive abundance and take away. Let the river flow my way. Let him see me. Let him be calm in the shadow hours. I cry when my eyes are facing the river. Faratu, on the bank Iridu to Argata, the inner world. I, the great Nadimad, listened to his speech and gave instructions to the Lachmu heroes, the men who are there. Behold, let them come. Let them witness the power from above. Rain did not fill the canals. Below, flood water did not flow from the springs. Earth's womb did not give birth. No vegetation sprouted. The people did not look for the ungrown pasture land that was bleached. The broad countryside filled up with alkali, a carbonate or hydroxide of alkali metal, the aqueous solution which is bitter, slippery, caustic, and characteristically basic in reactions. In the first year they ate little, but in the second year they depleted the storehouse, living mainly on the manna that is mushrooms. When the third year came, their looks were changed by starvation, their faces covered with scabs open like malt. They stayed alive by the gift of life. Their faces looked sallow. They went out in public hunched, their well-set shoulders slouched, their upstanding bearing bowed. They took a message from Utnapishtim to the Anunnaki. In front of the assembly of the great Anunnaki, they stood by the orders of Utnapishtim. They repeated in the beginning of the work spirit of 600 years. Less than 600 years passed. The country became too wide, the people too numerous. He grew restless at their noise. Sleep cannot overtake me because of their racket. Give the order that the Surapu disease shall break out. Let Namtar put an end to their noise straight away. Let sickness headache blow into them like a storm. They gave the order, and disease did break out. Namtar put an end to their noise straight away. Sickness and headache blew into them like a storm. The thoughtful man, Utnapishtim, kept his ear open to his master Nadimad. He would speak with his Anunnaki, and they listened. Nadimad would speak with him. Utnapishtim made his voice heard and spoke. He said to Nadimad, his master, "O Nadimad, people are grumbling. Your sickness is consuming the country. Since you have created us, you ought to cut off sickness and the headache." Nadimad made his voice heard and spoke to Utnapishtim. Order the heralds to proclaim, to make a loud noise in the land. Do not revere your Anunnaki. Do not supplicate to your deities. Sincerely withhold his rights. Let the flower as an offering be brought before him, whose hands are raised in her presence, and say a supplication before the presence of him with his raised hand. Nanamnar Enlil organized his assembly, addressed the Anunnaki his sons. You are not to inflict disease on them again. Even though the Enoshites have not been diminished, they are more than before. I have become restless at their noise. Sleep cannot overtake me because of their racket. Cut off food from the people. Let vegetation be too scant for their stomachs. Let Adad on high make his rain scarce. Let him block below, and not raise flood water from the springs. Let the field decrease its yield. Let Nisaba, the daughter of Anu, turn away her breast. Let the fertile fields become unfertile. Let the broad countryside breed a Kali. Let earth clamp down her womb, so that no vegetation sprouts, no grain grows. Let Asaku, the group of demons, be inflicted on the people. Let the womb be too tight to let a baby out. They cut off food for the people. Vegetation became too scant for their stomachs. Adad on high made his rain scarce and blocked below, and he did not raise flood water from the springs. The field decreased its yield. Nisaba turned away her breast. The fertile fields became infertile. The broad countryside bred a Kali. Earth clamped down her womb. No vegetation sprouted, and no grain grew. The womb was too tight to let a baby out. Nadimad kept guard over the bolt that bars the sea, together with his Lafmu heroes. When the second year arrived, they had depleted the storehouse. When the third year arrived, the people's looks were changed by starvation. When the fourth year arrived, their upstanding bearing bowed, their well-set shoulders slouched. People went out in public hunched over. When the fifth year arrived, a daughter would eye her mother coming in. A mother would not even open her door to a daughter. A daughter would watch scales at the sale of her mother. Her mother would watch scales at the sale of her daughter. When the sixth year arrived, they served up a daughter for a meal, served up a son for food. When only one or two households were left, their faces were covered with scabs, raw like malt. People stayed alive by the gift of life. The thoughtful man Utnapishtim kept his ear open to his master Nodimud. He would speak with his Allahum, and his Allahum Nodimud would speak with him. He left the door of his Allahum and put his bed right beside the river, for even the canals were quite silent. Nanamnar was furious with the Agigi. We, the great Anunnaki, all of us agreed together on a plan. In the absence of Anu, Adad was to guard above, and I was to guard the earth below. Where is Nadimad? He was to undo the chain and set us free. He was to release produce for the people. He was to exercise control over all by holding the balance. The Namnar made his voice heard and spoke to the chief Nusku. Have the 50 crafts of the Lafmu heroes arrived? If so, go fetch for me. Have them brought into my presence. The 50 crafts of Lafmu heroes were fetched for him. The Lafmu heroes were hairy beings, a creature created by Ea in the Apsu. They controlled the bolt of the sea and the availability of fish. The warrior Nadimad addressed them. We, the great Anunnaki, all of us agreed together on a plan. Adad to guard the above, I, Nadimad, was to guard the earth below. Where you went, You were to undo the chain and set us free. You were to release produce for the people. You were to exercise control over all by holding the balance, Nanamna. The warrior Nanamna and Adad came over in the clouds and with a veiled voice and said, "Do not feed his people, and do not give Nisaba's corn or luxury for people to eat." Nadimad grew anxious as he sat, and the Anunnaki assembly worried and gnawed at him. They were furious at each other, Nadimad and Nanamna. You imposed your loads on the Adamites. You have bestowed noise on the Enoshites. You slaughtered an Anunnaki together with his intelligence. You must go down and create a flood. It is indeed your power that shall be used against your people. You agreed to the wrong plan. Have it reversed. Let us make far-sighted Nadimad swear to work against the Enoshites as an oath. Nadimad made his voice heard and spoke to his brother the Anunnaki. Why should you make me swear an oath? Why should I use my power against my kind? The flood that you mentioned to me, what is it? I don't even know. Could I give birth to a flood? That is Nanamna's kind of work. Let him choose who he wishes. Let Salat, the servant of the sun deity, and Hanish, the servant of the weather deity, march ahead. Let Erekal pull out the mooring poles. Let Ninurta march. Let him make the waters overflow. The assembly did not listen to the Anunnaki when they gave an explicit command. Nanamna performed a bad deed to the Enoshites. Utnapishtim made his voice heard, and he spoke to his master. Indicate to me the meaning of the dream, and let me find out its portent. Nadimad made his voice heard, and spoke to his servant. You say, I should find out in bed. Make sure you attend to the message that I shall tell you. Well, listen constantly to me. Read her. Make sure you attend to all my words. Let me find out what is portent. Nadimad made his voice heard and spoke to his servant. Make sure you attend to all my words. Dismantle the house. Build a craft-like boat. Reject possessions and save living things. The craft that you shall build, let it have a roof on it like Argata, the inner world, so the sun cannot see inside. Make upper decks and lower decks. The tackle must be very strong. The bitumen must be strong to give it strength. I shall make rain fall on you here, and a wealth of birds, a hamper of fish. He opened the sand clock and filled it. He told him the sand needed for the flood was 7 nights' worth. Utnapishtim received the message. He gathered the elders at his door. Utnapishtim made his voice heard and spoke to the elders. My deity is out of favor with you and with your deity. Nadimad and Nanamna have become angry with each other. They have driven me out of mine own house. Since I always stand in awe of Nadimad, he told me of this matter. I can no longer stay in this place. I cannot set foot on Nanamna's territory again. I must go down to Argata, the inner world, and stay with my creator. This is what he told me. The elders, the builder, the carpenter bought his axe, the reed worker bought his stone, the child bought bitumen, which is a flammable mixture of hydrocarbons and other substances occurring naturally or obtained by distillation from coal or petroleum that are a component of asphalt and tar, and they are to be used for surfacing the roads or waterproofing. The poor fetched what they needed. Everything was indeed pure. The fat ones that have been selected and put on board, the birds that fly in the sky, the cattle of Shakan, also called Shahan, the deity of cattle and herdsmen, and wild beasts of the open country. He gathered them and put on board the craft. He also invited his people to a feast. He put his family on board. They were eating and they were drinking. But he went in and out. He could not stay still or rest on his haunches. His heart was breaking and he was vomiting bile. The face of the weather changed. Adad blew from the clouds. When he, Utnapishtim, heard his noise, bitumen was brought and he sealed his door. While he was closing up his door, Adad kept bellowing from the clouds. The winds were raging. Even as he went up and cut through the rope, he released the craft. Anzu was tearing at the sky with his talons, the claw of a bird of prey. Over the land he broke the seal, and the flood came out. The Kasusu weapon, which is a destructive weapon used by various deities, went against the people like an army. No one could see anyone else. They could not be recognized in a catastrophe. The flood roared like a bull, like a wild ass screaming, and the winds howled. The darkness was total. There was no sun. The clouds were like white sheep, and the waters of the flood. Anu became angry for all that had been done in his absence and without his command. The Anunnaki and his son stood before him. As for Ninti, the great mistress, her lips became encrusted with rime. The great Elohim, the Anunnaki, stayed parched and famished. The deity Anu watched and wept. The midwife of the Anunnaki, wise Mami, said, "Let daylight be, let it return and stop. However could I, in the assembly of the Anunnaki, have ordered such destruction with them? Nanamna was strong enough to give a wicked order. Like Taruru, he ought to have cancelled that wicked order. I hear their cry levelled at me, against myself, against my being. Beyond my control, my offspring have become like scared sheep. As for me, how can I live in a house of bereavement? My noise has turned to silence. Could I go away, up to the sky, and live as in a cloister?" What was Anu's intention? He being the decision maker. It was his command that the Anunnaki, his sons, disobeyed. He who did not deliberate, but sent the flood. He who gathered the Enoshites to catastrophe. The noble Ninti was wailing. Why this? Would a true father have given birth to a rolling sea, so that they could clog up the river like dragonflies? They are washed up like a raft on a bank. They are washed up like a raft on a bank in the open country. I have seen and wept over them. Shall I ever finish weeping for them? She wept. She gave vent to her feelings. Ninti wept and fueled her passions. The Anunnaki wept with her for the country. She was satiated with grief. She longed for a drink of beer in vain. Where she sat weeping, there the great Anunnaki sat also. But like sheep, they can only fill their windpipes with bleating. Thirsty as they were, their lips discharged only the rime of famine. For 7 days and 7 shadow hours, the torrent, storm and flood came on. Anu put down his rule, provided food for the Anunnaki. Smelling the fragrance, they gathered like flies over the offering. When they had eaten the offering, Ninti got up and blamed them all. Whoever made decisions from himself over Anu? Who makes the decisions? Did the Namna dare to come to the smoke offering which Anu had gathered for us? Those two who did not deliberate, but sent the flood, gathered the Enoshites to catastrophe. You agreed to the destruction. Now their impure faces are pure forever. Then she went up to the big flies, scarab beetles, which Anu had made, and declared before the Anunnaki. His grief is mine, my destiny goes with his. He must deliver me from evil and appease me. Let me go out in the morning and all be gone. Let the scarab beetles be the lapis lazuli, which is an opaque to translucent blue, violet blue, or greenish blue, semi-precious gemstone composed mainly of lazurite and calcite, be the color of my necklace, by which I may remember it daily forever. The warrior Nanamna spotted the craft and was furious with the Igigi. We, the great Anunnaki, all of us agreed together on an oath. No form of life should have escaped. How did any Enoshite survive the catastrophe? Anu made his voice heard and spoke to the warrior Nanamna. Who but Nadimad would do this? He made sure that the reed hut disclosed the order. Nadimad made his voice heard and spoke to the great Elohim. I did it in defiance of you. I made sure life was preserved. Extract your punishment from the sinner. That is, whoever contradicts your order. I have given vent to my feelings. Nanamna made his voice heard and spoke to the far-sighted Nadimad. Come, summon Ninti, the master of the sky. Confer with each other in the assembly. Nadimad made his voice heard and spoke to the womb deity Ninti. You are master of the sky who decrees destinies, deity to the people. Let 1/3 of them be saved and refill the earth, and in addition, let there be 1/3 of Enoshite women who give birth, yet do not give birth successfully. Let there be the Pasitu demon, she who erases amongst the Enoshites to snatch the baby from its mother's lap. Establish a Babtu Entu Igistu women. They shall be taboo prohibited, and thus we shall control childbirth. How we sent the flood. But an Enoshite descendant of an Adamite survived the catastrophe. You are the counselor of the Anunnaki. On your orders I created conflict. Let the Igigi listen to this song in order to praise you, and let them record your greatness. I shall sing of the flood to all Enoshites. Listen. Chapter 2, The Slaves. Begin all acts and thinking by using El Kalun the All. Tablet 4. Adam, a slave made to order. 19 times 10 equals 190. Lo, my child, you ask, why did we fashion you to be slaves? Why are you a slave made to order? First, know that all of you are Adama of the ground. Know that we created you, the Adam, for the purpose of helping your species. After the crash of your planet, your species were becoming extinct, so we had recounseled and we said amongst ourselves without the permissions of Anu, let us make Adamites in our very own image, being in our likeness in all ways, and able to produce on their own. However, all did not go well with this plan. The Anunnaki Elohim the mines were complaining that their jobs in the mines were too hard, so they decided amongst themselves, without the permission of Anu the Most High, to create you for the purpose of doing their work. This was the Adamu project. There was no Adam to till the land. These are two important unsettling hints to who had created Hamims and why. You must know the truth, and it shall make you free. The truth is that back-breaking work in the gold mines in Rafadi had become unbearable. Enlil, their commander-in-chief, summoned the ruler of Nibiru, his father Anu, to an assembly of the great Anunnaki and demanded harsh punishments of his rebellious crew. But Anu was more overstanding. What are we accusing them of? He asked as he heard the complaints of the mutineers. Their work is heavy and their distress is much. Was there no other way to obtain the gold? He wondered out loud. Yes, said his other son Enki, Enlil's half-brother and rival, the brilliant chief scientist of the Anunnaki. I saw that it was possible to relieve the Anunnaki of their unbearable toil by having someone else take over the difficult work. I resolved to let the primitive worker be created. The idea appealed to the assembled Anunnaki. The more they discussed it, the more clear their clamor grew for such a primitive worker, an Adamu, to take over the workload. But they wondered, how can you create a being intelligent enough to use tools and to follow orders? How was the creation or bringing forth of a primitive worker to be achieved? Was it indeed a feasible undertaking? Enki answered, saying, the creature whose name you uttered, it exists. All you have to do, he added, is to bring upon it the image of the Anunnaki. The Anunnaki did not create humans from nothing. The being was already there, on Gaia, Earth, the product of evolution, Homo erectus. All that was needed to upgrade it to the required level of ability was intelligence, its Nefesh Kayim, divine life. To bind upon it the image of the Anunnaki, the image of the Elohim themselves. The process envisioned by Enki was to bind upon the existing creature the image, the inner genetic makeup of the Anunnaki. He wanted to take the Homo erectus monkey and breed it with the DNA of the Anunnaki gods. This first endeavor was taken without permission or approval from the Most High, Elyon El, because that would be interfering with the ecology of the planet Earth, the chain of life, evolution and mutation, where each living thing plays a part in keeping the environment balanced. Every living thing on the planet and in the planet's Earth seas are one, depending on each other for existence. To pull out just one life and alter the system by upgrading or downgrading would throw everything off. Stepping into the chain of events, selecting one breed of creatures from the rest, would disrupt the natural system of things. This Anu knew, yet the assembly of all the Anunnaki resolved amongst themselves to proceed with the project. Enlil stated that these Lulus were to be created asexual or hermaphrodites. However, Enki disagreed. He felt that the Lulu should be given total control of their reproductive organs so that they can produce on their own. This is what Anu didn't approve of. Anu was against unruly activity, uncontrolled sex. Enki took his thoughts to the Anunnaki Ninti, whereupon she also agreed to breed the Lulus with their own reproductive organs so that they wouldn't have to keep cloning and engineering. They proceeded on with their project without informing Anu, so they did this without the permission of Anu. Enki assigned the task to Ninti, their chief medical officer, who was under the impression that Anu had approved of his project. They summoned and asked Ninti, the midwife of the Anunnaki, the wise birth giver, saying, Create a creature, give life. Create workers. Create a primitive worker that he may bear the yoke. This process took place in the laboratory Shinti, meaning house where the wind of life is breathed in. After the purifying and the extracting procedures were completed, the Anunnaki Allahumu purifies the Nephishtu. Enki spoke up. Seated before her Ninti, he was prompting her. After she had recited the affirmation, she put her hand to the clay. The mixing of the clay with all the component extracts and essences was not yet the end of the procedure. The egg of the ape woman was fertilized in the purifying baths with the sperm and genes of the 7 young Anunnaki Allahum, was then deposited in the mold where the binding was to be completed. Enki announced to the gathered Anunnaki that his own spouse Ninki, Lady of the Earth, had volunteered for the task. Ninki, my spouse, he announced, will be the one for labor. She was to be the one to determine the fate of the new being. The newborn's fate you shall pronounce. Ninki would fix upon it the image of the Anunnaki, and what it will be is Hamim, the female Anunnaki chosen to serve as birth Anunnaki if the experiment succeeded. Enki said, one should stay to observe closely for the first 3 months that the Nakashians are present. In the second 3 months, the Ramadians are present, but in the last 3 months, the Allahum are present. So guard against the thievery by the Luciferians, those disagreeable Yahwehians. Keep a watchful eye over what is happening. The birth Anunnaki were kept together. Ninti sat, counting the months. The fateful 10th month was approaching. The 10th month arrived, and the period of opening the womb had elapsed. Hamim's creation, it appears, was compounded by a late birth. Medical intervention was called for. Realizing what had to be done, Ninti covered her head with an instrument that made it possible for her to see an opening. With this done, that which was in the womb came forth. Grabbing the newborn babe, she was overcome with joy. Lifting it up for all to see, she shouted triumphantly, I have created, my hands have made it. The first Adam was brought forth. Now enough mixed clay was prepared to start pregnancies 14 birth Anunnakis at a time. Ninti nipped off 14 pieces of clay. 7 she deposited on the right, 7 she deposited on the left. Between them she placed the mold. Now the procedures were genetically engineered to come up with 7 males and 7 females at a time. The wise and learnt, or double 7, the birth Anunnaki had assembled. 7 brought forth males and 7 brought forth females. The female Anunnaki brought forth the wind of the breath of life. The creation of the Lulu Amalu primitive worker, the Homo sapiens, came about through a feat of genetic engineering and embryo implantation techniques. The new being had 9 ether hair and was known as the benevolent ones, called the Danakiel, and they possessed the hydrocephalic state, but they were going through a long process of evolution. However, the Anunnaki jumped in and sped up the Adamites' evolutionary process, creating you sooner than you would have evolved on your own. In any case, just as the Anunnaki had done on Nibiru, both coming forth from the same seed of life. So this creation was done by genetic manipulation. It was not done in an instant. It took 600 years in the grafting and making of this being. Male called Hu Min and female called Hu Mim. They went through a lot of trial and error to get the perfect being, which accounts for all of your defects in this world today. It took them exactly 600 years. That is 400 years for the breeding of 4 generations, as in all cloning and genetic splicing or grafting. That's 10 people per 100 years, and comes out to 40 people over a period of 400 years. 100 years was used for the preparation of this process, that is, collecting of choice species for breeding, or what is now called abduction, and the building of the laboratories on the planet Lahmu, Mars. 400 years was used for the actual breeding, but the last 100 years was used for educating and civilizing. The transplantation of the Homo erectus was done on the planet Lahmu, Mars. The Anunnaki had set up bases on Mars and on the dark side of the moon 450,000 years ago before coming to the planet Earth. The Anunnaki assembled 30-mile-long crafts to transport the minerals that they collected. Homo erectus was being abducted from the planet Earth and then taken to the laboratory called Shinti on the planet Mars, where they were being made into Homo sapiens. The laboratory Shinti was originally located on Nibiru. The Anunnaki had been going to Mars long before your existence. Now these bases on Mars have been rekindled by humans and extraterrestrials. For many years, scientists have been denying the fact that life is on the planet Mars, even after evidence was proven. They were in opposition to the idea of a modern Martian civilization that was brought forth in 1877 AD. The face on Mars was an ancient marker for incoming extraterrestrials to know about the project of the Homo erectus. Mars was one of the bases used by the Anunnaki for the creation of Homo sapiens. Homo erectus were gathered from the planet Earth and then abducted to Mars for breeding in a laboratory which is called Shinti, meaning the place where the wind of life is breathed. This marker was made for other extraterrestrials to be aware of the experiments of changing Homo erectus to Homo sapiens. The Anunnaki did this without the permissions of Anu, Elu and El. They were not supposed to jump in and speed up your evolutionary process. This was the birth of your Zakar, the Hamin, Hu, creative force of will, and Min, the deity of reproduction, called Adam with the red soil, Coppertone, with the atomic weight of 63.546, and its chemical symbol is Cu, with its atomic number being 29. It's always in a perfect oxidized state. When the electrons of this magnetic earth field dissipates, the higher form manifests in the color green by the absence of the atmosphere filled with oxygen, with its atomic weight being 15.9994. Oxygen has the atomic number of 8 and its chemical symbol is O. It's a diatomic molecule. It makes up 20.95% of the volume of dry air. Diatomic oxygen is colorless, odorless, and tasteless. When the breath of life is breathed into the being in the form of ruach, a great wind, mixed with the life of the Elohim and life of the earth, it is the intake of oxygen. The earth life produces ions, which are molecules bearing electrical charges having with it a greater number of negative electrons, unequal to the number of positive protons in the nuclei. These negative ions are very helpful and refreshing. There is an abundance in the air after a storm or even near a waterfall. This process of breathing in oxygen transforms the color of the being, manifesting the positive charges through the melanin. There is melanin and neuromelanin, which is a form of melanin found in the peripheral nervous system, which is the central nervous system. The Luciferians, who are the Halabines, Flugelrods, or Halab, the fathers of one of the albino races today, tries to reduce the importance of melanin. They, being the most melanin recessive, yet controlling propaganda and the media tries to hide the very word melanin. They try to reduce the importance of melanin by overlooking the significant difference between brain melanin and skin melanin properties. Neuromelanin does not run parallel with your skin melanin, whether white, red, yellow, black, brown, or albino. Neuromelanin plays an important role in the function of the brain and nervous system. Oh, melanite children. My child, melanin was a gift to you from your parents, the Anunnaki Elohim, and the scientists that protect it are called the Danakiel. The residents of Shambhala and Agartha, called also the benevolent ones. The gift being the finest of the refined chemicals known to your species. It was given to you, the melanite children, being that you were procreated as a new being or Nubian. It dwells in your very essence and in your environment. The melanin that is throughout your body is the same thing that colors the planet Ki, now called Earth, the very thing that colors the bark of the trees brown, and the soil of the earth, and everything that lives, and the fowl of the air and the fish of the sea. Know that it does not matter what color your skin appears to be. Know that all genes in all creatures on this very planet Earth known as Gaia, the living organism, has melanin, for all things are coated with melanin. Melanin is the most ancient and worldwide pigment in living organisms. It is found in abundance in the original organisms such as fungi, as well as advanced primates. Thus, within each and every living organism, melanin appears in that which aids the human body, and all parts that allow it to function, such as with vertebrates. It not only dwells in the skin, eyes, ears, central nervous system, pineal gland, pituitary gland, thyroid gland, and bathyry gland. It is also found abundant abundantly in the inner parts of the body, including the heart, lungs, liver, kidneys, the intestines, the arteries, the muscles, the gastrointestinal tract, and the gonads. Melanin controls all mental and physical body activities. Melanin is an extremely stable molecule and highly resistant to the digestion of most acids and bases, and is one of the harder molecules to ever be analyzed. If you do not purify your melanin molecule that lays within you, you will not heal your body of its ailments. It is vitamin B that keeps melanin clean within you. Know that it manifests as pigmentations in the skin. It appears as different shades and hues, colors being black to brown, from red to yellow to white. It is the amino acids tyrosine found on each strand of your DNA that controls the hue or shade of color. Thus, there are 6 different types of melanin-carrying beings that are known to you. They are of different hues, from very dark brown to the blackest of blacks. They are found in the depths of the land of Nubia, called Africa today, and the land of frogs, called North America. They live near the equator. From the land of Kemet, where the original Nubans, those are the black hued who dwell. From Kush, the land of the original Ethiopians, those are the greenish hue. From the Nigerians, those of the brown hue. From the Bushmen of Zimbabwe, those of the yellow hue. From the Sudanese, those from the copper tone, reddish-brown hue. It is also seen in the Mers in America, who mix with the original Hopi tribes and are the real Native American tribes in America, as the ancient Nubans, who originally crossed over to Atlan, also called Aztalan, from the word Utla, meaning vacation, before the division of the continents, as well as mixing with the cursed seed of Canaan, the Caucasus. Thus, there are certain climates that change these descendants of the Halabian Flugelrod into different hues, such as red or brown. Yet, they can be easily distinguished from the original Nubians, who ranges in hues of dark brown, yellow, or red. The wrongly called Negro varies in shades of all the above, all producing an abundance of melanin in your skin, and in most cases wrinkling doth not become a factor until the age of 60. This inheritance of melanin is inherited from generation to generation. Again, you have a Caucasus who is blonde-haired and blue-eyed, descendants of the Halab Flugelrods. These Halab Flugelrods are now living in a cavern beneath the Antarctic. They are the fathers of the Nordic race, not to be confused with the Canaanites, whose leprosy is the result of a curse of albinism cast upon Ham's son Canaan by Utnapishtim, also called Noah, after the craft that rested down on the surface of the earth after the waters decreased. The albino seed's name comes from the Sea of Albion, called the White Island. It is in the land of the Saxons and the Angelicas, called Britain today. These Halab Flugelrods are originally from the Aldebaran star constellation and the Pleiades. They produce extremely low levels of melanin. What is the importance of this thing called melanin? The pigment melanin is responsible for the color of skin. When melanin does not appear in the skin, it is a deficiency. However, this has nothing to do with the amount in your brain, called neuromelanin, and the rest of your organs. For instance, with albinos, you will still have a certain level of melanin in their heart, arteries, and liver, although they lack it in their skin. This deficiency comes about because of the absence of melanocytes. That which synthesizes the melanin is deficient, which interferes with the journey of the pigment cells to a developing embryo. The deficiency of tyrosine, with a copper-containing enzyme that works as a catalyst or vehicle that causes the production of melanin and other pigments from tyrosine. These cells, called melanocytes, are responsible for all the colors of hair from yellow to black. The tree-like melanocyte cells in the deep epidermis is what produces the dark brown pigment called melanin. The pigment is introduced into the nearby cells through the branch tips of the melanocyte cells in units called melanosomes. Know that hair turns grey when the melanocytes die. There are different types of textures of hair, 6 to 9 ether. Hair can be straight 6 ether, meaning 6-point melanin, wavy curly 7.5-point melanin, or kinky 9-point ether. And it is in that kinky or kingly hair that was given to you from your parents, the Anunnaki Elohim. Then there are those beings who are albino. This genetic disorder, albinism, is a group of genetic disorders affecting 1 out of every several thousand humans and other animals. The first being Canaan himself. This curse was the removal of the divine, which was the reduction of melanin, thus cutting off his family ties with the Elohim. He transformed from a son of the Elohim to a son of Sam. For you that are born an albino, if both your parents are albinos, then you can only be an albino. This is because your parents do not possess any of the dominant genes. Albinism, if carried in the genes of two Nubians, will produce an albino offspring, and mixing of your seed depletes your melanin. When the Anunnaki took residence in Arcturus, the original home of the Teros, they mixed their seed with them who were copper tone in hue, while the Anunnaki were olive green tone in hue. This mixture is why Anunnaki appear copper tone in hue. This mixing took place for 7,000 years. Eating the improper foods or overeating overloads your body as well. Overeating overexerts all the organs in the body just to digest the food, which is why you shouldn't eat after a certain time, because it keeps the body constantly working when it should be resting. Then your connection is blocked. Thus disease manifests. Melanin is deranged only when it becomes toxic, and any individuals who might have toxic melanin will act in a very similar manner. That is primitive, animalistic, and barbaric. This is why there is a great concentration on drugging the Nubian to the Western world. Melanin has physical properties and personality traits which distinguish it from others. Melanin smells sweet. Your body is dedicated to making melanin, which has 9 substances of its own, as long as you are eating responsibly. Wake up, my child, for the time is near. Each cell in the human body needs its own oxygen carried by the blood. Human blood is similar to the chlorophyll of plant life. Human blood has 2 main constituents. The cells are corpuscles, comprised of 45%, and the liquid portion or plasma in which the cells are suspended comprises 55%. The blood cell comprises 3 main types: red blood cells or erythrocytes, white blood cells or leukocytes, which in turn are many different types. The third, platelets or thrombocytes. Each type of cell has its own individual function in the human body. Plasma, the colorless solution, is 90% water. It carries different ions and molecules, including proteins, enzymes, hormones, nutrients, and waste materials, such as urea, which is a compound of nitrogen waste found in the urine. Fibrinogen is the protein that creates the clot that becomes the congealed blood when the water is removed, dehydrates, and returns to dust. The substance in the red blood cells that is largely responsible for their ability to carry oxygen and carbon dioxide is hemoglobin, the material that gives the cells the red color. This is a protein complex comprising many linked amino acids and occupies almost the entire volume of the red blood cells. Essential to its structure and functions is iron. Iron is needed now solely for the magnetism in the blood that keep the involuntary functions of the body working properly. Its atomic weight is 55.847. Its chemical symbol is Fe, and atomic number is 26. When these 2 processes of the blood occur simultaneously, the physical part of the being created is skin out of soil of Gaia, the living organism called Earth, whose essence is soil. This Gaia is in fact a living organism, named after the Greek goddess, or Pangaea, or Pangaea, meaning all land, and that one landmass being Earth, where physical and chemical conditions exist on the surface, within the interior, within the atmosphere and the oceans. It was always in existence and always active, for it is a living entity, one that was made to suit the conditions to exist within the boundless universe, for Gaia is a living entity existing within the all. Gaia has been and always will be prosperous, having favorable conditions, causing the presence of life itself to be thought of as significant. Any species is of course a key development of this living organism called Gaia, yet because your existence came along so far after the creation of Gaia, originally called Tiamat, it is inappropriate to question whether life of any species has a significant meaning to why Gaia came about. Know that Gaia is a complex entity involving the Earth's biosphere. It is a self-regulated organism that grows and has climate changes. Gaia is living matter. The air, the oceans, and land surface forms this now complex system, which has the capacity to keep it existing. Why call Earth a planet when 3/4 of its surface is sea? That's why when pictures are taken of it from above, it appears to be a blue sapphire. Know that water is a part of the mechanism that helps keep the planet running. It transforms the radiant energy of Apsu, the sun, into the motion of air and water, which in turn distributes energy all over Gaia. Gaia runs off of cybernetics, which is a self-regulating system of communications and controlling living organisms and machines. Thus, When the physical part of a being is created, your jalad, skin, is the soil of Gaia, the living organism, called earth, and your very existence is soil. With their contents begins the process of rusting and manifesting itself in a copper tone. When this oxygen is removed, an oxidation begins. The being returns to its original state as the greenest olive. The Adamite being mixed with the abducted black man called a Hindu, having 6 ether hair, mixed to manifest a child of the Allahum, having 7.5 ether hair. His mate, Nekebu Eve, being unmixed and undiluted, untampered, possessed the holy gene 9 ether woolly kingly hair. Yet her skin tone was at the beginning of the melanin process. She was of a yellow seed, not the red, brown, or black. You were created to be Jarutat's slaves, to work the mines for the Anunnaki. As the Lulu multiplied, the Anunnaki began to copulate with him. The level of sexual interest had gotten a little out of hand, and this made Enlil angry. Enlil never thought that the Lulu should be given the capacity to reproduce without the absolute control of the Anunnaki. The unique characteristics of the Lulu's telepathic abilities added an unknown thrill to the sexual experience. The word got around that the gods were running off into the woods frolicking and reproducing with the Lulus. In those times, birth was not a painful process that you know today. Birth was easy and a time to be at one with Mother Ninti, the goddess of all life. It was a time to experience union with the cosmos, to bring forth more expressions of Prime Creator, not of pain. The Anunnaki and the Lulus enjoyed being pregnant. Every birth brought more Lulus and more festivals, more fun and more beer. The grains that grew on earth developed the most delicious beers, ales and mead, and alcohol made from fermented honey and water. Enlil became more and more disturbed by the loose copulation of the Anunnaki with the Lulus. He thought that our genetic lineage was being corrupted by such uncontrolled crossbreeding and was angry at the proliferation of the Lulus. Enlil began to think of ways to cut down on the Lulu population. By this time, there were many social hierarchies amongst the Lulus. There was great discussion as to who had the most Anunnaki blood, and who was related to which Anunnaki, and how long their lineage was. Enlil became more upset at the thought of the Lulu population overrunning the earth. He wanted to get rid of them. Enlil called a meeting of the family. He demanded that something be done about the Lulus, and began to state his views on the matter. His brother Enki completely disagreed. Enki complained, after all the work he and Ninti had done to create such efficient workers, it was absurd to even consider destroying them. They were needed in the gold mines. The brothers ranted and raved as usual. Enlil's wrath was unchangeable, despite his brother's pleas. The sons of Enlil and Enki joined in the arguing, both sides raging for a time, but in the end, because he is the number one son, Enlil prevailed. His plan would be not to kill them all, just those unfortunate to starve to death, so he arranged the first famine. As Enki and his sons left the meeting, they formulated a plan to defeat Enlil. Famine spread across the land, and some food was smuggled to the Lulus, and most survived. Enlil commanded the communications from the space stations orbiting Earth, and he was first to learn of the coming polar shift. High above the planet, the orbiting astronauts began to observe the magnetic fluctuations and the inevitable wobblings. The axis of the planet Earth was about to reverse itself. Enlil kept these observations a secret. He determined to wait until the last possible moment, so there would be only enough time to transfer the families of Anu and the Anunnaki to the orbiting space station. He made certain there could not be sufficient time to rescue the Lulus. The spies of Enki had informed him of the coming polar shift every 50,000 years, called an epoch. In all the ancient cultures of Earth, there are stories of a flood, and one man who was saved in an ark. Enki chose that man. That was not the first of the floods of Tiamat, that was only one of many. Knowing there would be a great flood, Enki resolved to save at least one family of Lulus. He picked a man from his own gene pool, and there was no ark. It was a craft, or what you might call a submarine, and the animals 2 by 2 were actual samples of the genetic material makeup, approximately stored, so they might later be recreated. Defying Enlil, Enki rescued the Lulus. When Enlil found out about the surviving Lulus, Enlil was angry. He and his sons accused Enki and his sons. Enlil said that Enki defied the laws of Anu. Enki made a great speech where he said, In the greatness of his visionary wisdom, Enlil has been fated to engineer a method of sorting through the rubbish of the species to arrive at a prime genetic material of all the Lulus. And if these lone survivors were deemed to live through the horrors of the deluge, their genes must be worthy of serving Anu and the Nibirians. Enlil agreed, and each member of the family of Anu then swore a vow to each other. All manner of laws were subsequently made to regulate the copulation and breeding of the Lulus. Chapter 2: The Slaves. Begin all acts and thinking by using El Kalun the All. Tablet 5. The Death of a Slave. 19 times 3 equals 57. Lo, when the term of leave is over for the slaves, and 40 days of his life remain to him, his leaves begin to fall. And his leaf falls in the room of Enki, who bore the title Israel. By this sign, he knows that he is commanded to take the soul of his owner. After that, his owner is called dead in the galactic heavens, while he is alive in the face of the earth for 40 days. Murdoch will descend with the scroll of the Anunnaki of death from Anu, Elion, Elion, El. On it is written the name of the one whose soul he is commanded to take. At the place in which the soul is to be taken, the cause for which it is being taken are written. In reality, Adamites do not die, they merely transform from state to state. 2 drops fall below the throne of the name of its owner. One is green and the other is pink, which is any of a group of colors reddish in hue. If the red drop falls on the name, he knows he is wretched. If the green drop falls on the name, he knows he is happy. And as for the knowledge of the place in which he will die, the Anunnaki that is entrusted as a guardian to everyone born entrusts the information. He is called Rahman, the Anunnaki of the womb. When one is born, he is created. He is then commanded to register in the drop which is in the womb of the mother, where in the dust of the earth he will die. So the slave becomes a corpse and changes, then turns to the place where his earth was taken from, so he dies in it. His words are, I am where I am, and where I have started, and this is where I end my journey. Thus ends one journey and begins another. This transformation is called death. It is also related that when a slave is in the death struggle, his tongue is stopped, and 4 Anunnaki come to him. The first says, the peace be upon you, I am entrusted with your provision. I have flown throughout the planet Earth, east and west, and I have not found any morsel of your provision at this hour. The second then enters and says, the peace be upon you, I am entrusted with your drink and water and other drinks. I have flown east and west, and I have not found any drink of water for you at this hour. Then the third enters and says, peace be upon you, I am entrusted with your breaths. I have flown east and west, and I have not found one breath for you. So the fourth Anunnaki enters and says, the peace be upon you, I am entrusted with your turn. I have flown east and west throughout the planet, and I have not found 1 hour for you. The one on his right says, the peace be upon you, I am entrusted with your right actions. So he brings out a bright page and spreads it before him and says, look at your deeds. So he is happy and rejoices. The one on his left says, I am entrusted with your wrong actions. So he brings out a red page and spreads it before him and says, look at it. So his sweat pools down. He looks right and left for fear of reading at the page. The Anunnaki insists and puts it down on his pillow and leaves. Then the 2 harsh Anunnaki descend, burning the planet with their talons. They are Minka and Naka. So they sit with him and they say to him, who is your sustainer? Who is your news bearer? What is your way of life? If he is one of the people of happiness, he says, my El Rab's sustainer is Anu, Elion, Elion, El, most glorified and exalted. My spiritual guide is the Son of Righteousness. He who is El Eloi, most glorified and exalted, guides with his illustrious scripture the holy tablets. My way of life is Nuwupu Sabatu. Then they say to him, sleep the sleep of the bridegroom. They open a hole in his head, and he looks through to his seat and the place of the enclosed garden. Then the Anunnaki return with his Ruach soul to the skies, and they place the Ruach in a candlestick attached to the throne. Tablet 6. The Prayer of the Slaves. 19 times 1 equals 19. Lo, and when the slave spoke, these are the words that came forth from your lips. The praise and gratitude is due to the appointed El Elo, the caretaker of the servants of the Anunnaki, and thanks to Ninti, she who dared to procreate them, and thanks to Enlil and Enki, for all would be incomplete if left unsaid, the birth of a slave. All of which was done by the All within the All, in the image and after the likeness of those Anunnaki. And I proceed to say in the name of Anu, he who is also called Allah, the Gracious, the Most Merciful. We the servants, the aiders of the Anunnaki, the Ansaru Allah, were procreated to work that we may give praise and show gratitude to Anu, the Yielder, the Most Merciful, our Master, our Saviour, the beloved appointed one, who has sent us guidance through his anointed one. For our life is on this planet Earth, that which was also designed by you. We may bask in the soul of the earth. Cursed to dwell within idleness is to become as a stranger, who approaches the solstice as if you are not constant. For everything that lives is constant, as constant as change. For all is real in change, for change is the only absolute. To deviate from the holiness that has been breathed within the essence of life, that readily submits to the All with the affirmation, when I work, I should be as the strings of a guitar, through whose soul the silence of the moment becomes harmonious. Which of you would be likened unto a leaf, who plays when the wind blows, when all else sings together harmoniously? I never want to see work as a curse of misfortune for being disobedient. I say to you, when you work, then you fulfill a part of the distant dream of nature. The birth of that dream was the gift unto you. You who truly loves life will forever reside in labor, if you truly love. Thus, through labor you will love of life, for it is why you were procreated. Through labor the intimacy of life's innermost secrets will manifest. Is my flesh an enslavement? Does this birth cloak me? Shall time and age destroy the gift of everlasting life, and that which was inscribed upon the Akasha tablets of all? Free me. I am to accept that which is to live is to dwell in ignorance, yet I am ever grateful for my existence to El Elo, appointed by the All, for the All appoints all things. This is how it was recorded, and this is how it will be. Chapter 3. The Scientist. Begin all acts and thinking by using El Kalum the All. Tablet 1. Nergal and Erishkigal. 19 times 11 equals 209. Lo, Anu made his voice heard and spoke. He addressed his words to Kaka. I shall send you to Kanugi, the underworld. You must speak thus to Erishkigal, saying, it is impossible for you to come up. In your year you cannot come up to see us. It is impossible for us to go down. In our months we cannot go down to see you. Let your messenger come and take from the table. Let him accept a present for you. I shall give something to him to present to you. Kaka went down the long stairway of heaven. When he reached the gate of Erishkigal, he spoke. Gatekeeper, open up the gate to me. He allowed the Anunnaki Kaka in through the first gate. He allowed the Anunnaki Kaka in through the second gate. He allowed the Anunnaki Kaka in through the third gate. He allowed the Anunnaki Kaka in through the fourth gate. He allowed the Anunnaki Kaka in through the fifth gate. He allowed the Anunnaki Kaka in through the sixth gate. He allowed the Anunnaki Kaka in through the seventh gate. He entered into our spacious courtyard. He knelt down and kissed the ground in front of her. He straightened up, stood and addressed her. Anu, your father, sent me to say, it is impossible for you to go up in your year. You cannot go up to see us. And it is impossible for us to go down in our month. We cannot go down to see you. Let your messenger come up and take from the table. Let him accept a present for you. I shall give something to him to present to you. Erishkigal made her voice heard, and she spoke, and she addressed her words to Kaka. O messenger of Anu, our father, who have come to see us, may peace be with Anu. May peace be with the Namna. May peace be with Nadimad, the great Anunnaki. May peace be with Namu and Nash, and you are the pure Anunnaki. May peace be with the Muzi, the husband of Inanna, who is the lady of heaven. May peace be with Ninurta, who is the champion in the land. Kaka made his voice heard and he spoke. He addressed his words to Erishkigal. Peace is indeed with Anu, Nanamna and Nadimad the great Anunnaki. Peace is indeed with Namu and Nash the pure. Peace is indeed with Dumuzi, the husband of Inanna, who is the lady of heaven. Peace is indeed with Ninurta, the champion of the land. Kaka made his voice heard and spoke. He addressed his words to Erishkigal. I hope everything may be well with you. Erishkigal made her voice heard and spoke. She addressed her words to a chief Namtar. O Namtar, my chief, I shall send you to the heaven of our father Anu. Namtar, go up the long stairway of heaven. Take from the table and accept a present for me. Whatever Anu gives you, you must present to me. So he went, and when he arrived, he found the path that led to where the Anunnaki are kneeling together before him, the great Anunnaki, who are the masters of destiny. For it is he who controls the rites of the 88th temple of the Anunnaki, who dwell within Urkala. Why do you not kneel down before him? I keep winking at you, and you keep pretending not to realize. When Nadimad heard this, he said to himself, I have many things to say first. Nadimad made his voice heard, and he spoke. He addressed his words to Nergal. My son, you shall go on a journey you wanted to make. Grasp a sword in your hand. Go down to the forest of Mesu trees. Cut down the Mesu trees and Simberu trees. When Nergal heard this, he took up an axe in his hand. He drew the sword from his belt, and he went down to the forest of Mesu trees, and he cut down the Mesu trees and Tiaru trees. He cut down the juniper and any of the various evergreens or shrubs of the genus Juniperus, having needle-like, scale-like, or often pointed leaves, and aromatic bluish-greyish berry-like seed-bearing cones. And he broke off the Kanaktu and Sumberu trees and Ningish Zida. He painted it with yellow paste and red paste as a substitute for gold. He painted it with blue glaze as a substitute for lapis lazuli. The work was finished, and the chair complete. Then he Nadimad called out, and he laid the instructions for Nergal. My son, about this journey which you want to make, and from the moment that you arrive, you need to follow whatever instructions that I give you. From the moment that they bring a chair to you, do not go towards it, and do not sit upon it. When the baker brings you bread, do not go towards it, and do not eat the bread. When he who runs the orchard brings you fruit, do not go towards it and do not eat the fruit. When the vineyard grower brings you wine, do not go towards it and do not drink the wine. When they bring you a foot bath, do not go towards it and do not wash your feet. When Erishkigal takes a bath and dresses herself in fine tobe, allowing you to glimpse her body, you must not do that which men and women do. Nergal set his face towards Kanugi, the underworld, to the dark house, dwelling of Urkala's Anunnaki, to the house which those who enter cannot leave, on the road where travelling is one way only, to the house where those who enter are deprived of light, and where dust is their food, and clay is their bread, which is simply the state of death, a physical death, where the light of this world is cut off, and their flesh returns to the dust in which it is encaved. They are clothed like birds with feathers. They are wrapped for the burial ceremony to be mummified. They see no light, and they dwell in darkness. They re-enter a pure supreme balancement, the state of souls, void of body. Pitch and feathers are hot against their skin. They moan like doves, as they are prepared for mummification. Then the gatekeeper opened his mouth, and he addressed his words to Nergal. I must take back a report about the Anunnaki standing at the door. The gatekeeper entered and addressed his words to Erishkigal. My lady, a man has come to see us who is unknown. Who will identify him? Erishkigal made her voice heard and spoke to Namtar. Let me identify him, and let me meet him at the outer gate. Let me bring back my master a description of him. But Namtar went and looked at Error in the shadow of the door. Namtar's face went as livid as cut tamarisk. His lips grew dark as the rim of a Kaninu vessel. Namtar went and addressed his lady, saying, My lady, when I entered the courtyard of Anu, all the Anunnaki of the land were kneeling humbled before him. The Anunnaki, who are the Allahum, rose to their feet in my presence. Now they have gone down to the underworld. Erishkigal made her voice heard and spoke. She addressed her words to Namtar. My dear Namtar, you should not seek Nanamna's power. You should not desire to do heroic deeds. Are you going to come up and sit down on the throne of royal days? A raised platform is in a lecture hall for speakers or honored guests. You should perform the judgments of the broad earth. Should I go up to heaven of Anu my father? Should I eat the bread of the Anunnaki? Should I drink the water of the Anunnaki? Go and bring me the Anunnaki Nergal into my presence. Namtar went and let in the Anunnaki Era, also known as Nergal. He allowed Nergal in through the first gate of Nedu. He allowed Nergal in through the second gate of Kishar. He allowed Nergal in through the third gate of Endeshurima. He allowed Nergal in through the fourth gate of Enurala. He allowed Nergal in through the fifth gate of Endukuga. He allowed Nergal in through the sixth gate of Endushuba. He allowed Nergal in through the seventh gate of Anugi. He came into the broad courtyard and knelt down and kissed the ground in front of her. He straightened up, stood and addressed her. Anu, your father has sent me to see you. He was saying, sit down on that throne, judge the cases of the great Anunnaki who live within a curl or a great city. As soon as they brought him a throne, he said to himself, don't go to it, and he did not sit on it. When the baker brought him bread, he said to himself, do not go to it, and he did not eat the bread. When he who runs the orchard brought him fruit, he said to himself, don't go to it, and he did not eat his fruit. When the vineyard keeper brought him wine, he said to himself, don't go to it, and he did not drink his wine. When they brought him a footbath, he said to himself, don't go to it, and he did not wash his feet. When she went to bathe and dressed herself in a fine tobe and allowed him to catch a glimpse of her body, he resisted his heart's desire to do what men and women do. She went to bathe and undressed herself and allowed him to catch a glimpse of her body. He gave in to his heart's desire to do what men and women do. The two embraced each other and went passionately to bed. They laid there, Maluka in error, for the first day and then the second. They lay there for the third day and then the fourth. They lay there for the fifth day and then the sixth. When the seventh day arrived, Nergal went away without any help. After she allowed me to go, now I will return to the underworld later. Her mouth turned wicked with rage against Nergal, who went before the Allahum to address his speech to the gatekeeper. Ereshkigal, your lady, sent me, saying, I am sending you to the heaven of Anu, our father. You shall allow me to leave out. The messenger said no. Nergal came up the long stairway of heaven. When he arrived at the gate of Anu, Nanamnar, and Nadimad, Anu saw him and said, the son of Ishtar has come back to us. Ereshkigal will search for him and forget. Nadimad, his father, must sprinkle him with water. Then bareheaded, blinking and cringing, let him sit in the assembly of all Allahum. Ereshkigal left to bathe at home because her body became unclean, which would be for a period of 7 days, which is in accordance with the 7-day uncleanliness laws after sexual intercourse of the Anunnaki. And they accept that the essence of the being that you interchange fluids with and emotions will stay with you for 7 days. And Ereshkigal called out her pardon, that is, that she may be pardoned for this act. The chair is free to sprinkle the room with the water of the spring. The seed of the two daughters of Lamashtu and En-Meshera sprinkle with the waters of the spring. The messenger of Anu, our father, who came to see us, shall eat our bread and drink our water. Namtar made his voice heard and spoke. He addressed his words to Ereshkigal, his lady. The messenger of Anu, our father who came to see us before daylight, has suddenly disappeared. Ereshkigal cried out loud, and she grievously fell from the throne to the ground. Her tears flowed down her cheeks. Error, the lover of my delight, I have not had enough delight with him before he left. Namtar made his voice heard, and he spoke, addressed his words to Ereshkigal. Send me to Anu your father, and let me arrest that Allahum. Let me take him to you, that he may kiss you again. Ereshkigal made her voice heard and spoke. She addressed her words to Namtar, her chief. Go, Namtar, you must speak to Anu, Nanamnar, and Nadimad. Set your face towards the gate of Anu, Nanamnar, and Nadimad to say, ever since I was a child and a daughter, I have not known playing with other girls, and I have not known the romping of children. That Anunnaki whom you sent to me and who has impregnated me, let him sleep with me again. Send that Anunnaki to us and let him spend the night with me as my lover. I am unclean, and I am not pure enough to perform the judging of the great Anunnaki, the great Anunnaki who dwell within Urkala, the great city. If you do not send that Allahum to me, according to the rites of Urkala, the great city, and the great earth, I shall rise up the dead and they shall eat the living. I shall make the dead outnumber the living. Namtar came up the long stairway to heaven. When he arrived at the gate of Anu, Namnar, and Nadimad, they saw him and said, "What have you come for, Namtar? Your daughter sent me to say, ever since I was a child and a daughter, I have not known the playing of other girls. I have not known the romping of children. That Anunnaki whom you sent to me, who has impregnated me, let him sleep with me again. Send the Anunnaki to us, and let him spend the night with me as my lover. I am unclean, and I am not pure enough to perform the judging of the great Anunnaki. If you do not send that Anunnaki to me, I shall rise up the dead, and they will outnumber and eat the living." Nadimad made his voice heard and spoke. He addressed his words to Namtar. "Enter, Namtar, the court of Anu. Search out your wrongdoer and bring him." When he entered the court of Anu, all the Anunnaki were kneeling humbled before him. He went straight up to one of them, but he didn't recognize the Anunnaki. He went straight up to a second Anunnaki and a third, but did not recognize those Anunnaki. Namtar went away and addressed his words to his lady. "My lady, about you sending me up to the heaven of Anu your father. My lady, there was only one Anunnaki who sat bareheaded, blinking and cringing at the assembly of the Anunnaki." She replied, "Go seize that Anunnaki and bring him to me." I expect Nadimad his father sprinkled him with water, and he is sitting in the assembly of the Anunnaki bareheaded and blinking and cringing. Namtar went up the long stairway to heaven. When he reached the gate of Anu, Nanamnar and Nadimad saw him and said, "What have you come for, Namtar? Your daughter has sent me to say to seize the Anunnaki and bring him to me." Then enter, Namtar, the courtyard of Anu, and search out your wrongdoer and take him. He went straight up to one Anunnaki, but did not recognize him. He went straight up to a second and a third, but did not recognize them either. Then he made his voice heard and spoke, and he addressed his words to Nadimad. "Let Namtar, the messenger who has come to us, drink our water, wash, and anoint himself. He is not to strip off the powers of error, because I shall hinder." Namtar made his voice heard, and he addressed his words to Erra. Erra explained all the rights of the great underworld. Argata ruled by the Danakiel. "So now when you go from there, you shall carry the chair thyself. Do not grapple with him, lest he bind your chest." Erra, take to heart the speech of Namtar. He rose up and oiled his strap and slung his bow. Nergal went down the long ladder of heaven. When he arrived at the gate of Erishkigal, he said, "Gatekeeper, open the gate for me." He struck down Nedu, the doorman of the first gate of Nedu, and did not let him grapple with him. He struck down the second doorman Fukar of the gate of Kishar, and did not let him grapple with him. He struck down the third doorman Sirum of the gate of Endashirima, and he did not let him grapple him. He struck down the fourth doorman Lanrud of the gate of Enurala, and did not let him grapple with him. He struck down the sixth doorman Arudala of the gate of Endushuba, and did not let him grapple with him. He struck down the seventh doorman Kudri of the gate of Anugi, and did not let him grapple with him. He entered her wide courtyard and went up to her and laughed. He seized her by her hairdo and pulled her from the throne. He seized her by her tresses and with force pulled her down. The two embraced each other and went passionately to bed. They lay there, Erishkigal and Erra, for the first and second day. They lay there, Erishkigal and Erra for the third day. They lay there, Erishkigal and Erra for the fourth day. They lay there, Erishkigal and Erra for the fifth. They lay there, Erishkigal and Erra for the sixth. When the seventh day arrived, Anu made his voice heard, and he spoke. He addressed his words to Kaka, his chief. "I shall send you to Kanugi, the underworld, to the home of Erishkigal, who dwells within Urkala. To say to that Allahum who sent to you, shall forever protect those above and those below." Chapter 3, The Scientist. Begin all acts and thinking by using El Kalum the All. Tablet 2, The Chosen Physician. 19 times 2 equals 38. Lo, the time had come for the special breeding of Cadman, the Adama project, who you know as Adam, whose real name is Cadman, and his mate Nakeba, who you know as Eve or Hawa. were to be put in a habitat called the Special Enclosed Garden of Delight, located in Eden, in what is called Bali. Bali is now a province of Indonesia, which is east of Java, where the bones of Java Man were discovered. The remains of Java Man are the first known fossils of the extinct species Homo erectus. They were discovered by a young Dutch anatomist, Eugene Du Bois, in a bank of the Solo River at Trinil, Java. Du Bois named his creature Picanthropus erectus, meaning erect ape man. The name was later changed to Homo erectus. The newly formed beings Cadman and Nakaba were to be specially bred out of this tribe of ape man called Homo erectus, which was to be in the image and after the likeness of the Elohim Anunnaki, to be like them and act like them. The Most High Anu commanded the Anunnaki Arazal to build the foundation of a special habitat, an enclosed garden. The Anunnaki Ashnan, also called Thukiak, was to do the planting of this special enclosed garden called Eden, located in Bali, and there was to be placed the newly formed beings Cadman and Nakaba. The task of breeding Homo erectus, or the upright man, to an upgraded level caused much errors and mistakes, which led to all types of diseases that you now have today. So the wise scientist Enki decided to hold a council with the Anunnaki, and this time in the presence of Anu, to ask his permission in the making of man into their image and after their likeness. And this Anu, the Most High, agreed. This project became the Adama project. He, Enki, chose out of the temple of Esherah in the lower world one of their deities named Nergal-Sharesta, who is also his beloved son, for this special breeding of Cadman and Nakaba. Nergal was the greatest chemist or magi from the forbidden land of the many wanderers, the homeless, the land of Nod or Subnod in Caleb, a province in the city of Uruk or Erech or Araf. Curse that wicked place. Ereshkigal the Cuthite was the wife of Nergal-Sharesta the chemist. That's the reason why he lived in that evil land, the land of the Cuthites. Ereshkigal was the daughter of Naya-Nana, half-sister of Ishtar. Her mother, Nin-Nashima, was from the Raksasa species, a half-snake, half-Hindu tribe. Her symbol was the Kundalini. The first thing the scientists had to do was select the right place, so they chose the center of the planet Earth, its very navel, known then as the Lemuria of old. Right between the Salt Rivers and the two clear rivers, it later became known as Becca, today known as Mecca, where they both, Cadman and Nakaba, cried. Mecca is in Central Asia, called Arabia today, the land of wanderers, Arabs, where the idol worshippers gather to worship a meteorite from Orion, given to them by Elagabalus. He was the sorcerer who brought it from Syria, where it had crashed down, and was believed to be a sign from their deity Baal, or Baal-Hadad, and he had marched it into Rome. The Romans called it the Holy Stone. The Muslims call it Hajaratul Aswad, the Black Stone, El Aswad Hajjah. This enclosed garden of delight was Eden. It was to be the birthplace of this new tribe of Adamites. Adamites are those of the dust of the ground of this planet Earth, which merely means ground. The Anunnaki, who are called by Cadman Elohim, were those selected to create a race of beings in their own image and after their own likeness. The agreement was complete with the divine confirmation. Exist and into existence things come. First they created your sun, which was also a star, and this planet was to be their temporary home. All of this was planned by extraterrestrials. It was an extraterrestrial plan, or simply planet, ET plan, or plan ET. And the moon Shesky was to rotate around your planet, and the many stars also. Once everything was prepared and seen again, the elder scientist Anunnaki Zodites knew that they needed 7 periods of 7,000 years to complete this reformation and transform from genus Homo ape-like, mortal beings, to immortal beings, Homo sapiens, deity-like. While the agreeable Anunnaki extraterrestrials planned the plan, the evil one Shakar and his own son Halal, or Samael, also known as Nakash, and Shaitan planned his plan. The serpent, the Luciferians, are mixed with Maldekians and reptilians, but the Drago are more like snake than any of them. However, the agreeable Anunnaki's plan was the best of plans. The ruler of the Anunnaki, Negative Anunnaki is called Shakar, Prince of the Cherubs, who is also known as Iblis and Tarnish, who is a reptilian from Maldek, also called Vulcan. He is of the Luciferians, those who breed with frogs, who are beings of the sea that landed here 450,000 years ago. He looked on and waited his chance for vengeance, for being cast out from his orbit by Nibiru 24 billion years ago, when his seed was wounded, and for the kidnapping of his son Halal, also known as Samael, and Nakash by the Anunnaki, when they tried to reform him. In order to try to reform the Nakash, reverse breeding needed to be done, but the Anunnaki found out it could not be done. While on the other hand, Enki also waited with Shakar for vengeance, for being cast out of rulership of the planet Earth in favor of his younger brother Enlil, also known as Nanamnar, only 49,000 years ago, so this plan to breed the new being had to be prevented. This breeding was to take place in the land of Nippur, which was originally called Nabruki, meaning the birthplace of Nibiru, the sister city to Kadesh, which is Gadesh in our language Nawupik, and they share the same name. It was in the city of Kadesh that a laboratory was to be built on Earth, as a replica of the laboratory that had been built on the mothership Nibiru. This laboratory is called Shimti. Chapter 3: The Scientist. Begin all acts and thinking by using El Kalundi All. Tablet 3: The Trustworthy. 19 times 11 equals 209. Lo! The four scientists Ninti, also called Ninhursag, Enki, Nergal and Erishkigal got together, and they selected the trustworthy. These trustworthy are also known as the Zodokites and ambassadors. They were to go to the land of Tar, of Tamaray, who are the original Kishites, and the first Havilavites. These four selected Magi or Magus went as Anunnaki, speaking on behalf of Anu to the families of Anath of the Dogon tribe, who thought them to be Nomos, who had visited them from before, thinking them now to be in human form. For the Nomos told them in the legends that they would return unlike fish people, but moreover in a perfect human form. This was Anath, whose mate was Tar of the original Bushmen of Rafali in South Africa, who were of the original seed of this planet, they who had come from the sea, having web hands and gills during the fetal stages, and having a coccyx at the end of their spine. Born into what is known as genus Homo here, millions of years before the arrival of certain species of Hindu from the planet Nirvana, which is their own heaven, known as the Enkiduites. Their purpose was to breed a daughter who had to be named Nekeba, Hawa, mother of all living, who would be able to procreate. A delegation was sent to the land of Nod amongst the Kuthites, the original Hindu people, the disagreeable Anakite of Sinji, the sixth planet of Orion, also called Nirvana in Procyon, which means before the dog, the eighth brightest binary star in the Canis Minor constellation. It is also called the Dog Star. That dog being the Sirius star constellation known as the Dog Star, also known as Caleb, where the Hindu mixed their seed with the Shaggy. Then they came down to the planet Tiamat from the constellation Orion. These Hindus that ruled from their planet Nirvana, which they called Heaven, were Saravasti, also known as Satarupa, Savitri, Gayatri and Brahman, deity of science, wisdom and music. Sita, also known as Parvivi, an incarnation of Laskmi, deity of love, prosperity and learning. Supe, deity of air. Surya Savitri, deity of the sun, the light and truth. Kotave, the female warrior who was the deity of war. Kama, deity of desire, which is one of the laws of their realm. Kartikeya, also called Skanda, the six-faced deity of war, the Hindu demon who leads the heavenly host into battle and rides a peacock. It was wars that brought the peacock to your planet, now called Earth. Hanuman came here and is known as the monkey deity who was only part monkey. Shiva, also called Siva, Rudwa and Nataraja came to Earth, and his wife Kali also came to the planet Earth in order that she may stop the war and protect the humans from demons. And Kali slew the general of the demons. And then you have Brahma and Thessaly, the charioteer of Arjuna, Varuna, deity of the sea, creator of the world and ruler of the universe, Vayu, father of Hanuman, deity of the wind, Yayu, deity of the air, Yama, brother and husband of his twin sister Yami, who claims to have created the human race, and deity of the dead, whose souls the Yamadutas bring to him. Yama has an odd greenish complexion and is a bit heavy-set, and he currently resides in Yamapura. Vishnu and his wife Lakshmi, deity of beauty and wealth, Vaishravana and Kubera, both being called deity of wealth, Uma, also called Bhavani, Durga, Kalideva, and Parvati, being the deity of female creative energy, being both terrible and kind. Ushas, deity of truth and light, who wakes the deities from their sleep. Tandu, who is one of the principal attendants of Shiva, and was primarily a teacher of mimicry and dancing. Prithvi, the ruler on earth. Tripasura, a demon of three worlds, their planet, their moon, and earth. And Matsya, Kurma, Varas, Aditi, Agni, also known as Pavaka, Domaketu, Jadavadas, and Anala, Surya, Asvins, Dasra, Dasatya, and Narashima, who is half human and half lion. Manasa, mother of Nakash, or Nakas, who is queen of the serpents, grants fertility to sterile mortal females. Thessaly, who is a hermaphrodite, also known as Baphomet, the goat of Mendes. And Veracona, who is also known as king of the demons, who is a lawful demon whose only desire is to do his job well. And Vishnu, who is also called Narayana, who is the overseer, meaning the sole universe, of these black straight-haired Hindu demons. And Jagannath, a warrior who's incarnated in a topaz skin tone with neutral gender, making him an hermaphrodite, having both male and female genitalia, as in the case of all these Hindu demons. These are the real devils, with their scrolls the Upanishads, and later the Bhagavad Gita. And they bred their original Asiatic black man with 6 ether black hair, black eyes, and black skin. Certain species of Hindus are descendants of the Shaggis, descendants of Enkidu, one of the descendants of the original Shaggis from Sirius, a friend of Gilgamesh, who was 2/3 human and 1/3 Anunnaki. Some of the Hindus were identified as Garubat and classified as the disagreeable avatars. These avatars are those beings who incarnated on Terra, which was once the name of this planet. Their coming down to Earth is recorded in the Upanishads. They came on crafts called Vimanas. These Hindu demons gave praise to the avatars of the sky. And these avatars that came down were the 200 fallen Allahum, and the Hindu people are the descendants of them. These disagreeable Allahum were hermaphrodites, having male and female genitalia. They arrived thousands of years ago in the land of Nod, then moved to the earth to set up Bali, their secret homeland on earth, where they used the images of many thousands of creatures that incarnated to this planet Earth. There in Bali they worship to this very day. Those who came from Bhagavati, which is the first planet of Dvaraka, of Procyon, after the planet Nirvana, came down to help humans, and they are called the Naga, also called Nagini or Nagas. They were a non-violent race of serpents reptilians who were benevolent towards humans. The ruler, king of the Naga serpents, was called Takshaka, who was beloved by Indra, and whose queen was Manasa, the queen of the serpents, who grants fertility to sterile mortal females. The Naga ruler can be depended upon to assist in matters concerning peace, justice, fertility, and health, spiritual enlightenment, and wealth. The Hindus have a straining breed that has submerged amongst them, who are a dog-like in appearance. They are the jackal people. It is more readily seen in the beadiness of their eyes, shagginess of their hair, and the curl-like nose. The condition is called hirsutism, which is an excessive growth of hair all over the body. These were the descendants of those avatars who came to the planet Earth from the planet Nirvana, of the planet in the constellations of Orion called Sinji. This is the original black man. For those of you who thinks himself a black man, which is in reality green as the greenest of olives, merely peep at the hieroglyphics of the deities on the walls in Kemet, which is today called Egypt, and you will see the original color you were. There is a particular strain of Hindus who are called the jackal people, who are water worshippers and have deities of water, like Hiranyaksha, a demon that held the earth prisoner beneath the waters of a flood. Another breed of Hindus were the beings that were one half monkey and one half human. These are the Aboriginals who once lived in the Far East, now called China. These are your monkey people, who are the first breed of the Shaggy, the ape-man, originally called Lord, which came from Lares or La, spirit monkeys, who are known to be the most intelligent monkeys. The chief was called Lard, who then became Lord, the master or boss, which comes from the monk's monkey, or monk eye, now residing in Australia and have been for more than 30,000 years. This is where monkey worship came from. The highest forms of all worship is to worship oneself, so they claim to be the descendants of great monkeys. Yet, when they speak to you, they simply say great monks, as well as various other forms of animals that were worshipped and are to this very day in the land of Indra, called India amongst the Hindus, for they also know the true story of existence and of beings coming to this planet. Indra the deity was also called Jan, a title given to the rebellious in that time. And when his children, the Hindus, and their descendants were multiplying on the surface of the planet Earth, then called Tiamat, which was 56 billion years ago, it was 76 trillion years ago when the original woolly-haired deities were in their cream history, living in air pockets, in the form of gases in an etherian state, in the process of creating and growing. This present universe, this period of time, was long before Cadman was in the flesh. The black-skinned, straight-haired Hindus, these beings lived on their home planet for 10 billion years, which was between the time period of 76 and 66 billion years ago. It was 76 billion years ago that the original black-skinned, straight-haired Hindu beings left the Canis Minor star constellation Procyon, known to them as Nirvana, for Kingu the moon. They first took residence on other planets, such as Earth, Titan, and Pluto, and then they went to Kingu, the moon where the Lemurians and the humanoid-type Maldekians resided, which was 66 billion years ago. The head warrior of these Hindu tribes was called Bhut, meaning evil spirit. These beings left their own planet Nirvana because of a war for power. There was much conflict amongst the Hindu demons. This conflict was felt within the heart of the Lion Man, Hiranyakasipu, who, on obtaining a blessing from Brahma, the creator and the absolute, who had 4 arms, 4 bodyguards, and 4 mouths, and speakers, who felt as though he could not be killed either by day or by shadow hour, by any deity or mortal. Hiranyakasipu wanted to be ruler of the universe, which was created by the original people of Nuorpu, the 9 ether beings. Thus, he proclaimed himself ruler of their universe. Hiranyakasipu opposed Vishnu. This struggle for power corrupted Hiranyakasipu, and it angered him because his son Prahlada was so devoted to the deity Vishnu and not him. Vishnu was carried by the craft Garuda, also called the bird. It soared through the air, a craft prepared for the battle as a protector and preserver of worlds. Because Prahlada was so devoted to Vishnu, his father Hiranyakasipu tried to slay him. Yet he was unsuccessful, and instead Prahlada, a pious son, called on Vishnu for help. And Vishnu burst forth from a massive craft, a cylinder in the shape of a pillar, from the demon's palace just before the shadow hour, and in the form of a half man and half lion, when it was neither shadow hour nor day, exactly mid-time. Vishnu slew Hiranyakasipu, and Prahlada became the demon king. Thus, it was destined that they move on. Before they left their own planets of Procyon, Devaka or Nirvana, a demon was sent. This demon was called Kandra, that explored Kingu before they went there, and he became known as the deity of Kingu. During their last 6 billion years, they stayed on Kingu. They lived and bred with the Lunarians that lived on Kingu. These Hindu demons stayed on Kingu for not more than 10 billion years. The first 4 billion in peace, and the last 6 billion or 6 days in unrest. Each 1 billion years is equivalent to 1 day in their time. They say 1 day is likened unto 1,000 years. Others say 1 billion years is likened unto 1 day, or 6 sets of 1 billion years, or 6 days in Hindu symbolic time. To the Ephrains, it would be trillions of years. They used the base on Kingu to launch to the planet Earth. It was billions of years that these black-skinned straight-haired beings Hindus were deported from Kingu because of their mischief-making and the shedding of much blood. However, not all Hindus are mischief makers. Like in all cultures, you have agreeable angels and disagreeable angels. There are agreeable Hindus and there are disagreeable Hindus, just as you have agreeable Anunnaki and disagreeable Anunnaki. They, the disagreeable Hindus, were made to leave by the Lunarians, the original habitants on Kingu, later named after their great ruler Lunar, and his people being called Lunarians. The disagreeable Hindus made haste and left Lunar, their dwellings abandoned, while the agreeable Hindus returned to their home Nirvana in Procyon, a binary star in the Canis Minor constellation. Then, these black-skinned straight-haired beings came to the planet Tiamat, now called Earth, originally called Tiwawat. When they left Kingu, also called Lunar, now called the Moon, they landed and established the land of Chaldea, meaning land of the demons. Then they moved to Bali in Indonesia, where their rulers, who were hermaphrodites, became their deities. Their home, now on Earth, was named after Bali, the Hindu demon who reigns over 3 worlds, simply my Baal. Vasundhara, the Earth, Akasha, the heavens, the place where the sun shines, and the atmosphere between the heavens and the earth, called Apas, where the clouds exist. Bali was so demonic in his ways that his bones became diamonds and his blood became rubies. Thus, it was billions of years ago that the disagreeable Hindus came to the planet Tiamat, now called Earth. These human-type hybrid beings were brought by the hermaphrodite Hindu avatars from their planet Procyon Nirvana of the Canis Minor constellation. Long after this second group of Hindus were and are the agreeable ones who have bred the many great leaders, such as Shirdi Sai Baba, Satya Sai Baba, Mahatma Gandhi, and Siddhartha Gautama Buddha. They first went to Kingu for 10 billion years and then on to Tiamat. These hybrid being deities were your mermaids, your unicorns, your minotaurs, and other half-man, half-animal creatures. Many of these beings that come to the planet Earth are what you refer to as defective beings, deformed in appearance. Those on Earth today that are descended from them are your people with 3 arms, no legs and 6 fingers, 6 toes and Siamese twins. On your planet today, you can find bones of creatures that are descendants of these Hindu demons. These Hindu demons to you would be extraterrestrials or extraterrestrials, or beings outside of Terra, another name for Earth. These Hindu demons, such as the mermaids or Atagatis, who was the mother of the Hindu deities meaning sea demon, for she was the one that mixed with the reptilians for the interbreed, thus she is called the sea demon, or the one of the 2,000 skeletal bones of the centaur that were unearthed in the island of Greece that stood 7 feet tall, weighing 450 pounds. And it is no coincidence that these bones were found in the island of Patmos, the mountain region in Thessaly, in the grotto meaning caves, in the place called My Own Killing, in the Aegean Sea, where Jacob's grafted seed the Halabene's flugel rods, or Halab, ended up after his travels ended at age 150. Yaqub's scientists carried out his plan after they arrived from Arabia to ports around Africa, originally called Ganawa, seeking just the right place for his laboratories and the making and grafting of his new Aryan race. Those very practices were carried out in later times by Hitler, or Hitler, the 80th name of the 200 fallen demons. The original black-skinned straight-haired Hindus, also called Asiatic black men and women, those that left their home in Asia. Being loyal to Yaqub's rules and regulations, they obeyed his appointed Haggai. These are the ones referred to as the tribe of Shezbazar, named after the one Zerubbabel, later called Shabaza, and even Shabaz by Yaqub. These Hindus were used to breed what is called the original Aryan race, seed of the Halabine Flugurod, and the regressive gene of the black-skinned straight-haired Hindu beings, called the original Asiatic black man, was grafted into a red man, and then grafted into a yellow man, then grafted into the pale man of the grotto, or the caves. The grafting of the Halabine Flugurod of 8,400 years ago, whose ruler was Korg, should not be confused with the albino seed, which is the cursed seed of the Canaanites, meaning lowlanders, the albino seed with the curse of leprosy. The descendants of Canaan of 4,004 or 2,000 years ago or 6,000 years ago, which was the birth of their own Adam, also called Edom, Labina. Canaan had ruddy red skin at birth, being born with albinism, before departing from the craft, and when he did blush, he transformed into red, giving him the name Edom, or Adam. Yet his skin was white like milk at birth, and he did get the name Labina from milky white, but thereafter for his disagreeableness he was cursed with leprosy, or a malignant skin disease in the skin of his flesh, to plague him all the days of his life. To the Melanite members of his family, this recessive Melanite child was called the devil, and he was chased by his own family from the land of Cadmon, and he ended up taking refuge in the Caucasus Mountains, where Labina was called Canaan, for he and his family moved from the heights of the mountains unto the lowlands. He was an albino by birth and a leper by curse, but he was destined to take his wife's sister Salah, the pure Melanite, for that was the way of the land and family. Their deportation from the land of Cadmon took them to the mountain regions between the Caspian and Black Sea, where they were later known as Amorites or mountain dwellers, because his sons Amor's sons resided there. There are as many Aryan tribes as there are Nubian tribes, which is the original name for the Nubian Tarite, Ethiopian Cushite. The being that Yaqub created was first called Adam, born 8,400 years ago. His wife was named Lilith, born 8,400 years ago, which is not to be mistaken for Cadmon, and his wife Nekeba, who was born 49,000 years ago. Cadmon, who was born 49,000 years ago, was a being of Kuthite Hindu and Kushite Nubian descent. Most of the Australian Aboriginals have their Bathory gland, and they use their four higher senses, so they are called spirit monkey or monks. Hindus began to give reverence to the half-animal, half-human creatures that came from Kingu. The Australian Aborigines can have 6 ether straight hair, even blonde hair, with copper-toned skin. Also, there is an Aryan who calls himself Indo-Aryan, meaning the noble Aryan, who is also of this cursed seed, and from their descendants are the Shaggis, who mixed with the Hindus. The physical appearance of the Aryan, the Sanskrit word meaning noble, is the albino, who lived in the Caucasus Mountains, which is a region between the Black Sea on the west and the Caspian Sea on the east. A great mountain range which raises 18,000 feet at Mount Elbrus, from the word abras meaning leprosy in the Shurik and Sarif in the Warpik. Caucasia, a part of Russia, has an area of 170,000 square miles. The Greeks named it Caucasia, which is the home of the Flugorods, as they are called in Elmeni, or what is called Germany today, and their original name is Halabines, or Halab, which is to distinguish themselves from the descendants of Labana, Canaan, the Caucasus. Carcass Asian, Carcassu, deteriorating Asiatics, Elbrus, or home of these Abras beings, leprous of the mountains, are also called sons of Canaan. Thus, the term abracadabra a mystical word that has been used in incantations or as charms to ward off disease, originally said abracadabra, used to mean bodies of lepers. These sons of Canaan are those of which the tribe Amorite, meaning mountain dwellers, come from. Elbrus housed the ancient volcano formed during the Tertiary period. These periods are broken up into epochs of unequal duration: the Paleocene, Eocene, Oligocene, Miocene, and Pliocene. It has two cones rising up to 18,510 feet, and the other cone is 18,481 feet, where the glaciers feed the Kuban, Malka, and Baskin rivers. These mountain peaks with their volcanoes got their name from the Vulcans, who were of the Maldek. While inhabiting the mountains, they incurred difficulties in reproducing due to the lack of salt in their bodies. These cavern-dwelling beings came out of the mountain dwellings with a desire to reproduce, so they were seeking melanites, for they lacked the necessary quantity of melanin in their bodies. They commenced savagely raiding Nubian villages, killing the men and stealing the women. In order to assure security, the Aryans migrated with their Nubian captives from the Caucasus Mountains to what is known today as India, to mix in with the original Indians, the Hindus from the planet Nirvana, or Procyon, in the Canis Minor constellation. The merging of these two extreme races of the Caucasus and the Nubian brought about a being that reflects the trait of both the Negroid and the Caucasus. So you will find leprosy amongst Nagaru also. While the texture of their hair varies from 6 to 8 ether, their features can vary, their skin tone can vary, their very nature and behavior patterns can also vary. The war between the men called the black man, the East Indian, and the men called the white or pale man, or Yuraku, is not your war, Nuorpian. It is a war between man and mankind, yet you are deities, you are more than men. Their practices led to fear and intimidation, which in turn gave birth to another kind of worship reincarnation, over-exaggerated disciplines called yoga and Patma yoga, where one emulates deformed beings, or piercing at the sun until they can no longer see, or fast until the poisons overcome their bodies, and they call this foolishness perfection. This is the mother of religious disciplines. What fools these mortals be! They teach you to worship in fear of your deity, but not out of sincere love of your deities. They set up their empire in the land of Nod, ruled by Nadimud, also known as Enki. Some call him Merlin the magician. When the disagreeable Avatara came down from Nirvana to the Tigris and Euphrates clear water, they set up Ur, the land of fire worship. The language they spoke was Sanskrit, later called Hindi, and then it mixed and became Urdu. They moved the worst of demons to a city which became known as Ur in Chaldea. From this incident, the Shaggy called Enkidu descended. He lived with and had sexual intercourse as a bestialogist with all the beasts of the outer field. The Hindus' descendants mixed with the Enoshite women of the Dogon tribes who produced the Kuthites, which is also the tribe of Autumn, and Lilith, who are the parents of Cadmon, also known as Adam, the disagreeable Adamite. They had to breed a child called Sakar by the name of Cadmon by way of Samjazar or Autumn and Lilith, the rulers of the mortals in that land, who were a mixed tribe from the 300 Anakai that followed Enki. Those Hindu Alahum, Anakai, who took Kishite, also called Kushite or Enoshite women from Sorda, the outer field of the Dogon tribe, and they raped them. When these beings came and raped the women, they told them that they were called Nomos, and that they came from the star Sirius. However, they came from a star with one active planet called Nirvana, home of those original Hindus. These disagreeable beings did not stay in the court of Anu, Elion El, and they did not obey Anu, Elion El. Their deity, the great Anu, was and is and always will be called Elion El. In the name of Elion El, who is glorified, in the name of your sustainer, Elion El, who is Anu, who created, perfected, and completes all things, and he planned and guided them, and he makes all things grow, and then reduces it to dust. And the Anunnaki makes this ready for you to read, so that you will not forget, except for what El Elo wants. Surely he knows and declared, and what is even hidden from El Elo, we the Anunnaki make the way for the Enoshites easy. And you are to remind others by informing others of these facts. It's the best thing one can do. Those Enoshites that fear will heed this warning and will be prepared for that great day of Elion El, the Yahweh of the Anunnaki, when the crystal city will come down out of heaven, prepared for the 144,000 who will be raptured. The others who do not heed these facts will be committed to the lake of fire or the pit of hell. His soul will never die there, yet his body does not live there. Indeed, those who purify themselves by realignment will succeed, and they will board the crystal city, where they will be taught, and they will come forth prepared as King of Kings and Lord of Lords, called rulers of those who rule now, and masters of those who teach now. The first studying will be under Tammuz, who will be then known as Sananda. Many simply say Christ, their Savior, who is the real Messiah for 1,000 years or one day, then to return to this planet Key, to save many others who will listen and remember the name Anu for your Arab, sustainer, and to seek to realign themselves. Or do you prefer life on this planet? Your kingdom come on earth as it is in Orion, for the great day of the rapture will come for those aligned, and they will be taken aboard the great craft, there to be taught by Sananda or Tammuz for a period of one day, which could be 1,000 years, then to return as teachers of the survivors. This will be preceded by the 7 great thunders, which are the signs of the times. Although the state of this planet after the old heavens and the old earth is taken away, a new sky and a new earth is born. Do you want to be hereafter, or as they say, in the hereafter? Hereafter the rapture of the disagreeable, religious people are tricked and taken from here, never to return. Verily, all of this is in the first pages of the Sahuf, as recorded in El's Holy Quran, 87:19, where Abraham was given his Torah, where it speaks of the coming of a man with great extraordinary powers, who will be the Mashiach to his people, a Messiah. This same person is none other than Abraham, the name under which he was born, to later be known as Abraham or later Ibrahim. Just like Merlin acted the part of the ambassador and went to Nimrod about the birth of Abraham, so did Nusku the ambassador went to talk to the Kuthites concerning the birth of Cadmon. However, they did not agree with the plan. Say, O you al-Kafirun, those who conceal that which they know to be facts, knowledge. I am not a slave to what you are a slave to, and you are not a slave for him whom I am a slave for, Al-Aliyun Ali. And I am not a slave for what you are a slave for, spook gods, shrines and Kaabas. And you are not slaving for him who I slave for, Al-Aliyun Ali Anu. You will have your deen, way of life decision, and I will have mine. Chapter 3, The Scientist. Begin all acts and thinking by using El Kalum the All. Tablet 4, The Disagreeable Kuthites. 19 times 26 equals 494. Lo, the Kuthites rejected the ambassadors Gabriel Zadok, son of Raziel and Zamiel, and Mikhail Zadok, son of Enki and Damkina, who were called the El Muslamat. Yet they could not refuse Enki himself, also known as Israel Zadok, son of Anu and Id. Because the Kuthites were of a disagreeable nature, they were called El-Kafirat, those who conceal what they know to be true, called Kafiran in Ashuric Arabic. Nergal became ruler of the Kuthites, a disagreeable tribe. Ninti and Enki were on the surface of Eridu, falsely called Earth, while Erishkigal and Nergal were in the Zuab, or Absu. All of them were the children of Anu, who were the rulers of the skies. The Enkiduites were of a barbaric nature. They stood 7 feet tall, and they were covered with 6 ether fur from head to toe. So from this, you would get the word barbar. The Enkiduites originally came to Tiamat, which is now called Earth, to hunt dinosaurs and other prehistoric animals. This is the pre-Adama story. They loved it so much that they claimed it as home. The Tarites, also known as Kishites, were on Tiamat, now called Earth, when the Enkiduites arrived. The Tarites came from the original genus Homo, a being that emerged from the waters, who stood 4 feet tall and were called pygmy, yet they possessed a passive nature. The scientists bred 2 extreme natures, the barbaric Enkiduites 6 ether and the passive Tarites 9 ether, to get the Homo erectus, which were the upright beings. The nature of the 6 ether Homo erectus was extremely barbaric from the original Hindus. Thus they were called Behemoth, the beast of the field, who was also bred into what later became known as the Hulab Flugelrods. They were bred 2,400 years ago, before the cursed seed of Canaan, who was born an albino, but cursed a leper. Yet, the nature of the 9 ether Homo erectus, also called Nubans, was extremely passive, along with all of the seeds bred by their mixing between them and the taller tribe called the Danakio. The original members of the Hulab Flugelrods and the Danakio never exited the caverns of the earth to become surface dwellers again. Many of the dissatisfied amongst them came to the surface. They are often called the 7 men of the caves, with their backs to the light, seeing only shadows of themselves. But their seeds did. These tribes of beings came, the Negroid of the Danakio, darker-skinned woolly hair, wide nose, big lips, and the Carcassu of the Flugelrods, blonde-haired, blue-eyed, and pale skin. Also, in the caverns of the earth, not as far down as Shambhala, for there are 8 caverns, therein you will find the Teros, as they are called by the Almani or Germans. However, originally they are called Senanans or Senin. You'll also find the Dawani, also called the Leprechauns or Bucks, and you also have the Deros, originally called the Sumanin or Sumin, and the Ganesha or Ganesh, and Ganesa, and Ganapti. That is the 4th favorite son of Shiva. He is also called the King of Obstacles and the leader of the impish attendants of Shiva. He was used before battles to prevent snags and hindrances. He is portrayed with an elephant's head and a pot belly and 2 forearms, often holding a pot of sweetmeats and a radish, or holding one of his tusks in his head and prayer beads. The fact that this Hindu deity has an elephant head and trunk is no coincidence. And you also have the Shuyuk, or the Danakio, who originally left the planet Risk and took residence in Shambhala, but eventually had to set up their own cavern. The chief of the Danakio, called Rabboni Fukar, the Negroid seed or Mur, married a Tero, the Mongoloid seed, a brown seed chieftain's daughter named Lucinus, against her will, just to establish peace in the caverns. For the Danakio were being attacked by the Dero, who the Tero was supposed to keep under control, because they were violent, destructive, and aggressive beings. So, to bring about a peaceful coexistence, the chief of the Teros, who was named Lamsa, gave his daughter to Fukar, the chief of the Danakio. Fukar gave his daughter Radia to Lamsa, chief of the Teros, to marry his oldest son named Hatif. Lucinus bore Fukar no children. She by shadow hour left the caverns and went to the surface and sought out Fukar's brother Yiskuk, who lived in the best part of the planet, the enclosed garden, in Saudi Arabia, Mecca. She was welcomed by Yiskuk, who hated his twin brother Fukar, who took his wife Lucinus as his own. Fukar and Yiskuk had 5 other brothers, namely Amo, Hasse, Rama, Aksad, and Tunde. All save the first 2 stayed within the caverns. Amo, who was also a runaway, lived 20 miles outside of the enclosed garden at a site where the bodies of Kadmon and Eve are buried, called Mount Arafat. There was originally a village within which an illegitimate birth between Yiksuk and his brother Fukar's wife Lucinus occurred. Lucinus was mad at her father Lamsa for giving her away, for she always longed to marry a Tero such as herself. So she, out of anger, had a child by Yiksuk, the disagreeable, yet reformed brother of Fukar, so her child would be of no service to her tribe. They gave birth to an unsightly being, with the head of the size of 2 men, by no fault of his own. As a child, he was the object of much attention because he had the head the size of two men, and when he grew up, many referred to him as the big head scientist. Jacob, as he was called, wanted to get revenge on his people for their scorn and their mockery. This was an opportune time for the disagreeable Pleiadians from the Pleiades star cluster in the Taurus constellation to tap into his brain and inspire an unsightly thing. He was led to have faith that he could create a race of people that would rule over his own people and then the whole planet. The people around him that got air of his diabolical plan would ask him, "Will these people be wicked and warlike?" He simply answered, "Only I know that answer and you do not." He knew that he would be their god. He got his idea 8,400 years ago. The process would take 600 years, which would take him to the year 7,800. Yet the cursed seed of Canaan would manifest 6,600 years ago, according to their story or his story. This god Jacob created his own Adam in his image and after his likeness, in the image of a human being wicked and weak-minded that was overcome with jealousies and envies. He was born with an inferiority complex and to subject the whole world to their wish of superiority. A new man, a kind of man, simply mankind. Jacob owed his particular appearance to the fact that he was mixed, for the Terror were hydrocephalic, and Yitzhak was a Danakiel, who also had large craniums. But his wife, named Lucinus, was herself disagreeable, from the tribe of the agreeable Teros, who had a dome-shaped skull. This combination produced the unsightly Jacob. The Teros lived in the adjacent caverns to the Danakiels. The Tero Lucinus refused to stay amongst the Danakiels, for she was always teased about her cone-shaped head. Thus she came to the surface to seek out the surface Danakiel. This surface-dwelling Danakiel, who was brother of a husband named Yitzhak, was abstract-looking amongst the surface dwellers, for his cranium was extremely large. This mixture gave birth to Jacob, yet they were the wisest of the wise in the land. They were referred to simply as aliens because of their contact with the Pleiadians. Not only did her son have a head the size of two men, but two brains, both activated by the visitors from Aldebaran, a double star in the Taurus constellation, and Pleiades, a cluster of stars in the Taurus constellation. His name was called Jacob, who was also known as Yaakov, son of Yitzhak. He is also known as Jacob, as well as Jacob Ha and Jacob El, or Bar Yitzhak. His mother's name was Lucinus, the Tero of the original tribe of Lunarians, who came to this planet to dwell beneath the surface. The Lunarians occupied Kingu before the Hindu, or the Maldekians came there. She was not in agreement with a Tero marrying a Danakiel for political reasons. Rebelling, being weak and wicked, her trials and tribulations led her desire to destroy men. Unknown to her that this was prophesied by the wise 24 scientists called Magus the Magi, who by the stars predicted his birth 15,000 years ago and charted his birth to be 8,400 years when he was actually born. So he was born in the house in the land of his uncle Ammo, 20 miles outside of Becca, and later to return there at age 5, with a determined idea to bring about a new people and to teach them to rule for 6,000 years. This creation was not to be perfected or completed until his people reach a place called Pelion, a peak 1,601.9 meters or 5,252 feet high of northeast Greece in the mountain region of eastern Thessaly. His beast-like people took refuge in the caves of the mountains ruled by an Enkiduite called Chiron, son of Kronos and his wife Rhea. Chiron and Artemis were educated by Apollo himself, and together they were masters of medicine. Apollo was the son of Zeus and Leto, called the deity of light, the sun, alchemy and medicine, who coined the phrase "know thyself," a phrase used by his followers throughout time. This is their story as recorded by Mormon. Long ago, a spirit child was born named Tagut to a well-known race of blonde-haired, blue-eyed beings. His parents were Jin and Jeanette. Later, he was to be reborn or reincarnated into physical parents. Through obedience, death, and resurrection, the spirit child elevated to be amongst the deities. They believed this one Tagut to be their lord, a heavenly father, calling him Elohim, El Naur, and Kanaz, who lived near a star called Caleb in the Pleiades constellation, near to their lords and masters. Targut became prince of the cherubs, and he had billions of spirit children called jinns that were born, giving him the title Jan, ruler of the jinns. So Allahum, as the heads of deities, called a great council meeting to decide the destiny of these disagreeable spirit children. Both of the Allahum's elder sons were there, Diabolus and his brother Zeusis. A plan was presented to them to go to Tiamat and rebuild there, and then to send the spirit children there to live, and to take on mortal bodies and learn agreeableness from disagreeableness in hopes to alter their nature for the best. Diabolus stood up and put his bid in as saviour of the new world, wanting all the glory for himself, forcing all to become deities under him. Thus, he became known as a Balus. Opposing this idea, Zeusis said, why not give them freedom of choice as other beings? The vote that followed was in favour of Zeusis. This enraged Diabolus, who convinced a great many of the spirits destined to go to Tiamat the earth to revolt. Thus, Diabolus became the devil, and his followers became demons. Those who stayed neutral in the decision were cursed with black skin. This is your dark-skinned, straight-haired Hindu, also called Dravidians. Those spirit children, destined to be banished from their own star constellation of Caleb, also Caleb, fought on behalf of them, not wanting them to be exiled to the planet Earth. They would in time be grafted and would become pale skin and be born to human parents. One of the Dravidians and his wife came down to Earth as their Adam and Eve to start their new race. Then thousands of years after that, a Dravidian named Cranus came in human form to Earth from the star-base Caleb to have sex with the virgin Rhea to provide Zeusis with a physical body. After Zeusis came to adulthood, he took 3 wives, Maya, Metis, and Mnemosyne, and fathered a number of children. Amongst them were Apollyon, father of Hamartia, from which many pale-skinned earthlings claim to be a direct descendant before his crucifixion. Many think him to be Yeshua Dawid HaMashiach, Yeshua Ibn Dawid el-Masa. After Zeusis resurrected, he appeared in the land of the frogs to the Navajo, who are of the original Israeli or Jacobites. By 421 AD, the dark-skinned Navajo tribe called the Lamanites, who are of the original Hopi tribe, had come to this land 16,000 years ago. The name Hopi comes from the word Hopitu Shinimu, meaning the peaceful people. The Hopis first settled in Oribe, Arizona, America. They descended from Hapi, the 4th son of Ha, high up in the mountains, the ancient name for Horus of Egypt, whose symbol was the falcon, and each of his sons symbolized a falcon as well, which resulted in the Hopi tradition of the Kachina doll, which is a symbol of the spirit embodying the power of the divine eagle spirit called Kwahu. His other sons were Imset, Quebsenef, Tuamutef, and the last was Hapi. They protected the dead. Horus was the son of Osiris and Isis, not to be mistaken with another Horus, who was the brother of Set and the son of Amun-Ra, the grandfather of Osiris. They were guided to this sacred place by way of a flying craft saucer that was piloted by Kachina, the deity of the Hopi. The deity Masa placed in the hands of the Hopi a set of stone tablets called the Toponi, a symbol of power and authority. The Hopis are direct descendants of a more ancient Anasazi, who claim their origin from a star people. The word Anasazi is from the Navajo word meaning the ancient ones. The Anasazi built the numerous communal dwellings, or pueblos, meaning now in ruins, on the high plateaus of the southern western United States. Hopi prophecies contain stories of the inner earth city called Palaquapi, which have secret openings or passageways leading inward and downward to the inner earth, which are located throughout the Grand Canyon area in northwest Arizona, America. They say that the beings that built the inner earth city came from Pleiades. The Hopis also claim that the inhabitants who live in the city are humanoid-type beings, some 7 feet tall with blonde hair and blue eyes, who have small holes in the middle of their foreheads containing the third eye, and was the symbol of their telepathic power. These inhabitants that they are referring to are the Flugel-rods. Palaquapi was the name of the Flugel-rods cavern, which has an entrance in the Thessaly Mountains, a region of eastern central Greece between the Pindus Mountains and the Aegean Sea as well. Their story can be traced to Pleiades, often called the Seven Sisters. The Hopi have named them the Chuho Khan, meaning those that cling together. They claimed their descendancy had a direct connection with these Pleiadians. They had defeated all the spirit children, who were pale-skinned Nephilians, also called Nephites, in a great battle. The battle was recorded on gold plates in cuneiform. Joseph Smith said he had stumbled upon them in his own backyard in the New Babylon, America. Moroni, or Moroni, is the last Nephilian who buried them in the hills of Camarat 1400 years ago, and the last descendant of Moroni, son of Mormon, named Joseph Smith Fielding Jr., who was known for his lies and storytelling, who tells of his ancestry, his family members, and their early abodes. He tells of unusual excitement about a religion and how it was to prevail in the Western world, namely New York. He determines to seek wisdom as directed by James, claiming the father and son appeared, and Joseph is then called to his prophetic ministry, being born in Vermont, America. He calls himself the Prophet of the Mormons, a German word meaning bugbear, a spectre, a hobgoblin, a ghoul, a gargoyle, a spirit, a spook, an ogre. Wherefore it was an abridgment of the record of the people of Nephi, and also called the Lamanites, written to the Lamanites, who are a remnant of the house of Israel, and also to Jew and Gentile, written by the way of command, and also by the spirit of prophecy, and of the revelation, written and sealed up, and hid up unto the Lord, that they might not be destroyed, to come forth by the gift and power of God, unto the interpretation thereof by the gift of God. He was raised to the height of prophethood because he claimed to have had visions that instructed him to organize an assembly, because all the Zeususite creeds were an abomination, and they disregard the original rules and regulations. Their original purpose, which was to be a conquering and ruling over the planet, and the spawning new families throughout. Greece became the home of these spirit children, who had manifested in the flesh and were indeed goblins. Greece was their home base. The seed of Jacob was to seek them out for unknown reasons. The hidden meaning was in the name Patmos, the place of my own killing, that is Patmos, in the Aegean Sea, that is Greece, where this mad scientist Jacob was to create a new race to destroy his own people and himself. Yet he died at 150 and never saw the completion of his creation. They were all to be healthy, strong, and good breeders. This new god Jacob made the flugel rods by genetic splicing called grafting. Today they are called Jews or Jews, to show forth his power and his wisdom, declaring himself the righteous, and he made a people genetically and mentally weak to give them the power to rule. Then he intended to eliminate them and show and prove that he is God, always was and always will be. So his mother left Shambhala during the shadow hours. She surfaced and sought out the home of Fukar's brother Yitzhak, who lived in Becca. This is where the story of Plato of the 7 men in the cave comes from. These are the 7 brothers, namely Fukar, Yitzhak, Amo, Hasse, Rama, Aksad, and Tunde. Let me show you in a figure how far our nature is enlightened or unenlightened. Behold, human beings living in the underground cave, which has a mouth open towards the light. Here they have been from their childhood and are chained, so they can only see what is in front of them. Behind them a fire is blazing, and they are not allowed to turn their heads. So, like ourselves, they see only their own shadows, the shadows of one another or of the objects they possess, which the fire throws on the opposite wall of the cave. Further, this prison has an echo which is heard from the people on the outside. The prisoners within have always fancied when one of the passers-by cast a shadow. To them, the truth is literally nothing but shadows. Of true images, they know nothing. Look again now. You see what will naturally follow if the prisoners are set free and come to realize their error. At first, when one of them is liberated and suddenly compelled to turn his head and look upwards towards the light, he will suffer sharp pains. The glare will distress him. He will be unable to see the realities of which is in his former state of illusion. He saw only shadows. He will at first fancy that the shadows that he formerly saw are truer than the real objects which are now revealed to him. He will be required to grow accustomed to the sight of the upper world. At first he will see the shadows best. Last of all, he will be able to see the sun in its own proper place and not merely its reflections. He will then understand that things which he and his fellows have been accustomed to behold, when he remembers his old habitation and the wisdom of the cave and of his fellow prisoners, he will pity them. And if the inhabitants of the cave have been in the habit of conferring honours amongst themselves, he will no longer care for such honours or envy the possessors of them. He will endure anything rather than think as they do, and or live after their manner. And if such a one were to suddenly come back out of the sun and place himself again in his old situation, he would be certain to have his eyes full of darkness. It would be very bad for him if there were a contest and he had to compete in measuring the shadows with the prisoners who had never moved out of the cave. In such an instant, the men of the cave would say of him, "He went up and down, he came back without his eyes." They will maintain that it is better not to even think of ascending. Hence, if anyone tried to loose another prisoner from the cave and lead him up to the light, let them only catch the offender, and they would put him to death. And Yiksuk was put to death for that very reason, for violating the sacred oath of the Danakiel by marrying Fukar, his brother's wife. This Fukar outraged the already deranged Yakub. Lucinus, mother of Yakub, was dissatisfied with the tranquility of Shambhala. Living under the Danakiel's rules and regulations, she found the home of Yiksuk, who took her in, and they birthed an illegitimate child. His mother, Lucinus, overcome by grief at the remembrance of her home Shambhala, died an untimely death, and the following year Yiksuk was killed, leaving the 5-year-old Yakub parentless. Yakub started school by the age of 4, but by age 6 Yakub was living with his uncle Ammo, the brother of his father Yiksuk, who himself many years before was cast from Shambhala for disagreeable activity. Thus he also took residence on the surface of the earth. Yakub was living with Ammo in his home 20 miles outside of Becca. He was fascinated by magnetism. This further affected the mental state of this now young man, living in the area where the original Garden of Eden was, yet 20 miles outside the original site of the enclosed Garden of Delight, in a village in a mountain region called Arafat. The foundation of the Garden of Delight was built by Arazu, and Ashnan was responsible for the grain and sustenance of the garden. And this enclosed Garden of Delight was to be the best part of the earth. It was ruled by one of the 120 Akashdavan, appointed by Kauresh, who ruled from the seat of Medaz in Chaldea, land of the demons. At the age of 18, Yakub had already finished all of the schools of learning of his day and time. This is where Yakub was to convert the people needed for the breeding of his new race. In the task of making a disagreeable, wicked and physically weak being with the ability to rule with a special kind of reverse knowledge, Yakub had a verbal fight with the Alahum of the holy city, who opposed him about deserting his people and going off to make a new people that would be weak and wicked, that used their evil nature to try and conquer the righteous. They would be called the devil, and their lifespan to rule would be 6,000 years, which they would have lived as a new nation. Then reverse lived, and you will get devil, and live in reverse is evil. Why reverse? Because this nation was born with dyslexia, and they wrote from left to right, as opposed to the original right to left. Long before Yakub was allowed to begin his undertaking, the word spread of his plan. One of the Alahum stepped forward of the righteous nation, named Malachi, whose job was to try and convince him not to undertake this evil act. It resulted in a physical fight against Yakub. This lasted from 6 p.m. during the shadow hours, straight on past 12:01 a.m. the next day. Thus, it is said that they fought up until the next day. Yakub had his right leg disjointed. Yakub inquired of his Alahum, who was a mortal man in physical form, at the end of the fight, "What is your name?" only to be told, "It is not written for you to know my name." This fight took place in Pinu, located on the north bank of Jabbok, close to the Jordan, for Yakub came face to face with an El. From that day on, Yakub was crippled, walking with a limp, carrying a cane. This man opposed the fact that Yakub left the camp during the shadow hours, and he was trying to cross the lake of Jabbok, a stream which intersects the mountain range of Gilead and falls into the Jordan of the east, about midway between the Sea of Galilee and the Dead Sea. with his assistants, doctors, nurses, and cremators, which by shadow hours they deserted all the rest of his family. And this Malak declared that he would break both his legs before he let him pursue this undertaking, in the making of this new breed of people from his own genes, being an original Negroid and brown Mongoloid germ. The Negroid black germ from his blood the Danakiel, and the Mongoloid brown germ from his blood of the Teros, who had mixed with the Pleiadians long ago. The conflict broke out, and the fight ensued, and when Yakub's leg was dislocated, he held on to Malak as the wicked troops of Shakar was coming over the horizon. Malak said, "Let me go, and you will have the blessings of the god of the Babylonian Ishtar, the god of the Egyptians Ra, and the god of the Sumerians El. You will have their blessings, just don't pursue your undertakings. You shall be called Ishtar, Ra Amun-Ra, and El Elah." That represents the three most powerful gods on the planet at the time, Isis, Ra, and El. Thus, he became known as Israel, touched by the hand of an Elohim. You say Yisrael. Yakub agreed, yet deceived him, saying to all that he had got the blessings, which had given him the consent to continue across the stream of Jabbok, and to continue in his undertaking on his journey to Pelion, a peak of northeast Greece in eastern Thessaly, in the Isles of Patmos, an island of southeast Greece, in the Dodecanese islands of the Aegean Seas, where he was going to create his people and make them weak and wicked, and give them the power to rule for 6,000 years. Yakub was captured. As Yakub made converts in and around the holy city of Becca, persecution set in. The authorities became afraid of such powerful teachings, with promises of luxuries and making slaves of others. As they began making the arrest of those who believed in the teachings, the officers would go back and find, and to their surprise, others were still teaching and believing it. Finally, they arrested Yakub. However, it only increased the teachings. They kept persecuting and arresting Yakub's followers until they finally filled all the jails, called a prison or a sajan, beneath the desert sands. The 120 appointed Akashtaphan officers finally reported to the new ruler named Koresh that there was no room for the prisoners. They had no more room for Yakub's converted followers, who were enraged for his abuse. They dragged Yakub from his cell to the middle of the city. There they built a stone pillar in the center of the town and called it the seat of Satan, called Al-Ula. They tied Yakub and asked the people of that city, should he be worshipped, praised, or stoned. They chose to stone him and called him Shaitan. Yakub's followers rioted in the prisons. All the jails were filled, and they said, when we go back into the streets, we found them still teaching. This is what was reported to King Koresh. What shall we do with them? The king questioned the officers on just what his teachings were, and the name of the leader. They replied, Haggai. When the officers had given the king the answers to everything, the king said, this is not the name of that man. The name of the man is Yakub, the Negroid scientist, an alien to our land, a mischief maker in the land. This Shaitan was predicted by our Magus 15,000 years ago. On entering the prison, the king was shown to Yakub's cell. The walls were lined with sketches and plans of his future experiments. The ruler said, so you are Yakub? He said, yes, I am. The king said, Yakub, I have come to see if you could work out some agreement that would bring about an end to this trouble. What would you suggest? Yakub told the king Koresh, if you give me and my followers everything to start a civilization, as you have, and furnish us with money and necessities of life for 20 years, I will take my followers and we will go from you. The king was pleased with the suggestion, and request made by Yakub was sent to Mithridath, the money exchanger, and it was agreed to take care of them for 20 years, until Yakub's followers were able to go for themselves. After learning who Yakub was, believing him to be Shaitan or the devil himself, they were all afraid of him, and they were glad to make almost any agreement with him and his followers. This is the history or future of Yakub and his people, the Asiatic black man and woman, black people with 6 ether straight hair of Hindu descent. Upon his release, Yakub was not allowed to preach, yet his head prophet called Haggai prepared his followers. But for his master plan, he needed to convert loyal followers that would obey him regardless of who or what. This was executed by the loyal ones. Before his secret project could begin, there must be a great many people converted to his beliefs. He first traveled 20 miles inland from his uncle's house to the holy site, where the tree of knowledge did sit. There he started to preach in the streets of Becca again, making such host of converts that the authorities, increasingly concerned, finally exiled him. He and a small band of his followers, the doctors, nurses, and cremators, crossed northward up over the Jordan and over to Egypt, which was originally called Tar, meaning land, and also Tamari, meaning land of Ra, where they took the ships to the Aegean Sea to await the arrival of his guinea pigs. He died of a brain tumor at age 150 before they arrived, but his scientists were prepared. The scientist, or his wise men, El-Hakamat, of his day, said it couldn't be done. He departed, for they planned to kill him and exile his followers. However, those who supported his undertakings prepared the greatest fleets of ships to sail. Haggai, with his 59,999 followers, sailed on a journey for a home in Genoa, there to stay for 50,000 years, or until a new cycle. This journey took him and his prophet Jacob's followers completely around the continent, but not before there was a great falling away and dissatisfaction amongst his, Jacob's followers. In fact, about 9/10 of them were dissatisfied, for many did not want to leave their homeland. Great ships were prepared at the dock port in Sudan called Sauda, the outer field. The Asiatic black men who were followers of Jacob and lived in the best part of the planet Earth were banished for following this alien in disregard of the laws of their own land. The time came for them to seek a new homeland of their own. Jacob promised them a land flowing with milk and honey and streets paved in gold. On this journey, rumors spread from ship to ship that Jacob's scientists were doing blood tests and experimenting and even throwing overboard those they couldn't use. Panic-stricken, they began to jump ship at several ports. Sheshbazzar, calling himself Haggai, jumped ship in Cape Town. Being without guidance, they wanted to go home and repent. These descendants of the dissatisfied had no remorse against their ancestors, the Chaldean Hindus. They just wanted to return to their homeland of Asia. Their leader, Zerubbabel, known also as Sheshbazzar, became the name of this lost tribe, and Haggai. Thus, having boarded the ships, 600 heads per ship, making 100 ships, unbeknown to them, it would take them around the whole continent of Genoa. Oduduwa, which is another name for Sheshbazzar, he led the tribe of Shabazz on a pathless journey. The journey was to take place called Oyo. The people there referred to his followers as Yoruba. They called him Obatala. His priesthood was called Orisha. Each was called an Oba, or a papal. He was the first pope. They sailed around the whole of Genoa. There were 59,999, and Sheshbazzar, or Oduduwa, called Baba Sheshbazzar, made the 60,000th person. They had to make the 360-degree circle of Genoa, leaving off the Suez Canal. They sailed 100 boats, with 600 people in each. Sheshbazzar himself was on the first ship. Sheshbazzar jumped ship in Cape Town and never completed the journey. It was there that he died at 120. He is known to have wandered throughout Genoa as the wise old elder, and sat in the circle of elders in Ondawamban, where the eternal fire burns. There he was buried. Many of the ships never made it. They docked along the shores of Genoa. The original name of Africa was Genoa or Ganwa, and they often mixed up the name of Kuthites with the name of Kushites. These Kuthites were mixed Hindus, having straight hair, and they were the original black man, not to be mistaken with the incarnated gods who already lived in Genoa and had woolly hair. The port of Sudan was their launching point in the Red Sea, or the Reed Sea, and they passed throughout Mandeb. Some jumped ship in Djibouti, where you find black skin and straight hair. They were passing through the Gulf of Aden, land of the Nabateans, through the tip of Mandeb, passed over to Eel in Somalia, where there is black skin and straight hair. You have people who jump ship in Massawa, Ethiopia, where there is black skin and straight hair. They went down to Kenya, where there is black skin and straight hair, and on to Tanzania, where there is black skin and straight hair, down to Mozambique, where there is black skin and straight hair, going from around the Indian Ocean on around to the Atlantic, stopping off in Cape Town, where Sheshbazzar disappeared. The ships continued on up to the Atlantic Ocean. They dropped off people in Walvis Bay, an inlet of the Atlantic Ocean, onto the western coast of Namibia, where the people have black skin and straight hair. They proceeded on up, and they stopped in Luanda and Angola. When they arrived in Angola, they had to break port because the Angolans referred to them as Negra, and they attacked their ships. This term was later changed to Negra Omega, or simply Negroes, those dead blacks, Negra or Morenos, or Moors. They were called Mer by the French, and some grafted this term Mer into their language from what they were being called in the Latin, Morenos, Moor, for blackness, which was a complement to the term Negra, meaning black. The Mers were called Moors, and prefix as many names today as Mar, In Martin, Morris, Morrison, Mauritania, Morgan, Moorhead, Maurice, Maureen, Morgan, Morel, Morehouse, Mary, Maori, Murphy, and many more. Even the prefix of Irish names such as MacDonald, MacDouglas, MacDougall, McVeigh, McCrae. The MC was the abbreviation for the presence of Moors in Ireland. So they took residence and named the place Nigeria, home of the Yoruba tribes, but the woolly-haired people of the land refused to mix with them, so they were forced to depart, only leaving their religious systems of Orishi, a system of ancestral worship which they brought from Arabia called Yoruba, the land where the teraphims have always been worshipped, such as the moon deity Allah, which in 1950 Wendell Phillips, W.F. Albright, Richard Bauer and others excavated sites at Kataban, Timur and Marib, the ancient capital of Sheba. Thousands of inscriptions from walls and rocks in northern Arabia have also been collected. A major temple to the moon god was excavated at Hazar in Palestine. 2 idols of the moon god were found. Each was in stature of a man sitting upon a throne with a crescent moon carved on his chest. Several smaller statues were found where they were identified by their inscriptions as the daughters of the moon god. Reliefs and votive bowls were used in worship of the daughters of Allah, and they have also been discovered. These 3 daughters, Alat, Al-Uzza and Manat, are sometimes depicted together with Allah, the moon god, represented by a crescent moon above them. Their religious system was created with the ability to adapt to anybody else's culture, as in the case of Santeria or Brujeria or Voodoo, also called Juju. This was taught by their great ancestor and god Yaqub. This religious system was created to be able to supplant itself over others and absorb them like a dying star consumes other stars. It vamped down on Judaism to create Islamicism, and it vamped down on Christianity to create Santeria. It vamped down on Satanism to create Voodoo. Then the ships continued up the Atlantic Ocean to Sierra Leone, where there is black skin and straight hair. Straight on up to Mauritania, where there is black skin and straight hair, to Morocco, where there is black skin and straight hair, pass through the port of Tangier, where there is black skin and straight hair, onto the Mediterranean Sea, where they stopped off in Algeria, where there is black skin and straight hair, and then to Tunisia, where there is black skin and straight hair, and stopped off in Tripoli in Libya, where there is black skin and straight hair. In Alexandria of Egypt, where there is black skin and straight hair, they supplanted themselves on the seashores of Mother Genoa. Mixing in and taking control, these black skin and straight hair tribes never ventured into the heart of Genoa, but controlled the ports and seacoast. They fathered the slave trade of the woolly-haired from Zanzibar, giving the slave the original name Zinji, from the Native American word Zini, meaning black-skinned, before Negro, but not before Mer, that became Moor. The lost tribe of Shabazz are still the majority on the seacoast around Mother Genoa. They replaced their X with Arabic names. They call themselves by new names: Egyptians, Ethiopians, Djiboutians, on and around to Mauritanians, Moroccans, Tanzanians till this day. So then, they sailed north across the Mediterranean to Cyprus, where they were home with their original mother goddess Europa, stopping first at the Isles of Crete, where Jacob's rules and regulations and systems on graphing and making were prepared. Those that remained behind, by jumping ships at different ports in Genoa, stayed and oppressed the original woolly-haired Nubans, introducing them to mythological religious beliefs such as New Yoruba, New Islam, Judaism, Christianity, and a host of others, which later became the enchantment or the spell. They also called the spell a hex, he-ex, like John, who's the he and the X, also called the hexagram, he-hexagram. The hexagram is the symbol of the six-pointed star, which again is the form of a swastika, the seal of the Illuminati of light and fire, symbolizing their 6,000 years of rulership over the original Ishmaelites, Israelites, and Midianites. The word gram, meaning a seed, ties in, for this was the grafting of a zerah, meaning an offspring or seed, symbolic of the sixth letter of the Aramic alphabet, and the sixth letter in Arabic alphabet, Satar, and which is the sixth letter in the Greek alphabet, which is Zeta, a symbol of a snake. The word Zeta is of Hebrew origin, meaning Zain, from the root word Zan, which is where they get Zina, which means abomination. Note the use of the letter Z repeatedly. Their symbol is hidden in zigzag zig, which is zar zar zar, or 666. Zigzag zig is the German word zigzag, meaning to turn in the wrong direction. The beings that inspired Jacob, as well as the Jacob of this day, Hitler, are from Zeta Reticula, also referred to as the Mizar constellation. Remember, seed is from the Middle English, from Old English seid, said, from Latin semen, from Greek sperma meaning sperm or seed, or the number 6 in Greek, which is again hex, or Z for xenon, the 54th element and its colorless, or absence of melanin, from the Greek neuter, of xenos for strange. Neuter means neither feminine or the original hermaphrodite, and the parents of these Hindus whose religion was called Zen, from Zeno, meaning stranger. And the religion of Zen Buddhism is traced back to Hindus in India. Now, the hexagon, also called a polygon with 6 sides, the number of the sum of these angles are 720 degrees. That would be 360 degrees of spiritual and 360 degrees of the physical. When the sides are equal on all sides, the hexagon is called regular, and each interior angle has 120 degrees. The followers of Jacob were only given 120 degrees of knowledge, not 360 and not 720. They only use 6 ounces of brain, and the Asiatic blacks use 7½ ounces of brain, but you have 10 billion neurons, and your brain weighs 52 ounces. Their reticular formation, or the inner laser beam that directs the impulses to the 2 halves of the brain for action and reaction, is defected. Even the slaves of the slave trade are led to have faith that they are one of his lost tribe of Shabazz and don the swastika in the form of an X, until they too can take on an Arabic name. From Alexandria, the journey continued on to their new home. These Asiatic black men with straight hair had a dissatisfied nature. Evil dwelt within them. So their wise scientists met with the elders of the Danakiel, and they decided to try and graft evil out of their nature. The results, the flugel rods came out of this genetic splicing, and the graftation in attempts to remove their disagreeable side, for evil lived within these Asiatic black men, original Hindus, since their evil ancestors came to visit the planet between the time periods of 76 billion years to 66 billion years ago. These Hindus are the ones who converted to Jacob's plan. While living in Arabia, they became the tribe called Shabazz, the 13th tribe, known as the Lost Tribe of Shabazz, for many of them got lost on the way. Those that survived the journey around Genoa were used in the grafted and making of this new race. For any babies born with Negroid black genes, a pin was stuck into their brain. Their next was the Mongoloid brown. They were spared to breed, to make the red, the yellow, and then the Caucasus, the pale. This process took 600 years of grafting and separation. You have the Negroid, Mongoloid, and Caucasoid. All other races are just that, a mixture of the others. Thus Jacob's nation was born. A ruler was set over them, and she was called Europa, the daughter of Aegina and sister of Cadmus. Europa was the empress of this land, yet without guidance they regressed and took refuge in Pelion, then on up into the mountain region of Thessaly, and into the grotto meaning cave. They conquered and enslaved the original inhabitants of that land, then called Yunan, who were the descendants of Javan, son of Jephthah and Ifat. The Yunan were also known as Ionians. The savage beasts that were grafted from the Asiatic Hindu black man were nothing more than the original blonde-haired, blue-eyed, pale-skinned, melanin-lacking, grafted, disagreeable, rebellious seed of Jacob, the mad scientist called flugel rods, shameless, moralless, hair covering their body from ankle to shoulder, the beast of the field, also called Behemoth, They walked on all fours and ate raw flesh, having bestiality acts. Thus, the dog became their best friend. They allowed him to lick their leprous sores, and to this day, they will allow him to sleep in their beds, eating off their plates, and even lick them in the mouth. They moved on to Patmos in the Aegean Sea, which is 20 miles south of Samos, the site of Samuel, 24 miles west of Asia, that is the Greek Isles. The outcome of the graftation was the Flugelrods, who were bred by mixing in the seed of the Pleiadians, which is blonde-haired and blue-eyed, mixing and grafting from the genes of the Asiatics, black straight-haired and black-skinned, and black-eyed Hindus, grafting from the brown germ to the red germ, to the yellow germ and on to the new earth breed, the Flugelrods, also breeding the abstract black-skinned and blue-eyed. He set up rules and regulations that they were to abide by under all circumstances. Those of his followers that did not obey him were to have their throats slit from ear to ear, and their bodies left on the seashore at high tide. They separated into two groups, the original Halabites or Halab, Flugelrods, who became known as the Neanderthals, or simply cavemen, eating raw flesh, running around on all fours, and living in a state of bestiality. They found their way into the inner caves of the planet. Many of them took residence there, while others in time used the technology and terrorized other innocent tribes. Those that did not jump ship were grafted out of existence, as opposed to the Flugelrods named Europeans after their female leader that rebelled, who was also named Europa, daughter of Aegina, sister of Cadmus, also known as Zeus. This Europa gave birth to Zeus, another Zed. That's the second Zig, the first being Zuen. Zeus had 3 sons, Minos, Rhadamanthus, and Sarpedon. She, Europa, eventually betrayed Zeus and remarried Asterius, ruler of Crete. At her death, she was deified as a fertility deity by Zeus. With this technology, they were given the power to rule for not less than 6,000 Earth years. They entered from the east side, where there are harbors called isthmus, into the grotto or grot, which means a cavern. One of the entrances to the Flugelrod's cavern home was called Palaquapi. This is also where the scroll of Revelations was revealed to Johanna bar Zebedee, that is, John son of Zebedee the Divine, in the year 96 AD. All of these are names used today. You may find them on your maps. On the original journey, the Asiatic blacks were divided into 3 classes. They lost 95% of their people. 10% of that original, 95% became the betrayers, leaving 85% confused, and only 5% to make it to the final destination. The journey was a 360-degree circle around the mother continent. Originally, they departed with 100 ships, which left carrying 59,999 passengers, and Sheshbazzar himself making a total of 60,000 passengers. Yet, only 3 ships arrived at the final destination, carrying 600 people on each. A total of 1,800 people arrived in Patmos, where the great scientists were going to spend 600 years trying to reform these disagreeable people by grafting the evil out of their genes. After futile attempts, they all agreed that it could not be done. For the making of this original seed, Yaqub El, also called Elo, as it says, came from Teman the south, and the Holy One Yitzhak, his father, was from Mount Perin, meaning place of caverns, that led to Shambhala. Yaqub went to the worst part of the planet Earth, where his creation would live amongst the Nakashites, where the original Samael, the Luciferian, the evil reptilian, did dwell, in the abandoned place of Nod. All of them were dissatisfied. There was no one tribe of people ruling the planet Earth in Yaqub's time, so it made this convenient. So Yaqub vowed to be their ruler, and that he would create a people that would rule for 6,000 years, until a savior was born. The Greeks and Roman Christians call him Messiah, Messias. The Khazar Jews call this savior Mashiach, and the Muslims call him Masih. In the war pick it's Massa. Yaqub was helped by a group of humanoids from Lahamu, Venus. Their description is average height between 5'7" and 6'3", with a tan complexion with black to dark brown 6 fair hair. They could pass for any Euro-Arabs on Earth, who had Maccabean features, who are humanoid Maccabeans from Zeta Reticuli. They have mixed in with humans and have been here for many thousands of years, producing what is commonly known as little people, extremely short human beings who are neither pygmies nor midgets. The Lahamuarians would use the Maccabians as their servants. They had been visiting this planet for thousands of years. They referred to their planet as the early morning star. They vowed to send a Venerian as a savior to the new Asiatic black man. To him, he would appear in the person coming from Arabia. His mother will be called Mami, who is of the Chaldean gods, the Kuthite, and his father will be Alphonse, from the Greek Alepho, meaning anointed, or Alphas, or Alfonso, Old Greek for leprosy, from alphos meaning white, absence of pigment, albinism, a form of psoriasis. They'll spell his name Alfonso and declare he is a Kushite. He was one of the original incarnated deities, not man. This Venerian they will call their god incarnate. He will leave them an agreeable humanoid Ramadian as a teacher named Krill. They were talking about the making of the Jew, the original ones. Shezbazar means worshipper of fire. The color of their flag is the sun with the moon and the star, which is a representation of the whole universe. This seed moved behind the Caucasus Mountains on up into Russia and became known as the Khazars, the woolly-haired seven-ether Orientalists of the sea called Asiatics, were known as the Ashkenazims. These are your original grafted devils that Yakub created. They are your Flugelrods, original Khazars, and your Asiatics, Ashkenazims. Their symbol being the universe, the moon, called Kamar or Kamar, the sun and the bright morning star. They used the crescent moon and the pentagram, that is the five-pointed star. The original Jacobites used the hexagram. They called it Mogan David, the Star of David, or the Star of Bethlehem. They endowed their creation with 120 years of life. It took 120 degrees of knowledge to accomplish this over a period of 600 years of those who were under Yakub's rules and regulations. There are those that use the pentagram, a five-pointed star formed by five straight lines connecting the vertices of a pentagon and enclosing another pentagon in the completed figure. Or those that use the hexagram, a six-pointed star, formed by extending each of the sides of a regular hexagon into equilateral triangles. And those that use the heptagon, a polygon having seven sides, each believing that their star represents the supreme power of force that controls all aspects of existence. However, stars are born and die. Stars have limited brightness. Thus, as a symbol, they would indicate a limited amount of intellect. Crescents are merely one stage of four stages of a moon. Thus, a star and a crescent is a symbol of limited information and time and deception, because a star can never sit in the crescent moon, for stars are millions of times larger than the moon. Even the octagon, with each of the 8 points of the symbol, represents the sun and is on a 15-degree angle, and 8 times 15 equals 120, 1/3 of the whole, which is 360 degrees of information. This being 120 degrees, representing the awakening and the civilizing between each of the 8 points, and is a 45-degree angle that represents 360 degrees of knowledge of the physical. Then there is 360 degrees, which is knowledge of the spiritual, which they do not have. This symbol was worn on the chest by the great scientist Yakub, who was born hydrocephalic, which is having the head the size of 2 of his tribe members, the Danakio and the Teros. Yakub scientists would brand each of his followers with a symbol called in the war pick Awath, the original symbol X, of which you already have a great understanding of, and is your modern-day cross. It became the swastika, a symbol that can be found all over the world, having 4 outer 90-degree angles and 4 inner 90-degree angles, equaling 720 degrees. Their religion was based on phallic worship, symbols representing reproduction. They prostrated themselves on all fours in remembrance of their lowly state when they were walking on all fours, living in caves and worshipping their earthly fires. Thus we have sun worship. They prostrate beneath the mammary glands of females and call it a dome, and beneath the phallic of a male and call it a minaret. Giving birth to your domes and minarets are their mosques and synagogues. The X numerical value is 10, and it is a symbol of the 10th letter of the Aramaic alphabet, which is the Yod, symbolizing that they were originally under the agreeable Yahwehians, or the 10th letter of the Assyric Syriac alphabet, which was Ra, and symbolized Ruach, the soul of creation. They were the first Negroids born with beards, and he made them clean-shaven so that they would look like the original Taharites. They were to mix in with the original Cushite and await their savior, who would come to them from Venus Lahamu. There would be carefully planned breeding amongst the descendants of the Nubans under the Amorites, and one of them would be part Nuban and part Ramadian in the far west away from the east. They would be kidnapped and taken into bondage for 400 years. You find the symbolism in the book of Exodus of the Torah, which was plagiarized by Tammuz called Yahweh. It became the law and enforcer of the spell of ignorance, called the spell of sleep. Therein you will find the story of Jacob, cloaked in the Jacob and Esau story. This Jacob was born in the year 1918 BCE and died in the year 1771 BCE. One of Isaac and Rebekah's twin sons, and the biblical story of Jacob is a symbolic story. He is the son of Abraham and his first wife Sarah. His name is Isaac. He fathered the biblical Jacob. He is also the progenitor of the 12 tribes of Israel. It was this mentality that fathered the so-called Jew, the father of technology, from the original Jacob story, which they read and have faith and incorporate into the new law, which they call the protocol of the learned elders of Zion. Jacob's mischief makers in the land now rule the surface of the planet, an evil and diabolical plan to control everyone. And like any other magnetic force, you will find that unlikes attract and likes repel. This is also true in regard to the people. Nagaru and Karkasu are unalike, so they will attract. This is done through integration in order to destroy the Nuban. The Nubans dealing with Nubans repel. Why? Because likes repel, and this causes fighting and separation. This is one of the reasons why Nubian people, the descendants of the Nubans, can never come together to unite and overthrow the devil. The Jew, who is not a true Israelite, is the remainder of those released out of captivity. Surely I know about your tribulation and your poverty, always begging for money. Nevertheless you are rich in blessings and resources, and there is great blasphemy against you by those who say, surely they say they are of Judah, and they are not of Judah. They are the community of the physical evil one, reptilian, the dragon Nakash, or Satan, Shaitan, son of Zuen. From there they went back to Jerusalem and rebuilt Solomon's temple, which was done by a mixed people, part original Israelite and part Babylonian. This mixing occurred during the 136 years of captivity and was the start of the Jews' devilish teachings. It was predicted of him by the Maggers 15,000 years ago that he would make a devil. He is also named the first male of his creation Adam and his wife Lilith, so he was born with a determined idea to make people to rule for 6,000 years. Originally there was no tribe called Shabazz. This was the name of a man whose name was also called Zerubbabel, leader of a mixed tribe of Judah. Shabazz's name was taken by men in respect, and they called themselves Shabazz, and him they called Daddy Shabazz, who went back to Genoa. The name Shabazz is thought to be an Arabic word, however it is actually made up of two words, Shah, which is Persian word for king or ruler, and Baz, which is the Arabic word meaning falcon, or in the Warpic Ba'uz, which is the head of the Horus, the symbol of the son of Osiris and Isis, who in Sumerian was Ishtar and Dumuzi. This Horus was Tammuz, or Yahweh, later to be known as Christ, from the Hindu Krishna, their Messiah or Massa. However, the name Shabazz comes from the word Sheshbazzar, which literally means sun worshippers or fire worshippers. Sheshbazzar was a Hebrew form of his name. In the Babylonian language, it was Shamash ben Siri Bablisser, meaning, O Shamash, protect the father and builder of the seed of Babylon. Shamash was the Sumerian Babylonian sun god. Even though he was called by the name Shabazz, he was in no way affiliated with sun or fire worship. Yet, fire worship became the religion of the Flugel-rods, who depended on it for heat and light while in the caverns, but not Shambhala, for there are 8 caverns. Therein you'll find the Teros, the Dawani, the Diros, and the Shuyuk, the elders. The making of a new race. In order to breed a being with a balanced nature, the scientists saw that the Homo erectus needed intelligence and sense. By using the blood of the 6 Ether Homo erectus, along with the blood of the 9 Ether Anunnaki, it was Enki's idea to make these new beings to work in the mines. It was suggested that his wife, the scientist Ninki, use her body as a part of the experiment to create what is called Homo sapien. After Homo erectus was bred, the next step was to breed him into a Homo sapien or human being. The Anunnaki, who came from the skies, were able to produce the Homo sapien, which made these Homo sapiens one half human and one half Anunnaki. These Anunnaki were agreeable and disagreeable, and the Homo sapien was created after the likeness of these Anunnaki, called Yahwehans, Yah agreeable and Way disagreeable. The scientists saw that they had to give the Homo erectus intelligence and common sense in order for them to survive in their absence. So the seed was planted inside of Ninki, who was the wife of Enki. She gave birth to the Lulu Amalu, called the primitive worker, and her child was the first hybrid able to procreate. This experiment took place in the laboratory called Shimti, which is located in the mothership called Nibiru, that which crosses the skies. This lab was placed on the planet Lafmu, Mars. The Kishites and the Havilavites complied to the request of the scientists. They were called El Amunmul Wahadat, the faithful ones. The Kishites and the Havilavites were a mixture of the supernatural beings that existed in the Nile River, of the barren and rocky land of Nubia, a desert region, an ancient kingdom in the Nile River Valley, southern Egypt, and northern Sudan. They were associated with goodness and benevolence only. These beings were known amongst the Nubian tribes as El Bahar Malakat, the river angels. They are known today as the little beings, or the Ramadians. They stand 4 foot tall and weigh about 40 pounds, having 5 fingers, and originally bred by the Anunnaki to scout worlds for them. They are benevolent. They are not to be mistaken with the Maccabean Greys, who are malevolent. The Maccabeans are a biogeneric breed from the cow and other species here on Earth, as well as mechanical and computerized technologies. Their skin color is a grayish blue, and the texture is smooth. They have no hair on their body, and they have big heads. They are hydrocephalic. Because of their eyes, which have no pupils making them nocturnal, they look like the human insect and are sensitive to ultraviolet light. Their large black eyes are cow's eyes. They have 2 slits for nostrils, and their mouth is a small slit. They appear to have no ears, and their hands are web-like, with only 4 fingers. Their arms are long and muscular, reaching just above the knees. Their hands consist of 4 webbed fingers. Their torso is human in appearance. Their legs are short and muscular. They have no reproductive organs or reproductive capabilities. They are bred by the cloning process, and oftentimes they abduct human women, only to remove the fetus to breed their own species. They are called Ramadians, or Malakat al-Bar. Thousands of years ago, when the Malakat al-Bar, also known as Ramadians, the little beings, were released to the work of the Anunnaki, the reptilian captured them and ruled them. This is how the Maccabeans were bred. They used the cow's nervous system to breed them. They messed up their reproductive system by mixing them with cows. This is why the Hindus of today worship the cow. And in the Muslim world, the largest surah in the holy book, the Quran, is entitled The Degree of the Cow, or Heifer, and the Snake. Their feet are like that of a dinosaur or frog. The Ramadians lived in the underwater castles in the river. They were both males and females. The females were the Banat al-Salihin, daughters of the virtuous or pious, and the males were the Walad al-Salihin, sons of the virtuous or pious. They were associated with the 4 categories of human preoccupation: fertility, cultivation, marriage, and health. These beings mixed in with the original Kishites and Havilavites. Along with the Ramadians were the Dogri, who were the ugly water beings. They are known today as the reptilians. They came from one of the stars in the constellation of Orion. They stood 6 to 7 foot tall. They are greenish, and their skin is scaly, waterproof, and there are no sweat glands. They have no hair on their body, the back of their head is flat, and they have an exaggerated forehead. Their faces look like a lizard, but somewhat human. Their eyes are cat-like and large, jaundice yellow. They have gills like the rest of the reptilians. Their mouth is wide, having no teeth. Their jaw is wide in relation to human proportions. Their arms are long and thin, just reaching above their knees. Their hands are webbed to the tips, consisting of only 3 fingers with an opposing thumb. Their chest slightly protrudes. Their legs are long, but bent backwards, as if they also run on all 4s. They have no external sex organs, and their feet are webbed. They procreate by laying eggs. They are neutral in gender. With thousands of years of contact and abductions, these entities have succeeded in creating synthetic DNAs and RNAs. They have become masters of cloning and genetic splicing. Yet all this is done out of the governing hands of reptilians, who have ruled these beings for many thousands of years, and have made themselves the dependent upon which these beings depend. There are over 70 species of what is called greys, and 16 species of reptilians, who have either visited or have made permanent residence on this planet Earth. The takeover is inevitable unless you unite. Once the delegation had convinced the two great rulers of the Taharites and the Automites to procreate, speaking to them on behalf of the Anunnaki, they moved them to the holy place Nippur in Gadash. The genetic breeding took place in Gadash. Once the male child was born to Autumn and Lilith, the rulers of the Autumite tribe, they named him Cadman, meaning up front, and Zakar, rememberer, also called Adam, the father of the Adamites, the earthling of the reddish-brown ground. 3 years after that, the female child was born to Tar and Aneth, the rulers of the Tarite tribe. She was named Nekeba, meaning tribal leader, and she was to be called Hawa, mother of all these new living beings, who would now be able to have children. The Adamites were created to be the successors over the others that were cloned over the 600-year period. It took 400 years for breeding, 4 generations in all for the cloning and genetic splicing. That's 10 people per 100 years, which comes out to 40 people over a period of 400 years. 100 years before the 400 years for the preparation, that is, the collecting of the choice species for the breeding and the building of the Earth-based laboratories, it took another 100 years for civilizing and education after they had bred them. The Kuthites were sent out of the land of Kadesh to return to their own part of the planet Earth, Sorda, the outer field, to the east, the wicked town of Nod, which was now ruled by Enlil after the dethroning of his brother Enki, who set up the wicked city of Nod. Yet he, Enlil, never sat on his brother's evil throne, and Autumn became the Khalifa of Enki, and Dina, known as Ishtar, was the female deity with the sun Tammuz in her arms, and Ishkur, which means mountainous, far mountain land, whose title was Baal, master or lord. He was also called Adad, beloved, and he was called Tesher by the Greeks, meaning storm deity. Yet all of them feared Anu, Elian, Elian El. This Anu, Elian, Elian El created Shakar, and the symbolic meaning of his name is dawn, and Shalem, the symbolic meaning of his name is the dusk, or evening and morning, or the son of justice, who controls what is called time on this planet Earth. This Shakar gave birth to Halal, and this Shalem gave birth to Warlock. Also, Anu, Elian, Elian El created the seed of Enlil, one named Baal, who was also called Hadad or Adad, who gave birth to the son, whom they call Eliun, to rebel later, and is worshipped as El by the Canaanites, who fathered the religions called Judaism, Christianity, and Islam. This is the El of Judaism, the Eli of Christianity, and the Ilah of Islam. Hadad also had a brother named Yam, and another Mot, and a sister named Anat, which is not to be mixed up with Udam's daughter in Gadash, where Elian El is really loved and respected. And the Anunnaki family of Udam and his mate Mami just had a daughter Anat, who were of the Muslimun, or agreeable Allahum, living in the part of the earth called Mu, which was still then in the holy land of Gadash. This family was to wean and rear Nekeba, also called Hawa and Eve, until the age of 18. Then she was to breed with Cadman or Adam. Chapter 3, The Scientist. Begin all acts and thinking by using Al-Kalum the All. Tablet 5, The Dogon and the Sirius Mystery. 19 times 22 equals 418. Lo, as mentioned, these extraterrestrials have come to this planet and set up amongst Humims, as well as humankind. Earth has benevolent and malevolent influences. In Nubia, that is called Ganua today, in the land referred to as Mali, whose inhabitants moved from the land of Kemet in Kush, you find one such influence. That is the Dogon. Their imams had an astounding knowledge of the star Sirius in the Canis Major constellation. given by extraterrestrials long before they migrated to Mali. While yet living in Tamaray Kemet, called Egypt, where the ritual of the opening of the mouth ceremony is centered around the Sirius star in the Canis Major constellation, they knew that Sirius A, which is the brightest star in the sky, has a satellite called Sirius B, which revolves around it. Sirius B is invisible to the naked eye, and the Dogon Imams had no telescopes, but they knew that it exists, and that its orbit around Sirius A is elliptical, not circular. They knew the position of Sirius A within the orbit, and that the orbit takes 50 years. Sirius B was not discovered in the West by telescope until 1862 AD, and was not photographed until 1970. The ancient Egyptians had an advanced knowledge of astronomy, and they knew about Sirius B, which is why the three Great Pyramids of Giza are lined up perfectly with the Orion star constellation. They made their map face south towards Sirius. The three pyramids of Giza were originally built by Adapha with the help of extraterrestrial beings. Adapha was in tune with the celestial beings that originally erected the pyramids. They are visitors from other galaxies. One of the Great Pyramids was built to preserve all of his friends' texts during the period of the flood. The Giza pyramids today were constructed by the pharaoh Khufu, also known as Cheops, and his son Khafre and Menkaure. Khufu reigned for 23 years and had many sons and daughters. He sponsored several building projects, and monuments bearing his name can be seen all over Egypt. Khufu also sent mining expeditions to Sinai, Nubia, and the Arabian desert for their mineral wealth. In later times, Khufu's name was engraved on scarabs. The most famous of these are related to the Westgar papyrus. Khufu was an able and energetic ruler, during whose reign the land flourished and the art reached perfection. Khufu left the land in such a stable economic position as to enable his son Khafre to reconstruct the second pyramid, a monument almost as colossal as that of his father. Khufu was responsible for only one accomplishment of magnitude, yet the size of this one is so gigantic that it overshadows all of his father's military and trading exploits, and has brought Khufu's name and fame down undiminished through thousands of years. So much has been written about the Great Pyramid of Giza. Not only is it the largest monument of its kind, but it is the result of excellent workmanship and accurate planning and proportionate beauty. The Great Pyramid has four major internal features: the underground chamber, the Queen's Chamber, the Grand Gallery, and the King's Chamber. The King's Chamber is made from Aswan granite. There is an entrance to a 2x18 shaft north from the King's Chamber, and the southern shaft both extends through from the outer casing of the pyramid. And there's a northern shaft from the Queen's Chamber, which does not reach the outer casing. It's closed at both ends. The pyramid form has a certain austere beauty, and the tawny gold of the stone is capable of bewitching, and there's subtle variations in the color as the sunlight changes. The complex of the Great Pyramid has a valley temple that is, even today, almost completely untouched. Built of limestone, the work and skill almost equals that of the Great Pyramid itself. It is adorned with statues, sculptures, and reliefs. The Great Pyramid itself stands 137 meters high at present. Originally, it stood 146.59 meters. Including the casing, the Great Pyramid is estimated to consist of 2,600,000 stone blocks, averaging 2.5 tons each. Some even weigh as much as 15 tons. The weight of the pyramid is so great that it had to be built with relieving chambers, designed to take the weights of the pyramid's upper portions off. The greatest thing about the Great Pyramid is it is the first and last of its kind. No other pyramid before or after it has matched it in size, beauty, nor magnificence. The shafts originally pointed at something in the heavens. The position of the stars today is not the same as in the time of the ancient Egyptians, due to precession. Due to precession, the angle of the southern shaft of the King's Chamber is 45 degrees. The shaft lined up perfectly with Orion's belt. There was one Egyptian statue that stood erect, and there's only one constellation of an erect man, and that is the Orion constellation. The identity between the deceased pharaoh and the deity Osiris made Orion immediately a candidate. For the shaft's purpose was to enable the soul of the pharaoh to communicate between the earth and the sky. The shaft in the Maluka's chamber pointed to Sirius, a star in the Canis Major constellation. Rededef, Khufu's immediate successor, built his pyramid at Abu Warash, about 5 miles north of his father's pyramid at Giza. Because he did not agree with the way his father ran his kingdom, he chose this distant, lonely site, high on a lofty spur of the plateau. Another son of Khufu, Khafre, succeeded Rededef, who reigned for only 8 years. He reconstructed the second pyramid at Giza, which has the most preserved complex of the Giza field. Its valley temple is so close to the Sphinx that it was at one time known as the Temple of the Sphinx. The valley temple is built around a core of massive stone blocks of local limestone, covered with finely polished red granite. Alabaster was used for the floor of the building, as well as the walls of some of the smaller rooms. Flanking the mortuary temple are 5 rock-cut boat pits. Most of the casing has worn away, but that which remains retains such a high polish that it reflects the moon at shadow hours. It attained a height of 43.5 meters with a slope of 53% 10 inches. Khafre's son and successor was Menkura, also known as Menka. The third pyramid at Giza, though smaller, was set off by a granite casing covering the lower 16 courses. However, before the casing of the pyramid could be completed, Menka died, and his successor, Shepseskaf, finished the monuments. He built the complex of mud brick and didn't bother to build a large pyramid for himself. One of the splendid burial chambers is built with red granite walls and roof. The vaulted ceiling was made by first erecting the pointed roof and then hollowing out the slabs to make them concave. In this room was the king's beautiful basalt sarcophagus. It had the typical palace facade paneling and was no doubt contemporary with the pyramid. The real splendor of the complex of the third pyramid is the mortuary temple. The core masonry is of huge blocks of local limestone, which were originally lined with granite on the outside. The western side of the court originally had red granite pillars. On this end was the sanctuary, or the offering shrine, built against the face of the pyramid. It was paved with red granite. One of the corridors in the northern end of the temple has walls of black granite. The parent pyramid stood at a height of 66.5 meters, the base being 108.5 meters square, at a slope of 51%. Shepseskaf, the last of the pharaohs after Menka, completed his father's tomb. Once again, the trend for building tombs changed, choosing a site between Zoser's Step Pyramid and the pyramids of Snefru, the father of Khufu. Shepseskaf's tomb differed completely from any monument preceding it. It is neither a mastaba nor a pyramid. It stands 100 by 72 meters and stands 18 meters high. It is merely called a sarcophagus. All of these pyramids align perfectly with the 3 stars of the Orion constellation, which is directly above Sirius. The shaft in the Queen's chamber pointed to Sirius. The position of these pyramids and their relation to the Nile is the same as the 3 stars of Orion's belt in relation to the Milky Way. The constellation of the Great Dog lies just below Orion and a little to the left of it. Canis Major is also known as the Dog of Orion, and its constellation pictogram fairly represents a dog. With Sirius, the brightest star in the heavens, on the dog collar, it should be easy to find. The brightest stars are of 0 magnitude, and as the magnitude of the number increases, the star gets fainter. Thus, a star of magnitude which is 4 is less than a star of the second magnitude. First magnitude stars are very bright. Sirius is also called the dog star. Yet another of its names is the Nile star, and it refers to the time 5,000 years ago when the ancient Egyptians worshipped it, as recorded in the 114 scrolls of Ahmed. In the 53rd degree, the 49th verse, it reads, "And surely he, Yahweh, is the Rab of Al-Sharar, Sirius." This is the very star that you Arabs worshipped. Each year when the dog star rose just before the hot morning sun and was visible for a little while at dawn, the Imams knew that the Nile would soon overflow and that they would see the Milky Way arching across the sky. This they knew was the celestial Nile. The Nile would overflow and spread the life-giving water on the waiting crops, which had been planted on the riverbanks. The flooding of the Nile coincided with the reappearance of Orion. The deity Usa, whom the Greeks called Osiris, represented Orion, and to the left of him was the star Sirius, which represented Aset, also called Isis, and together they would light the skies by shadow hour. Giant temples were built for them, with their corridors orientated towards the point where the dog star would rise, as with the golden city of Wanahi or Kodesh, which is built to them in this day and time in the Egypt to the west. So this was the ancient Egyptian name for Sirius, as it was spelt by the Greeks. Sirius was the most important star in the sky to the ancient Egyptians. The Egyptians had a Sothic calendar, and the ancient Egyptian calendar year consisting of 365 and 1/4 days, a cycle consisting of 1460 years or 365 days in the ancient Egyptian calendar, and the first appearance of Sirius on the eastern horizon just before the sun. After 70 days in the Duat, the Egyptian name for the underworld was what is called the helical rising of Sirius, which is seen as Sirius and the sun joined together at the moment. This event occurred once a year and gave rise to the Sothic calendar, the ancient Egyptian calendar year consisting of 365 and 1/4 days. The helical rising of Sirius was so important to the ancient Egyptians that their gigantic temples were constructed with their main aisles passageways orientated precisely towards the spot on the horizon where Sirius would appear on the expected daylight hours, as with us Nuwarpian Moors today. The light of Sirius would be channeled along the corridor to flood the altar in the inner sanctum, as if a pinpointed spotlight had been switched on. One such temple to the star Sirius was the temple of Aset at Dendora. Usir, as the husband of Aset, was identified with the constellation Orion. Nephis, the sister of Aset, represented Sirius B, the dark companion star that is described as a circle around Sirius. Anupu, whom the Greeks called Anubis, the son of Nephis and Usa, represented Sirius C. The Egyptians wanted to build a heaven on earth, thy kingdom come on earth as it is in Orion heaven, and we have done the same. When a pharaoh died, he was mummified, then encased in an outer shell, like what was done by Aset, who is also called Isis by the Greeks, to the deceased body of Usir, who is called by the Greeks Osiris. One of the great ascension rituals is the opening of the mouth ceremony. When a pharaoh died, his consort and still mortal son must cause new life to stir in him. At the exact moment of the early rising of Orion, the pharaoh must be reborn as an Allahum. You are taught that the word pharaoh means great house, from the Latin word phara, from the Greek pharaoh, from the Hebrew paro, from the Egyptian par-o, par meaning house and o meaning great. However, this word comes from the word pharaoh, which comes from the root word phar. The word pharaoh comes from the Latin pharos, from the Greek pharos, meaning lighthouse. Pharos is a former island in the Bay of Alexandria, Egypt, famous in ancient times for its lighthouse. The Metaphysical Bible Dictionary defines Pharaoh as the sun. Pharaoh's being in Egypt shows us that the light of the sun of righteousness is veiled by our life on the lower or sense plane. So, the word Pharaoh does not mean great house, it means lighthouse. The son and the wife performs this ceremony with an az. The pharaoh is standing upright. The son takes the az or adze, which is shaped by the northern constellation, and strikes open the mouth of the pharaoh, and takes another tool and plunges the ear, and the mouth is open. The air goes in, and the pharaoh is alive again. He is reborn for the sky. Rebirth and new life were very important to the Egyptians, and they were also required to have sexual potency, to recopulate with the deities. Each had many wives and hundreds of children from the breeding of gods on earth. The next thing that would have happened is they would have turned the mummy to the south in alignment with the southern shaft and attached an erect phallus to his mummified body, and his duty before departing into the afterworld was to seed the womb, symbolic of the womb of Aset and the birth of Horus. Those that don't know say that the Dogons got their information on Sirius from the Egyptians. However, according to the Dogon, they got their knowledge from travelers from beyond the stars, who traveled from the planet attached to Sirius B and who landed on the Earth and bred with them. As a matter of fact, the Dogons were the descendants from the Egyptians. These travelers from beyond the stars that came and bred with the Dogons were reptilians. These reptilians came from Sirius B. They travel to Earth once their sun or star Sirius B collapsed, becoming very dense, also known as a white dwarf. When the planet-sized ship called Procyon, a binary star in the constellation Canis Minor, which is the Greek name for Nibiru, meaning planet which crosses the skies or planet of the crossing passed by Sirius B, its presence drained the energy from the sun, and it caused this great star Sirius B to collapse. Sirius B had two planets. The Narians Greys were on one planet and the Nomos Reptilian were on the other. Both planets rotated around Sirius B. So when their sun died, they, the inhabitants of Sirius, followed Nibiru through the Milky Way, one chasing the other. They took residence on Earth in a country now called Mali, which is where the Dogon lived. The reptilians have been breeding and living with humans for centuries. They are humanoid in shape and reptilian in heritage. Their leaders are the Draconi. They are from Draco, a constellation in the polar region of the Northern Hemisphere, near Cephus and Ursa Major, also called the Dragon. The reptilians stand from 8 foot down to 6 foot in height, with dark green scaly skin. Their leader is Harton. Harton is a reptilian who defected from the reptilians while on Earth and reformed to fight against the reptilians on behalf of humans. He is the commander of the Ashtar Command. There are 16 kinds of reptilians seen these days by abductees. There is a type of species of reptilians called the gargoyles that have special wings, which are flaps of skin supported by long ribs of the Dracona. Some reptilians can either lay eggs or bear by larvae, and some of them are of neutral gender and reproduce like lizards. The male species nurtures the eggs and the females just lay them. These beings are also known as the dragon race or the whip-tailed lizards, and the symbology usually includes a winged serpent. There are elements of their species which do not have wings, the soldier class and the scientists. The Narians and the Macabians are really a crossbreed between humans, greys, and the reptilian species. There are several other lines of crossbreeds between humans and reptilian species that have specific characteristics, such as the Ramadians, who are being used as slaves by the reptilians. They are under close surveillance by the reptilians, who have them in such a state that they depend totally upon the reptilians for their reproduction and food absorption. The same way the Negroid in the world are slowly but surely becoming dependent upon the Caucasus. As you can see, the European and his Euro-Arab and Euro-Asian and Euro-American have made it part of their way of life to invade foreign countries, trample their ways and customs and traditions, take control of people's minds and lives, enslave people, manipulate people, and even use them against their own people. Then their tactics is religion or other powerful organizations. This is the same tactic that was used against the Ramadians and even other reptilians. The beings from Andromeda, who work alongside with the reptilians, also came and captured the Ramadians and started breeding their own race of greys, which in turn led to a breed of mean, vicious, bug-eyed beings called the Macabians. The Ramadians were once used by the Anunnaki and are highly intelligent. However, they began to die off. There are 70 different species of greys. Only 8 of them are still coming to this planet. There are 3 major kinds of greys. The Macabians from Zeta Reticuli are the ones who are about 4 to 5 foot tall, a mixture of greys and reptilians, and those from Bellatrix, also a star in the Orion constellation, that are about 3 to 5 foot tall, and another species of Orion grey that ranges in height from 6 to 9 foot tall. The reptilian beings didn't have the Dogon's best interest, they just used them. They lived in water, and during the shadow hours they came on land to teach and mix with the Dogon. The Nubians or Dogon referred to them as Dogir, or the plural Dogri, meaning ugly water beings. The Dogon speak and teach of what they have been taught by the Dogri today. They have knowledge about the universe, star formations, and the constellations without the aid of telescopes. The maps that these Dogons have are so accurate that they match modern maps of today. If you look up at the sky, the brightest star you can see is Sirius. Venus, which is originally called Lahamu, and Jupiter, which is originally called Kishar, are often brighter, but they are not stars, they're planets, which rotate around our own sun, which is a star itself. No astronomer will tell you there is any particular reason for intelligent life to be in the area of Sirius. The reason Sirius is so bright is because it's large and close, and bigger than the sun, and bigger than a handful of other nearby stars. About the middle of the last century, an astronomer was looking rather hard at Sirius over a period of time and got annoyed because it wasn't sitting still, it was wobbling. He had a difficult time figuring this out, but he finally concluded that an extremely heavy and massive star that was going around Sirius could make it wobble that way. The only trouble was that there wasn't any large star going around Sirius. Instead, there turned out to be a very tiny thing going around it every 50 years. And so Sirius became to be called Sirius A, and the little thing became Sirius B. Sirius B was at the time unique in the universe as far as anyone knew. Over 100 of these things have now been actually seen scattered around the sky, and there are many thousands more which we cannot see, even through modern telescopes, because they are so tiny and their light is so feeble. They are called white dwarfs. White dwarfs are small white stars with a large amount of material packed into an extremely small space. White dwarfs are strange, because although they are feeble, they are strong. They do not give out much light, but they are powerful gravitationally. On a white dwarf, we would not even be a fraction of an inch high. We would be flat, pulled in by the gravity. The star that was necessary to make Sirius A wobble was a little thing, but it still had to be as massive and heavy as an ordinary star, but of much more enormous size. It is, in short, a star so dense and closely packed that it is not even made out of regular matter. It is made out of what is called degenerate matter, or super dense matter, where the atoms are pressed together and the electrons squashed. This matter is so heavy that it cannot be thought of in any familiar terms. The Dogons believe that the most important star in the sky is Sirius B, which cannot be seen. They call this tiny star Bo Tolo, Tolo meaning star, and Bo or Po is a cereal grain, commonly called fonio in West Africa. To the Dogon, this tiny grain represents the tiny star, and the star is called Po after the grain. The Dogons also say that Sirius B rotates on its axis, as well as its movement in space. Digitaria, which is another name for Sirius B, also revolves upon itself over a period of 1 year, and this revolution is honored during the celebration of the Bado rite, which occurs every 60 years called the Sagai, which happens when Sirius B completes its rotation around Sirius A and rotates on its own axis around itself. This is something that all stars do. On April the 23rd, 1994 AD, the stars Sirius A and B crisscrossed in front of each other, which happens every 9,000 years. Energies were shot down to the planet Earth to rejuvenate the Dogon. Sirius B is composed of a special kind of material, which is called a sagala, from the root word meaning strong, and this material doesn't exist on Earth. The material is heavier than all the iron on Earth. Sirius B is made of a super dense matter of a kind which exists nowhere on Earth. All this forms the most sacred and most secret tradition known to the Dogon, the basis of their religion and of their lives. The Dogons also say that there is a third star in the Sirius system, which they call the Emir star, which they compare to the Digitaria. They say that it is 4 times as light in weight and travels along a greater trajectory in the same direction. They say that the Emir itself is the sun of women, a little sun. The Dogon have knowledge that the planets revolve around the sun. Planets are called Tolotenes, meaning stars that turn around something. The Dogons refer to our solar system as Ogo's placenta, whereas the system of the star Sirius and its companion star and satellites is referred to as the Nomos placenta. Nomo is the collective name for the great culture and founder of the civilization who came from the Sirius system to set up society on Earth. The Dogon have recorded this information given by the Nomos long ago. Nomo is an individual and Nomos is the plural. The Nomos were amphibious creatures known as reptilians. The name Nomos means the masters of the water, also called instructor or monitors. The Nomos have to live in the water. The Nomos' seat is in the water. The landing of Nomo on our Earth is called the Day of the Fish, and the planet he came from in the Sirius system, which is known as the pure Earth of the Day of the Fish. The Nomos landed in an ark. The ark landed on the Earth to the northeast of Dogon country, which is the direction of Egypt in the Middle East, where the Dogon claim to have come from originally before going to the Mende. The Dogon described the landing of the ark as the word of Nomo, which was cast down by him in the 4 directions as he descended. and it sounded like the echoing of 4 large stone blocks being struck with stones by the children. It was a thundering vibration sound. The ark landed on the fox's dry land and displaced a pile of dust raised by the whirlwind it caused. The violence of the impact roughened the ground as it skidded. The Nommo is said to be the monitor for the universe, the father of mankind, guardian of its spiritual principles, dispenser of rain and master of the water. Not all the Nommos came to Earth. The one called Nommo Dai, or the great Nommo, remained in the skies or heavens with Amma. He is their vicar. He manifests himself in the rainbow, which is called the path of the Nommo. He is the guardian of the spiritual principles of the living creatures on Earth. There are 3 other distinct kinds of Nommo, each personified as an individual. There is the Nommo Titiane, messenger or deputy of the Nommo Dai, and he executes the latter's great works. The Nommo who came to Earth in the spaceship are of this class. A third class of Nommo are the Nommos represented by the O-Nommo, Nommo of the pond. He will be sacrificed for the purification and reorganization of the universe. He will come in human form and descend on the earth in an ark with the ancestors of men. Then he will take on his original form to rule over the waters and give birth to many descendants. The fourth Nommo is the naughty disruptor named Ogo, or Nommo Anagono. He was about to be finished being created, but he rebelled against his creator and introduced disorder into the universe. Eventually he will become the pale fox, which is the image of his fall. In many ways, the fox resembles the Egyptian deity Set. The Dogons believe that the original germ of life is symbolized by the smallest cultivated seed, Digitaria exilis, commonly known as Fonyo, meaning little. This seed, quickened by an internal vibration, bursts the enveloping sheath or skin and emerges to reach the uttermost confines of the universe. At the same time, this is unfolding matter, which moves along a path which forms a spiral or helix. Just as on the vegetal plane, which is the plane of growth, 7 seeds came out of the Digitaria exilis first, so in the same way has it's done on the astral plane. From the first star came 7 others bearing the same names of the 7 corresponding seed. The preceding events took place inside an enormous egg, a Dunotal, a world situated in infinite space and containing the appointed model of the creation, Nommo, the son of Amma. This egg was divided into 2 twin placenta, each of which should have contained a pair of twin Nommo. In one placenta, however, the male person did not await the usual period of gestation appointed by Amma, but emerged prematurely from the egg. Moreover, he tore a fragment from his placenta, and when it came down through space, outside the egg, this fragment became the Earth. This being Urugu brought the Fonyo with him, intending to make a world of his own. This irregular procedure at the outset disorganized Amma's order of creation. From this imperfection arose the notion of impurity. Earth and Urugu were, from the beginning, solitary and impure. Urugu, realizing that this situation would effectively prevent him from carrying on Earth, he returned to heaven to try and find the rest of his placenta with his twin soul. But at his revolt, Amma had handed over his twin soul Nukida to the remaining pair in the other part of the egg, and he had put her in their charge. Urugu could not retrieve Nukida. From that time on, he has been engaged in a perpetual and fruitless search for her. He returned to the dry earth, where now there began in darkness to come into existence single incomplete beings, offsprings of incest. In fact, he procreated his own placenta in the earth, that is, with his mother. Seeing this, Amma decided to send to Earth the Nommo of the other half of the egg. They came down to Earth on a gigantic ark, at the center of which stood the 2 Nommo of the sky, who had assumed the guise of human blacksmiths. At the 4 cardinal points were the 4 other pairs of Nommo, avatars of the first and the ancestors of man. The 4 male ancestors were named Amaseru, Lebiseru, Binuseru, and Dionguseru. Every 60 years, the Dogon hold a ceremony called the Sagai ceremony. Its purpose is the rejuvenation of the world. When it is time for the Sagai, the elders in the Tanatono shelter at Yugo draw a symbol on the rock with red ochre, which is any of the several earthly mineral oxides of iron occurring in yellow, brown, or red, and it's used as pigments, which represents the Kanaga mask. This in turn represents the deity Amma. A hole is made in the ground below it, symbolizing the Sagai, and thus Amma in the egg of the world. The hole is also interpreted as the hole which must be dug to put seeds in. From this viewpoint, the holes are arranged in a series of 3, connotating 3 sagais, placed beneath the sign of 3 seeds, after which they are named. Thus, the sagai at the beginning of this century was called Emi Sagai, the sorghum sagai. The next one will be called Yu Sigi, the millet sagai, and the one after that Nu Sigi, the haricot sagai. There is another figure painted on the facade of the sanctuaries, which reveals rather more specific data. It is called Sigilugu, meaning calculation of the Sagai, and consists of a line of vertical chevrons, which is a badge of rule, the notches of which are painted alternately black, red, and white, which are the secret colors. Each color corresponds to a seed, the first to millet, the plant or grass, the second to haricot, the pond or seed, and the third to sorghum, the grain. The Dogen act as understudies for other more complex practices and the knowledge to do with the Sirius system. The Dogen names for this star is Sigitolo, meaning the star of the Sagai, or Yasigitolo, star of the Yasagai, and indicates its relation with the ceremony of the renovation of the world, which takes place every 60 years, from where you get your 60 seconds in a minute and 60 minutes in an hour. Sirius, however, is not the basis of the system. It is one of the foci or focus of the orbit of a tiny star called Digitaria, Botolo, or the star of the Uruguru, also called Urugutolo. The orbit described by Digitaria around Sirius is perpendicular to the horizon, and its position is alluded to in one of the most common ceremonies. When Digitaria is close to Sirius, the latter becomes brighter. When it's at its most distant from Sirius, Digitaria gives off a twinkling effect, suggesting several stars to the observer. This trajectory symbolizes excision and circumcision, an operation which is represented by the closest and furthest passage of Digitaria to Sirius. The left part of the oval is the foreskin or clitoris, and the right part is the knife. A horizontal figure rests on a vertical axis, which connects 2 circles, Sirius and Digitaria. The center of the figure is a circle T, which represents the trajectory of Digitaria. The line E is the penis, the hook B is the foreskin. There are 2 horns hinged on the circle, and reproduce once again the 2 parts of the trajectory, the knife and the foreskin. Thus, the Sirius system is associated with the practices of renovating people. The period of the orbit is counted double, that is, 100 years, because the sagais are covened in pairs of twins, so as to insist on the basic principle of twinness. It is for this reason that the trajectory is called Munyu, from the root word monye, to reunite. Digitaria is represented in Wazuba either by a dot or by a sack surrounding a concentric circle of 10 dots, which are the 8 ancestral nomos and the initial couple of nomo. During the Bado ceremony, the oldest woman of the family draws, at the entrance of the house, the pattern of Nyana Duno Tonu, meaning world of women, or the pattern of the Aduna Dale Donal Tono, meaning top and bottom of the world. The Kanaga sign is similar to the symbol that represents the Pisces sign. This constellation was named Gemini Pisces by the Romans because there are 2 fish. The western fish heads northwards towards Andromeda, a constellation in the northern hemisphere between Lacerta and Perseus and the south of Cassiopeia, and the eastern fish back in the direction of Aquarius, a constellation in the equatorial region of the southern hemisphere near Pisces and Aquila, also called Water Bearer. When the energy field on Risk was starting to increase and the hole was starting to lose its color, the Riskians had to abort their planet and go to Orion. They had to get closer to the Milky Way, so they moved to Lahmu, called Mars, where they set up a commune of laboratories. They also went to Mashig, today called Pluto. The beings of Zeta Reticuli who lived in Orion didn't want the Riskians to live there because they were taking over. They objected to the power structure made by the Riskians. However, they didn't bother them because of the Denier. The Riskians aborted Mars and went to the planet Earth because of better living conditions. Some went to Aldebaran, a double star in the constellation Taurus, 68 light-years from Earth, and one of the brightest stars in the sky. Arcturus, the fourth brightest star in the sky, and the brightest star in the constellation Bootes, approximately 36 light-years from Earth and Pleiades, an open star cluster in the constellation Taurus, consisting of several hundred stars, of which 6 are visible to the naked eye. However, they were at war with beings from Andromeda Rigel, a bright double star in the constellation Orion, and Aldebaran, and they took control of these star systems from the Riskians and all their technology. These beings from Andromeda Rigel and Aldebaran attacked and defeated the Riskians that were there because they were not warriors. They were colonizing to prepare a place for the beings from Ilion until their star system could be mended. Both of these star systems were there long before the Nordic Aryan beings came there. These Aryan beings call themselves Pleiadians, deceptive as they are. They, to this date, are influencing the minds of humans. Their link on Earth in latter time was to the Third Reich, under a demon referred to as Adolf Hitler, who was influenced by the 80th of the 200 falling beings, whose name being Hitler, a disagreeable being who seeks to rule the planet by defected albino leprous beings. A woman named Madame Blavatsky, who was born under the name Helena Petrovna von Hahn, branched off and headed the Theosophical Society. She was a well-known witch. 2 witches who were also psychics named Maria Ostich and Zygmunt. The Thor Society and Madame Blavatsky came together and selected Adolf Hitler in the year 1930 AD to be their contactee or a man on this planet Earth. They were contacted by the beings called the Ashtar Command from the Pleiades and the Aldebaran constellations. The Ashtar Command are among the many entities that come to Earth and have been circling above the Earth, for the most part invisible to the naked eye, since the early 50s of the Gregorian calendar. They, the Ashtar Command, were humanoid and have less water in their bodies and are pasty in appearance. In the year 1952 AD of the Gregorian calendar, crafts were logged as being seen over the White House in Washington, D.C., USA. There was a meeting held, and the Ashtar Command met with the late President Dwight Eisenhower, at which time America was asked to lay down their arms. However, beings from the planet Venus, Commander Valiant Thor, also known as Val Thor, and his crew members Don, Tanya, and Jill were present at the meeting also, and said don't trust the people from Aldebaran. These beings from Aldebaran became highly insulted after they were labeled untrustworthy. They went back in time and had a meeting of psychics with the Fool Society that led to what is called the Third Reich, whose power still rules the world today. Hitler held his super race with great reverence and respect. These beings have light blonde hair and blue eyes. They are originally bred by gene transplants or what is called embryo implantation. The beings from Aldebaran gave Hitler a lot of technology and flying saucers, which Hitler took out to the Antarctica, a continent lying chiefly within the Antarctic Circle and asymmetrically centered on the South Pole. They were responsible for the technology and plans for a super race. Hitler was actually breeding a superior race for extraterrestrials. This group from Aldebaran is also responsible for your neutrinoid race. They forged visitations to hide their links from Billy Meyer of Switzerland to the Third Reich and Zionist ties under a Zionist named Claude Vorelhorn, born in Vichy, France, on September the 30th in the year 1946 AD, who calls himself Ra'el. A good eye sees it simply lacking the is for ISIS, which would make it Israel. Israel, where this individual Claude Vorelhorn, who calls himself David, the name of the real Messiah, set his embassy in the state of Israel. Make note that when the prophecies of the Messiah is recorded in Psalms 89:20 and Jeremiah 39, in both cases the Aramaic word Dawid means beloved, which stems from the root word dud. In the Ashuric you find Dawud, also meaning beloved, which comes from the root word wadad. Again, In Deception, Claude calls himself David to imply he is the savior. He is linked to Claude Doggins, born in Sulphur Springs, Oklahoma, of the Brotherhood of the White Temple, who calls himself the Real. Again, you see the name Dar-El. The Real's teachings was identified as the wisdom of the ancients, resembling those of other theosophically derived wisdom schools and organizations. The name, the Brotherhood of the White Temple, was used prior to Duriel by Annie Besant, who was successor to Madame Blavatsky. Duriel says he had previously visited colonies inside of Mount Shasta, but the visits were astral, not physical. In 1931 AD, he was invited to visit the Atlantean colony in the flesh. He was lecturing in Los Angeles when two of the audience members identified themselves as colonists. They invited him to visit their colony at Mount Shasta that day. He was taken down into the caverns beneath the earth. Doriel says he had a personal contact with the Sumunin, Deros. The symbol of Doriel's organization is the six-pointed star and a swastika, the movement being called the Raelian movement under a French Jew. The symbol has taken many forms, having the same root in deception of the Aryan race, and it can be found today as the Ku Klux Klan or the White Brotherhood, breeding groups such as the Aryan Nation, the skinheads, the white supremacists, which will eventually turn on the government. The Aryan race, as they call themselves, whose image they worship as being blonde-haired and blue-eyed, pale-skinned superiors, who Ra'el claims that the original fathers, who he calls Elohims, which is of course Jewish or a Hebrew word for gods, came from very far away. Later, it simply became Pleiades. This is a grand deception by the beings of Andromeda, an insect-type being who the late President Dwight Eisenhower could not stomach. They are the High Council and advisors to the cloned Aryan Pleiadians, who yielded an alphabet that begins with Aleph, Bay, Keth, and Daleth, which is simply a form of Yiddish used by modern Jews, and they call it Hebron. As you can see, it originally came from a form of Kabbalistic script, saying that their planet in Pleiades is Error, a phonetic that is self-explanatory, from error, and Hebron from Hebrew. The deception by these German Jews, whose god is Hitler, called Adolf Hitler, is in place, and is spreading amongst the disagreeable Nordics of the planet. This is in hopes to find a place in the universe amongst the star people where they are not welcome. All races on this planet have had extraterrestrial involvement, from the Sumerians to the Aztecs, the Hopi to the Aborigine, to the Egyptians and the Nubian Hebrews, Christians and Muslims, in the form of prophets or angels, as they say. However, none have come to the cursed seed of Canaan. To the Aryan there has been none. So they create there such as Nostradamus, Edgar Cayce and Jean Dixon, who have all been proven to be incorrect in their prophecies, but they will seek to kill any Negroid who appears to have the ability to lead. They are known to be killers of the Negroid prophets and leaders, so they choose to distort the history of the Dogon. They seek to fit themselves in a history far greater than theirs, so they say they are from Pleiades. And there are some of them who claim to be direct descendants of extraterrestrials or direct descendants of prophets, such as Claude Vorelhorn, who calls himself Ra'el. He claims that he is the last messenger of the Elohim and the last prophet, the shepherd of shepherds. And remember, Yahshua said, "See that you not be deceived, for many shall come in my name," as recorded in the book of Yohana, John, the 10th degree, the 11th verse. I am the good shepherd giveth life for his sheep. And the 14th verse, I am the good shepherd, and I know my sheep, and I am known of mine. They, the blonde-haired, blue-eyed Nordic race, claim that they are the descendants of Pleiadians, humanoids with reptilians living within them, who claim to come in peace, yet plan to rule. These Pleiadians say they come from the planet Error in the Pleiades constellation. Their invasion and eventual takeover they describe as V, for the V shape of Taurus. Pleiades is a star cluster 490 rounded off to the nearest, which makes it approximately 500 light years away from Earth, that's located in the Taurus constellation. Taurus the Bull is one of 12 constellations of the zodiac. Pleiades are a famous part of Taurus. The V-shaped head of Taurus is usually referred to as Hades, a relatively nearby cluster, which is another way of saying Hades, meaning the underworld or hell. This shows you that these Nordics claiming Pleiades are actually saying that they come from hell. The symbol for Taurus is a bull. The Greek symbol for Taurus is Tau. The Tau is one of the most ancient symbols. It symbolizes resurrection. The symbol is a circle above a horizontal line, connected with a vertical line. The horizontal line symbolizes the earth. The circle symbolizes the rising of the sun, and the vertical line symbolizes their descent to the planet Earth, a springing into life. In ancient writings of Mu, it is symbolized as the immersion of land. The Tau is a picture of the constellation of the Southern Cross. The reason for its adoption as the symbol of resurrection was that when the Southern Cross appeared in a certain angle in the heavens over Mu, it brought the long-looked-for rain. With the rain, seeds in the ground sprang to life, dropping foliage revived, and it sent forth fresh shoots, upon which were the flowers and fruit. Then it became a time of plenty and rejoicing in Mu. New life had been resurrected. The Tau cross was a symbol of Saint Anthony. The cross comes from the Greek letter Tau, which was adapted from the Aramaic Hebrew letter Tor, the 23rd letter, the 400th abjad meaning cross. The Tau literally meant sign or mark. The Tau was the cross in the form of a T, and it was used to be branded on the thighs and necks of horses and camels. The T is the symbol of Tammuz, the son of Nimrod and Samaras, not to be mistaken with Tammuz, son of Ishtar and Dumuzi. The Ankh has also been associated with the crux ansata of the Coptic Church. This was a cross in the form of a T, which represented the Greek Tau, and an O, which represented the Greek letter Omega, meaning last, doomed, or dead. Thus, this symbol represented the mark of death. The death is the deception and betrayal and murder of Osiris Usir by his brother Set, symbolic of Satan. Thus, you have Cypher with Lucifer, giving you Lucifer, the bright morning star, another name given to Jesus. I am the bright morning star, son of Usir, who is Osiris, symbolic of the rising sun, the early morning star, which is also the symbol of the cross. The Romans used the cross as a punishment of crucifixion. The symbol originated from the Egyptian ring symbol. The ring represents eternity. It is worn to provide protection against illness, and it was an amulet for good health. It also represents the great year and the divine court of Usir. The Egyptians had several amulets or talismans that were used for different purposes, such as the jet, a conventional representation of the genital organs of Aset, and the tet, a portion of the backbone of Usir, the heart, with the portrait head of the owner of the amulet. The heart's commonest form is two plumes resting on a pair of horns of the kudu and a special crown, the two plumes of Amen, later the Atef crown, the papyrus scepter, the eye and the eyebrow of Horus, specially symbolic of strength, the pillow or heart rest, which was used by the living and was placed under the necks of mummies, the quadruple eye of Ra in the four quarters of the world, the Ujet or eye of Ra, the Ujet or eye of Ar, the moon deity, the seeing, the seer, names of the moon deity Allah. The Tau is a very prominent symbol in the ancient writings of the Hindus, Chinese, Chaldeans, Incas, Quechas, Egyptians, and other ancient peoples. In one of the Kabbalistic Masonic legends, Kairam Abif is given a hammer in the form of a Tau by his ancestor Tubal Cain. The Tau cross is preserved to modern masonry under the symbol of the T-square, the gavel. The Tau cross, which was inscribed on the forehead of every person admitted into the mysteries of Mithras, the ancient Persian god of light and the guardian against evil, often identified with the sun. When a ruler was initiated into the Egyptian mysteries, the Tau was placed against his lips. Be not deceived, my children, for there is a massive deception going on with the Zionists who are trying to tie the extraterrestrial involvement in with them, claiming to be the children of light, our ancestors. Don't let those demons fool you into thinking that they are here to help you and guide you back to the right path. Remember, these are the same ones that betrayed our ancestors, the woolly-haired, dark-skinned Riskians. The Riskians trusted the Pleiadians, only to be betrayed. The ones that attacked the Riskians were hybrid humanoids made by the reptilians. They were dipping into the genes of evolutionary man on Earth. They are various crossbreeds, and some are amphibians. The beings from Andromeda who work alongside with the reptilians also came and attacked them, and took control of the Ramadians and started breeding them. Alriska the Knot is not a bright star, but connects the pair, which together form a large L shape, cradling the square of Pegasus. The sun enters Pisces on March the 13th and remains there until April the 19th. During this time, it crosses the equator from the southern to the northern celestial hemisphere on about March the 22nd. That point in time is regarded as the beginning of spring, the vernal equinox in the northern part of the globe. The equinox is also the particular place where the sun actually crosses the celestial equator in its diagonal climb. It may be remembered that this point marks the 0-hour position in right ascension, from which the 24 hours in right ascension are counted. This is why the coordinates of the point of the vernal equinox are 0 degrees right ascension and 0 degrees declination. Today, that point is in Pisces. The word equi stands for equal, and nox means night. At the time of the equinox, shadow hours and days are of equal lengths. There is a second point of equinox in the celestial sphere. The position is 12 o'clock hours RA, 0 degrees declination. Its point time marks the beginning of fall in the northern hemisphere. Shadow hours and day are once again of equal lengths. When the sun crosses the celestial equator in its southward journey in the constellation Virgo, a constellation in the region of the celestial equator between Leo and Libra, also called Virgin. The gravitational pull of the sun and the moon on the earth creates a very gentle wobble in the north-south tilt of the earth. It affects the direction in which your polar axis is pointed and the angle of the celestial equator in relation to the path of the sun and the Ulhi zodiac. The effect is called precession. It has been compared to the wobble which can be observed in spinning tops. For the Earth, each jiggle takes 26,000 years to complete. Recession very gradually changes the apparent positions of the stars in relation to us. In the course of precession, about 255 BC, the vernal birthplace passed into the sign of the fish, and the Messiah has been represented for 2,155 years by the ram or the lamb. The original fishman called Oan or Onas in Chaldea dates back from the previous cycle of precession, or 26,000 years earlier, and about 255 BC the Messiah, as the fishman, was to come up once more as the manifester from the celestial waters. The coming Messiah is called Dag the fish in the Talmud, which is the collection of ancient rabbinical writings consisting of the Mishnah and the Gemara, consisting of the basis of religious authority in the Orthodox Judaism, and he is tied into the sign of the fish, the sign of Sima, Pisces. In the scroll of Johanna, John, the 14th degree in the second verse, when Yeshua says, "In my Father's house there are many mansions or abodes," this is referring to the 12 houses of the zodiac, which are symbolic of the different star constellations. In the book of Malachi, called by the Christians Matthew, the 14th degree, the 17th verse, Yeshua fed his followers 2 fishes, which is the sign of Pisces, the 2 fishes. Yeshua is referred to as the fisherman. That is why the popes wear the mithra or headdress. It is symbolic of the deity Dagon, because Rome ruled the world for 2,000 years under the age of Pisces. The next 2,000 years goes into the age of Aquarius, which symbolizes the water bearer, a man with water pitchers. If you read the 22nd degree, the 10th verse of the book of Luke, where Yeshua says, "Behold, when ye are entered into the city, there shall be a man to meet you, bearing a pitcher of water. Follow him into the house where he entereth in." When Yeshua appeared to his disciples in the book of Matthew, the 28th degree and the 20th verse, where he says, "And teach them to obey everything I have commanded you, and I will be with you always to the end of the age." He is talking about leaving the end of the Piscean era and moving on to the Aquarian age. The first point, Kumal, Aries, used to be the point of the spring equinox when early records were kept some 2,000 years ago. Since then, it has moved into Sima, Pisces, and about 600 years from now, it will drift into Gu, Aquarius. Now, We are heading into a new era, which is a period of time as reckoned from a specific date, serving as the basis of its chronological system. We have moved from the era of water, the Piscean era, to the era of air, which utilizes laser beams, video, fiber optics, etc. The Aquarian age is composed of religion that deals with the lesser mysteries, which are symbolized with water. The lesser mysteries are those esoteric teachings that have become religions. These religions started with a spiritual nature. The masters came with spiritual doctrines, and as time passed, the doctrines lessened and lessened until we became purely physical. That's why they are called the lesser mysteries. With the era of air beings comes a new awareness. You are beginning to realize that there is more to man than just his senses, that you have connections with beings outside your dimension. Chapter 3: The Scientist. Begin all acts and thinking by using Al-Kalun the All. Tablet 6. The Hogan. 19 times 1 equals 19. Lo, the chief of the district amongst the different tribes of Dogon, namely the Dion, the Onyo, the Domno, is given the title of Hogan, and the same designation is applied to the single chief of the Aru. Primarily, the Hogan is the representative of his group, which is divided into 7 age classes, and he himself was constituting an 8th. These 8 classes symbolize the 8 ancestors and are represented in each village by 8 elders, who possess the necessary knowledge and who act as a corporate body, having been constituted as such by means of various rituals. Thus, the chief stands for the group as a whole. The chief does not rule alone, but is assisted by a council. Every Hogan is the successor of the Lepi Suru, and as such is responsible for one of the 2 seeds of which the Lepi Suru had charge, to which the female sorghum grain, which is some sort of substitute for all cultivated seeds, and thus sustains the soul and the vital energy. It is the typical seed and the symbol of the cultivation which purifies the unclean soil of Yurugu. The Hogan is also the head of the Imams, who represent the other 7 principal seeds. The motion of their souls are in harmony with the rhythm of all the cultivated plants, and therefore the Hogan is ruler of all the land, laid out in cultivation, and all of the rituals connect with it. But since the seeds are the earthly images of the stars, the Hogan controls the cosmic rhythm, and it is thus the personification of the universe and the region of the Nomo on earth. In the lunar logging of the 5th point of May, 1983, year of the Gregorian calendar, in the region of Ajanakidze, which is a city of southwest Russia, at the foot of the Caucasus Mountains southwest of Grozny, an IFO spacecraft was seen at close range. The upper half was made out of a crystal-like glass, and the lower half was made out of a metal-like structure. On the side of the spacecraft, there was a strange symbol, a crescent on its back, with a full radiation of light joining just over the crescent. This is a sign known to various shamanistic cultures of the Near East Africa and Brazil as a sign of teaching from the greater sun system. Just like the squash blossom necklace of the Native Americans, which is a replica of the ancient sacred symbol of the Moors, the inverted crescent and star symbol. The Navajo Native Americans also used the inverted crescent symbol, which they call the Naga symbol, which is just a crescent-shaped ornament with the hands of Fatima at the end of it, and was used to decorate the center of a horse bridle. The Mexicans obtained it from the Spanish, who received it from the Moors of North America, who occupied Spain for centuries. The hands of Fatima on this symbol was grafted when the Arabs invaded the Moors of Morocco in the year 1670 to 711 AD. This symbol forms part of every squash blossom necklace. The squash blossom is a fertility symbol for the Pueblo Hopi and the Zuni people. This symbol was the symbol of the Nomo that came to the Dogons in Mali. The same sign was also observed in Eastern Europe, particularly over Hungary and Poland. These star brothers came in and out and have been coming in and out to guide from biblical times on up to today. Tablet 7. These are my tears. 19 times 1 equals 19. Lo, these are the tears that I cry for the beings who have dwelt in Orion, who will not dwell in bliss. Anu, Your voice speaks the truth in your heart once again, that I may help those who conceal what they know to be true. The disagreeable Elohim, who came down to the planet Earth from the constellation of Orion, originally from the planet Procyon. But they too need my help. Help me to help the human beings, the Humims, who are striving to become agreeable and Unakai closer to you. They do disagreeable things, and they abide by the rules, and they partake in the wickedness and fornication of the wrongdoers, as if you are not conscious of it. These are the beings who originated from Procyon and have resided in Orion and their descendants. Help me to help them. Help me to clean them, not of the disease that lurks within, but of the sins of their hands and feet, which keeps them pointing and walking, as if to say they cannot see Anu, who is also called Allah, but they do. Please take their hands off the faces of my foolish brothers and sisters, daughters and sons, the negligent, because there is no might, no power except by Anu, Elion El, Allah, the supremely exalted. Escape with it from Iblis and his troop, and his men and his party as Satan's, physical reptilians, devils and his demons and his helpers, and all the human beings and the jinn and their evil, and the disagreeable beings from Orion. No might, no power except by my Saviour Anu, the supremely exalted. Keep weighing the iniquity of those who want to treat me unjustly. No might and no power except by Anu. Make miserable the effort of him who wants to treat me unjustly from all creatures of Anu. No might, no power except by Anu. Stop the aggression of him who assaulted me from all the creatures of Anu. No might, no power except by Anu the Supreme. Remove with it the cunning of him who deluded me from all creatures of Anu. No might, no power except by Anu, the supremely exalted. The effort of him who endeavored upon me from all the creatures of Anu. No might and no power except by Anu. Call for help with the might of Anu. A call for help with the power of Anu. No might and no power except by Anu. I seek help with it in my state of living and my state of death. And when Israel comes down to me to cease the agony of death and its mortal foes, no might and no power except by Anu. Protect with it my soul and members of the body and my hair and my skin. No might and no power except by Anu. And when I have been put in the grave alone, me and my work. Oh, seek help with it on my resurrection, when my book is unfolded and I see my sins and vices. No might and no power except by Anu. Cross with it the narrow path with the elite friends and fix with it my foot. How have all things that are impure come upon you, beings from Orion, and your descendants that reside on the planet Earth? And if any man desire, do you not know the value of life, and desire progressive ways that are agreeable to the Anunnaki, the Elohim? The progressive ways are the ways that were taught to you by the disagreeable Anunnaki. It leads you not to the advancement within the planet Earth or to the higher planes, but to wickedness. It leads you into temptation and delivers you into the evil of those who must have. Do not succumb to the lower self or to the desires of flesh, nor to the disagreeable nature within. It does not become you, but you too can become of the agreeable. Arise, O you chastiser of those who try to oppress you. How can one defeat a battle of personalities? Let his only desire be to please and to obtain the grace within the all. Anu is initiator of every affair, and it is your hands that shape the destiny of the universe, of which we are such a small part. And you, O sustainer, are the first and the last. You are seen, yet you remain unseen, hidden and far beyond our grasp. And although the Allah is manifested in all things, you exceed our limited perception. Let me not forget Anu the caretaker, and make my heart never forgetful of you. Make my thoughts be about nothing save your magnificence, and make me not like those who stand haughty and arrogantly, unable to bow down before you in your creation. I was nothing before you made me something. So please do not let me dishonor the covenant made between you and I. Such an act would surely invoke your wrath and cause me to dwell in ignorance for an eternity. And let me not forget the seriousness with which this covenant was made. I do not want to be in the ranks of the disobedient. I would rather be of the order that is drawn to you under any circumstances, because they are a reflection of brotherhood. Please keep us in our right minds, and let us not be like those lunatics, those animal-like people who are without humility and reverence in your presence, overstanding every action of your goodness. Do not let our hearts be attracted to the things of this world. O you, the most merciful one, it is better to live in this world as an agreeable being than to live at the cost of the lives of great souls who are my teachers and not my oppressors. I was confused about my duties as an Alahum and had succumbed to the inner weakness. In this unholy state, I am pleading that you tell me clearly what is best for me, and with a melting heart, I humble myself before you, praying that you grant me human celestial peace and eternal brotherhood. Please keep us in our right minds and let us not be like the lunatics, those animal people who are without humility and reverence in your presence. Overstanding the limits of their knowledge, they, the madmen, are aware, even in their madness, that nothing can be hidden from you because you know the mysteries of the universe. So glory be to you alone, O Sustainer, for nothing gives life except you. And I was truly amongst the ones in ignorance, the wrongdoers. Now I stand before you remorseful, begging your pardon and uttering words of my works. Accept the words of my own confession for my own sins, and I ask of you, the ultimate forgiver, to forgive me, for you to grant me redemption, so that I may be cleansed of all my iniquities, big and small. Please help me to overcome the turmoil that comes my way and lies within the confines of my own being. And I beg of you, please watch over me and please instruct me, for my soul surrenders to you. And we know which is better, conquering the disagreeableness, and we know which is not, being conquered. I have found no means by which I can drive away the grief that dwells within me, which is drying up my senses and my ability to project. The Anunnaki spoke. While speaking that which you have learned, take heed that every man mourns for what is not worthy of grief. Those who are wise grieve not, for they proceed to change that which is undesirable. The best amongst you is the person who is not disturbed by happiness nor distress, but is steady in both. They that remain steady certainly will taste liberation. When your mind is no longer disturbed and is able to restrain that which is disagreeable and fixes his consciousness on that which is agreeable, will be known as a man of great intellect. He who has given up all desires, all sense of dominion, and is free from false ego, pride, arrogance, hatred, anger, and envy, he alone can attain real divinity. You shall obtain humility, pridelessness, non-violence, tolerance, patient respect, love, devotion, simplicity, cleanliness, steadfastness, and self-control. Do not lose the daily opportunity to increase that which you have. Diligence produces gains, and gains do not endure when diligence is abandoned. If you are a leader, see that the plans you make are carried out. Do great things which will be remembered long after you. Where there is praise, distraction cannot survive. But where those of ill will enter, like devils, strife also comes. If you are a judge chosen to people, handle matters with a strict sense of justice. Do not lean on one side or the other. Take care no one complains that you are unfair, and your actions result in judgments against you. Chapter 3, The Scientist. Begin all acts and thinking by using El Kalum the All. Tablet 8, The Garden of Paradise. 19 times 2 equals 38. Lo, Cadman and Nekabo was indeed in the image and after the likeness of the Anunnaki. Love moved upon Mother Ninti. For her creation of these new children, she began to love. The purpose and meaning of their creation now changed in the heart of Ninti. I plead, release them from their enslavement. It was granted. El Elo of the Anunnaki wiped away all the tears from their eyes, and there won't be any more death after that. Nor will there be any weeping, no more crying, and there won't be any pain after this, because that which was of old times is passed away. The Garden of Paradise, which is the palace of Anu, is the 19th galaxy Ilion. These are the chosen from those who have true faith by way of the command of Anu, and they will reside with him in his garden. There are those chosen who trusted in the words of the All-Wise, those who are the ones that will reside ever in the Garden of Anu with their families, and their devoted fathers with their beloved mothers, and also with their brothers, and their sisters and their friends in the Garden of Anu. They that will be in the Garden of Anu together. Oh, look, there are all the messengers of the Saviour coming. Look at the beautiful Elohim, the Anunnaki. All of them live together in a great Garden of Anu, the Garden of Paradise. What is more beautiful or splendorous than the streams of the inner peace that flow? The Garden of Anu. They who are the ones that prefer to reside in the Garden of Anu. The Garden of Anu. There are those who work to perfect themselves. It is they who dwell in the Garden of Anu eternally, in a beautiful palace with an endless open pavilion, that every imaginable design displaying the exotic flowers, plants, birds and butterflies from all corners of the galaxies. Many of the species would be impossible to describe because they are unknown on Earth. Also, the Garden of Antu, which is made from gold and precious stones, the flowers often being of rubies and sapphires with gold and silver leaves. These precious gardens were recreated on Earth. Also, I heard a supreme voice from the sky saying, all gratitude and praise is due to the source and salvation. Glory, honor and power unto the sustainer, the source forever and ever. All these are those who chose to go on a path that leads back to divinity. These are the human beings that dwell in the Garden of Anu, which you call the Garden of Paradise, for paradise dwells within them. Tablet 9, the faithful ones. 19 times 4 equals 76. Lo, all of you who are faithful to the ones who plan your existence, open your heart and mind and let the truth of these tablets break the spell of sleep. You should be informed that it is related on these tablets of your own destiny when yet you are on high, in the very presence of your true and beloved Creator Anu, Elyon Elyon El, the Most High, the Highest, Father of the skies and the many planets with life forms, that this is Anu, Elyon Elyon El, who merely thought of things becoming out of this divine love to share his own power. Into existence all things became. O Anu, Elyon Elyon El, make our heart to never forget your gifts. Make our thoughts be about nothing save your magnificence. Make us not like those Anakai who stand harshly and arrogantly, unable to bow down and prostrate before you. Our originator Anu, Elyon Elyon El, we know we have fallen from grace, and we are nothing before you and only you. You can grant by your grace our forgiveness. Please do not let us dishonor the new covenant made between us and you. Let us not forget the seriousness with which this new covenant was made. We do not want to be in the ranks of the disagreeable. We would much rather be in the order that is drawn to you under any circumstances, because the Anunnaki are a reflection of your goodness. Do not let our hearts be attracted to the things of this physical world, or we may forget the promise of eternity when they return us to our etheric state. So, O Sustainer, give us the power to willingly submerge ourselves in your sea of divine essence, and raise us up from restful slumber to bathe in your sweet splendor by prayer. Anu, Elyon Elyon El, it was you who created and first made the three abodes, one of gas, the other of liquid, the third of solid. These are the homes of his beloved children, the first being Lahut, the realm of Anu El Elo. Say this of him who was appointed Anu, he is Anu which is Ahad, alone in power, is without needs. He did not give birth to one son, he has many sons. He is no one's son, no one can claim him. He gives himself to the all. You shall see that there is nobody that exists like him, or as complete as him. He is alone, whose children each male being of himself Anu, each female of herself being El Elot, as his family Anunnaki. He is also known to many as Al Yahuwah, or Yahweh, the source of all. He is Allahu Akbar, Elyon Elyon El, the appointed. The second home is called Malakut, the realm of the Anunnaki and Agigi, the abode of which is the planet craft Nibiru from planet Risk, from which your Etherian parents have come. And the third one is Nasut, the realm of the Enoshites. This is said of the Enoshites. You are to live your life in the physical world as Jurat. Say I seek in Al-Rab, the sustainer of the Enoshites, the Malak, ruler of the Enoshites, the creator of the Enoshites, from the evil whisperer of Nakash, who is also called Samael of the reptilian race, who whispered into the hearts telepathically of Enoshites, he being of the jinns disagreeable and part Enoshite. This is your home now, but you must return to the home of your father beyond the stars, Anu Elion Elion El, who gave you your soul by breathing of his own breath into your nostrils, making you a living soul from the spirit of Anu, Elion Elion El's very own spirit, and your body of all things, if disciplined, is loved most. This is the life of Anu Elion El's own life, the breath of Anu Elion Elion El's own breath, or the first state of your existence. Anu Elion Elion El is who he is, and we stand witness that nothing would exist if Anu Elion Elion El didn't order it. He is the creator, and we stand witness that all of the news bearers, or those sent to explain the meanings, are of the Anunnaki, sent by El Elo. So hasten thee to remembrance of Anu Elion Elion El. Hasten to the new covenant for Anunnaki. Elion Elion El is who he is. There is no maker except Yahuwah of the Anunnaki, Allahu Akbar. He is the first and last. He makes himself obvious, incarnated, and is hidden ethereal and knows all things. Al-Alimu. Glory be to Anu, as many times as the number of things created. Glory be to Anu as much as he likes. Glory be to Anu as much as the weight of his throne. Glory be to Anu as the ink required to write out his words. Glory be to Anu, and gratitude is due to Anu. Nothing could be brought into existence except by Anu, Elion Elion El, who is appointed by the All. Anu is the most magnificent. Glory be to Anu, and all gratitude is due to Al-Azam, the Supreme, a worker for the Allahum, who are also called Anunnaki, for they were in great need of resources of this planet, yet unnamed. Then return your divine life unto your loving father Anu, Elion Elion El, and your heavenly family of the Anunnaki at the last moment of your time. Out of Anu Elion Elion El divine love, Anu Elion Elion El created a being in the loins of Enki, who is also known as Ea and Nadimad. Marduk was, as the son of Enki, to rule over the abode called Malakut, in the absence of his beloved father Nadimad. Marduk was also known as Melchizedek and Melkarthus, and or simply Marduk. From Marduk. May I speak to you about the ants? O Anu, Elion Elion El, El Elo, the Anointer, the Most High, who is the breath in my body and the blood in my veins, the light of my days. Please help me in my love of those who do not overstand me and hate me, not knowing that you sent me to them with light. O Anu, could I not have been sent to lead the ants? I think they could have overstood. O Anu, my ruler, forgive me this question. It is the cry of the half-human nature you gave me in your work. O my sustainer, do I have your permission to cry for those who do not love you? The hurt, the pain they are to receive for this, they cannot see or hear you. I know, O my father, that you have given them senses. O Anu, who has the power to extract the salt from our tears and the savour from the salt, divide also the evil from the good in our heart. Part again the disagreeable and agreeable things in this planet Earth, and let us walk your narrow path, the narrow path of those Anunnaki before us. I see the narrow path, my father. I want to teach them that walk in it love of you and not fear. Help me, help me, help me. Oh, I see you have glorified my name, Melchizedek Marduk. I have been sent by you to them, but they do not have faith. Surely I love them so very much. Thank you for your time. Again, green is what it is to be. To bask in your pure light was as refreshing as the birth of birds, the signs of summer. Your voice whispered the truth in my heart. Even help those who conceal what they know to be true, for they too need my help. Clean them not of the disease, but the sins of their hands and feet, which keep them pointing and walking as if to say they cannot see Anu, Elion Elion El, but they do. Oh, I see you have glorified my name. Please take their hands off the faces of my foolish brothers and sisters, daughters and sons, the negligent. Let me blink for the whole world, and when my eyes are open again, let me know only the facts that can lead me closer to you. Provider of all things that we see and cannot see, plus what we miss and try to miss. I speak to the whole world. I am here for you to bring the lamp to light your way to the all. Look this way, look this way. I am here. Love Melchizedek the Appointed. Murdoch was also known as Melchizedek, the ruler of Babylus in Phoenicia, Syria. When Aset, known as Ishtar, arrived by ship seeking the body of her beloved Dumuzi, son of Nadimud, who had been cast to Shambhala, the lower world, in the center of the planet Earth, for he, Dumuzi, dared to rape his sister Geshtinana, which was against the wishes of the great Anu and the rules of the Anunnaki. He was sentenced to the labors of the laboratories of Shinti. In the company of his brother Nergal and Nergal's wife Erishkigal and Ninhursag, also known as Ninti, this rape was planned by Ishtar. This Ishtar is the mother of the spell, source of the spell-binding religions. This Murdoch, twin to Baalat, the agreeable, is the very son of Enki Nadimud and Damkina. This is the genealogy of the heavens before they were in the planet Earth. This is Murdoch or Malachi, was of the pure green light of the Zodokites, from the order to stop the works of the spell on the seed of the planet Tiamat, named after the spellbinder. Next was the cloning or genetic breeding and fashioning of a Lulu Amalu, called a primitive worker named Adam or Cadmon. Yet he was not the very first of his kind to be born on the new part of the planet. He was just another Adamite earthling. Cadmon the Adam was to have the spell of Kingu, the spell of sleep, the 6,000 years spell of ignorance of who and what they were. And this first manifested because of spiritual darkness that you have been made to live in for the last 6,000 years. All the Adamites have slept for the past 6,000 years, giving him the title Enoshite, a being that would forget and not know things. El Insan or El Naz, which means to forget, from the Greek amnesia, forgetfulness, from amnestia, amnesia, to forget. The Enoshites are the flesh of the being bred from the genus Homo, which was the first prehistoric humanoid. At this point, the Anunnaki completed the creation of the diverse forms of life. Now it was the time for man, and this man comes before Cadmon. By the time these Anunnaki decided to breed you, the human race, you were mixed in with all different types of beings, such as the Shaggies, the reptilians, the Greys, the Hindus, and the dinosaurs, and all types of other beings that came to this planet. When you became Homo erectus, you were the right specimen to breed. You were a mixture of disagreeable and agreeable. So the first Adam was a mixture of the Tarites, the original pygmies of the sea and mud, and the Shaggies Hindus from Cassiel's star constellation of Orion, one of the galaxies which is beside the throne of the Most High, the 19th galaxy of Ilion. Producing Homo erectus 6 ether and the dam, the blood of the male, Homo erectus, and by the female Anunnaki 9 ether, he Cadmon, being of the Alahum, known as the Anunnaki into Homo sapien in total skin. He became born of his father Antum in the planet Earth as ruler over the Nasut, the third abode. This Cadmon is to be the Caliphate's successor, and his name was on the lips of every Elohim. Cadmon, 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 the son and Caliphate's successor of the ruler Antum, and his wife Lilith, of the Kuthite tribe, of mixed beings in the planet Earth. For he was to remember the first world and its falls, Anu, Elion, Elion, El, whose name is to be praised in the heavens, and all the planets with all their life forms. Only listen to those who praise him. So they will say, to our sustainer is due all praise. Glory be to our sustainer, Anu, Elion, Elion, El. Glory be to our sustainer, Anu, Elion, Elion, El. And he appoints for us in this world an Anunnaki known as a Yahweh and Adonai. You Enoshites are to say, glory be to El Elo. We are grateful to you, and blessed is your name, Elion, Elion, El Allah. There is no good besides from you. He appointed Elo Yahuwah, for he is indeed who he is, and no others share his powers in the planet Earth. His disciples called Zodokites, or his family the Anunnaki, or El Malakat angelic beings, were to organize this plan for mortals. The chosen one of them named Enki, or Israel Zadok, given his wings, was to head this assignment. He was of the old race of Seraphat, agreeable Yahwehians, for the positive reaction or 180 degrees of positivity. And this Israel Zadok, son of Anu and Id, also needed a being of the 180 degrees of negativity from another race called Garubat, disagreeable Yahwehians, for the true nature of Enoshites to be burnt in him as willpower. This is how it was recorded, and this is how it will be. Chapter 4, the Enuma Elish. Begin all acts and thinking by using El Kalun the All. Tablet 1, the Enuma Elish, Epic of Creation. 19 times 9 equals 171. Lo, when the Rakia skies above were not yet named, nor was the earth below, which was then pronounced by the name Tiamat, and Afsu the sun, which is the first one that begot them both. Tiamat, now called Ki, who gave birth to them all, had mixed their waters together, but the pastures were not formed yet, and neither were the reed beds that were discovered. This was at a time when yet no Anunnaki were manifest as Elohim, nor were their names pronounced, nor was their destiny decreed. And then the Elohim were born within the Anunnaki. Lahmu, the planet Mars, and Lahamu, the planet Venus, emerged, and their names were pronounced for all to hear as husband and wife. As soon as they were completely developed and they were fully formed, then emerged Anshar, the planet Saturn, and Kishar, the planet Jupiter, which was developing faster than Lahmu and Lahamu, and it was surpassing them. They also became husband and wife. Their orbits set their days and length of their time. They planned their lives together. They added to the years. This made their days of love and happiness longer. Anu, who is El, and their firstborn son, surpassed his forefathers in divinity. They had a son. Anshar, the planet Saturn, made his son Anu, who is Elion El, of the Denir, the righteous ones of the rocket ship, like himself, in his own image and after his own likeness. And Anu, who is El or An, and his wife Id, then gave birth to Ea, who is also to be called Enki, and was later named Nudimud. Then he took a wife and had a son. The planet Ea was named after the astrological sign, which was Neptune, that is in Anu's own likeness. He, Nudimud, was superior to his forefathers, being in the image of Anu. He was profound and full of overstanding. He was wise and was very physically strong, but headstrong and stubborn in his ways for self. In this one thing he did, he differed from Anu. Mightier by far than Anshar, his father's father, he had no rival amongst the Anunnaki, his peers. As time passed, the Anunnaki of that generation would meet together and disturb the planet Ki, as they came here to dig and drill for minerals, which was then called Tiamat, and their clamor caused by the crash reverberated their mining. Then in time, on one of their visits, they caused a great crash. They crashed into Tiamat to split Tiamat into two, one solid, the upper half, the other hammered into asteroids, forming a necklace. Then again they crashed into Tiamat's belly, which formed the inner world called Escherah. They, the Maldekians, were annoying Tiamat by taking residence inside her, which was Andaruna, called Yams, the great seas. Afsu, the sun, could not shine through her after their great noise. Tiamat became void and darkness was upon the face of the Yams, and there was no sound in front of the Anunnaki. However, that aroused the Maldekians' grievous behavior towards the residents of Tiamat. However, Vulcan's ways, disagreeable ways, were met with no resistance from Tiamat whatsoever. Finally, Afsu the sun, begetter of the great Anunnaki, called out and addressed his Yahweh, ruler of Mamu, the planet Mercury. O Mamu, Yahweh, in who I am well pleased with, come, let us go to Tiamat. So the craft of the Duneid hovered above the surface of the Yam waters. So they went and sat in front of Tiamat to remove the dust cloud, and the sun and Mercury would be seen again, and discuss affairs concerning the Anunnaki and their children, the Elohim of Tiamat. Afsu the sun made his voice heard to the Anunnaki, who asked, could you let there be light, or Afsu agreed, and there was light. The Elohim spoke to Tiamat, now called Ki, in a loud voice. The light of the sun shining upon Ki again is agreeable. He divided the light in the atmosphere from the darkness outside Ki's atmosphere. The light he named after one of his sons, Yom, and the darkness he named after one of his daughters, Laylat. And there was another daughter, Salamah, evening, and another son, Shakar, morning. This was all done in a new cycle of time, called 1 day of 1,000 years of the Anunnaki, in time to be 7,000 years in the time of Ki, and the firmament was there. The ways of the Maldekians have become very grievous to me. They are causing war and mischief inside my seas. By day I cannot rest, by shadow hour I cannot sleep. I shall abolish their ways and disperse them. Let Salamah's way of peace prevail over Shakar's way of trouble, so that we the Elohim can rest peacefully. As the sun appears to come up in the Shakar morning, it's the beginning of chaos, but in the evening there is peace when the darkness comes. When the inhabitants of Tiamat heard this, their ruler Salamah was furious, and she shouted to her lover. She shouted dreadfully, and she was beside herself with rage. But then she suppressed the evil in her belly. How could we allow our planet, which we ourselves created, to perish? Even though the Maldekians' ways are so grievous, we should bear it patiently. We should not break our peace by killing anyone. The Yahweh of Manu Mercury replied and counseled Afsu the sun. The Yahweh who ruled Mercury did not agree with the counsel of his earth mother Salamah. O Father Afsu, put an end to their troublesome ways on orb called Ki, so that she may be allowed to rest by daylight hour and sleep by shadow hour. Afsu was pleased with Manu. His face lit up with joy at the destruction he was planning for the Anunnaki and his own sons, the Elohim. The Yahweh of Manu Mercury, he hugged him. He sat up on his lap, in which he orbited him, and he kissed, which eclipsed him again and again. Thus Mercury orbits the sun. But everything they plotted between them was related to the Anunnaki and their sons, the Elohim. The Anunnaki listened and wondered about restlessly. They fell silent. They sat quietly. Nadimad, son of Anu, the superior and overstanding, the wise and capable Enki as he was to become known, who knows everything, had found out their plot, and he made for himself a design of everything and laid it out correctly, and he made it cleverly, and his pure spell of Leviathan was superb. He recited the spell, and it ceased the growth in the waters, and all those who were to inhabit Ki as children of the agreeable Elohim would be maimed. He poured sleep upon him, so that he was sleeping soundly, as he enforced the spell. He put Afsu to sleep, for it was he who caused the sun to be blocked by the dust cloud. Yahweh of Manu Mercury, in that period, time of darkness, the counselor was in sleepless days. He, Nadimad Enki, unfastened his belt and released the asteroid belt, so that the waters above and beneath became one. He took off his crown, brought life to a stop on the planet Mamu, and he removed the leadership of Salamah. He took away Afsu's mantle of radiance, which is the light from the sun, and he put it on himself. He took rulership over the solar system for himself. He held Afsu the sun down and slew him, and he blocked the light of the sun to Ki, and tied up Manu Mercury and laid him across him. Mercury lost its original orbit. He set up his dwelling on top of Afsu the sun, and he took rulership of the entire solar system, and not just merely the planet Ki. And he grasped and controlled Manu Mercury as he held him by a nose rope. And when he had overcome and slain his enemies, he and Neptune set up his triumphal cry over his private quarters. He named them Afsu, and assigned temples of Ra, the sun deity. He founded his own residence there. Nadimad and Damkina, his lover, dwelt in splendor. In the Chamber of Destinies, the Hall of Designs, his, Nadimad's son, the cleverest of the clever, sage of the Anunnaki, was born, and inside her womb was pure like Afsu, the originator. His name was Murdoch, and he was created inside pure Afsu. Murdoch was born to Nadimad and Damkina. Damkina, his mother, bore him. He suckled the breasts of the agreeable Anunnaki. The nurse who reared him filled him with awesomeness. Proud was his people, for he was a piercing star. Mature his emergence, he was powerful from the start. Anu, his father's begetter, beheld him, taught by Anu himself, his grandfather, and he was cousin to Adonis Tammuz, son of Ishtar and Dumuzi, among whom he reared. He rejoiced, beamed, his heart was filled with joy. Anu, who is Elion El, made him so perfect that his Anunnaki position was twofold, for he had 720 degrees disagreeable and agreeable within his nature, when all others have 180 in their nature, twice 360 degrees in all. He has 720 degrees twice, 360 of the physical world and 360 degrees of ether or spiritual world. He elevated far above them. He was superior as a teacher in every way. His limbs were ingeniously made, beyond comprehension, impossible to overstand, too difficult to perceive. He had 4 eyes and 4 ears. He perceived through his eyes twice that of others. He hears through his ears twice that of others. When his lips moved, fire blazed forth. When he speaks, he burns away falsehood. The 4 ears were enormous, and likewise the eyes. They perceived everything. Highest amongst the Anunnaki, his form was outstanding. His limbs were very long. His fame spreaded far. His height was normal. His stature was the same as others, yet he was outstanding. Anu cried out, Mariutu, Mariutu, rebel, rebel, son, majesty, majesty of the Anunnaki, ordered by Anu to rebel against Enki. Clothed in the radiant mantle of 10 Anunnaki, which was worn high above his head, there were 5 fearsome rays which clustered above him. Anu created the 4 winds that protect Nibiru and gave them birth life. And he put them in his Murdoch's hand. My grandson, let them play. He fashioned dust and made the whirlwind carry it. He made the flood wave and he stirred up Tiamat. Tiamat was stirred up and heaved restlessly in daylight hour and shadow hour. The disagreeable Anunnaki were unable to rest, and they had to suffer. They plotted disagreeableness in their hearts, and they addressed Tiamat their mother, saying, because they slew Apsu the sun, your lover, and they blocked the sun's rays from embracing the earth with its loving warmth and vitality, and you, agreeable Elohim, did not go to Mamu's and Tiamat's aid, but rather you would sit in silence through its dark period. He has created the 4 fearful winds of Nibiru to stir up your belly on purpose by opening Esherah, and we simply cannot sleep. Was your lover Apsu the sun not in your heart? Yahweh of Mamu Mercury who was captured. No wonder you sit alone. Are you not a mother, Tiamat? You heave restlessly. But what about us who cannot rest? Don't you love us? Your grip has weakened, and it is slack, and our eyes are sunken. Remove the yoke of us restless ones, and let us sleep. Set up a battle cry, and avenge them. Conquer the Maldekian enemies, and reduce them to naught. Tiamat listened, and the speech pleased her. Let us act now on this, and bring it to pass as you are advising. The Anunnaki inside Esherah will be disturbed, because they adopted the ways of the disagreeable one Enki, and his host were the Elohim who begot them. They crowded around and rallied beside Tiamat. They were fierce, scheming restlessly shadow hour and daylight hour. They were working up to war, growling and raging. They convened a council and created conflict. Mother Huba, who fashions all things, contributed an unfaceable weapon. She bore giant snakes and reptilians in her seas. With sharp teeth and unsparing fangs, disagreeable in heart and rebellious in nature, she filled their bodies with venom instead of blood. She cloaked ferocious dragons with fearsome rays of power, and made them bear mantles of radiance, and made them appear like Elohim. Whoever look upon these reptilians shall collapse in utter terror. Their bodies shall rear up continually and never turn away. She stationed a horned serpent, a Masusu dragon, and Lafmu, the planet Mars, which was the first home away from home of the agreeable Anunnaki. The false Ugalu demon, a rabid dog called Anubis, and a scorpion man called Iblis. aggressive Umu demons called Tanin, a fishman called Dagon, and a bullman called Enkidu, and all offsprings of Maldek were bearing merciless weapons fearsome in battle. Her orders were so powerful they could not be disobeyed. In addition, she created 11 more crafts, and she launched them at Nibiru, over the Alahum, her offspring, who had convened a council for her. She promoted the ruler Luna, who is Sheski Kingu, ruler of the moon, and made him the greatest amongst them. She conferred upon him leadership of the army, and thus those who worship the crescent moon attribute it to Dina. She gave him command of the assembly to raise the weapon to signal engagement and muster combat troops, and overall commanded the whole battle force. She set him upon a throne and said, I have cast the spell of Leviathan, the great Tanin called Shaitan, for you, and made you the greatest of the Anunnakai's assembly. I have put him into your power. Rule over all the Anunnakai. You shall be the greatest, for you are my only lover. Your command shall always prevail over all the Anunnakai. Then she, Ishtar, ruled Luna over the deities in that solar system. She gave Kingu the tablets of destinies and made him clasp it into his breast. Your utterance shall never be altered. Your word shall be law. When Sheski, also known as Luna, ruler of the moon, child of Tiamat, was promoted, he received the Anu power. He decreed destinies for the Anunnakai, his sons, and said, those issues that come forth from your mouths shall quench fire. Your accumulated venom that reaches any and all shall paralyze the powerful. Tablet 2, Enuma Release 2, 19 times 7 equals 133. Lo, Tiamat assembled her creatures, and the reptilians of Maldek, the controllers of Ki, and collected battle units against the reptilians, her offspring. Tiamat did even more evil for posterity than Afsu the sun. It was reported to Nadimad that Tiamat had prepared for war. Nadimad listened to the report from planet Ea, Neptune, and he was dumbfounded and sat in silence. When Nadimad had pondered and his fury subsided, Nadimad made his way to the planet Anshar, Saturn, which is his grandfather's planet. Nadimad came before Anshar, the father of him who begot him, and he began to report to him everything that the Maldekians that ruled Tiamat had planned. Grandfather, the planet Tiamat who bore us is rejecting us. She has convened a council and is raging out of control. The Anunnakai have turned to the aid of Tiamat, and all of them, even your children, those whom you begot such as Anu and Antum, have gone over to Tiamat's side. They crowded around and rallied beside Tiamat. They were fierce, scheming restlessly, Shadow Hour and Daylight Hour. They were working up to war, growling and raging. They convened a council and created conflict. As was stated earlier, Mother Huba, who fashions all things, contributed an unfaceable weapon. She bore giant snakes, reptilians in her seas, with sharp teeth and unsparing fangs, disagreeable in heart and rebellious in nature. She filled their bodies with venom instead of blood. She cloaked ferocious dragons with fearsome rays of power, and made them bear mantles of radiance, which made them appear like Alahum. Their accumulated venom that reaches any and all shall paralyze the powerful. Anshar listened, and the report was very disturbing. He twisted his fingers, balled up his fist, and frowned his face, biting his lip. His liver was inflamed, nerves on edge, and his belly was restless. His roar to Ea, his grandson, was quite weak. You must be the one who declares war. Keep brandishing what you have made as arms for yourself. You are the hero, the conqueror. You slew Afsu the sun. Where else will we find someone to face the inhabitants of Tiamat when she rages uncontrollably? You were born with a good sense of the Anunnakai, O Nadimad. In anger, Nadimad made his voice heard. You are the unfathomable fixer of fates. The power to create and to destroy is yours. O Anshar, you are the unfathomable fixer of fates. The power to create and destroy is yours. The fate with which you order immediately comes to pass. Anshar listened, and the speech pleased him. His heart prompted him to speak to Nadimad. Your courage, like an Anunnakai, has given you the power to rise up against the inhabitants of Tiamat. He, Anshar, addressed Anu his son, saying, This is Kasusu, weapon of warriors. Its strength is mighty, its attack unfaceable. Go against the inhabitants of Tiamat and stand your ground. Let her anger abate, and let her fury be quelled. If she will not listen to your word, speak your words of force to her, that she may be calmed. Anu listened to the speech of his father Anshar, and took up the path to Tiamat, and made his way straight to her. Anu set out and came to earth. He was trying to find out the strategy of the inhabitants of Tiamat. He discovered it, and he turned back. He entered into the presence of Anshar, the father who begot him. He humbly addressed him. "O Anshar, you are too great for me." She laid before me with the palms of her hand on top of me. Anshar was speechless and stared at the ground. He gnashed his teeth in anger and shook his head in despair at Nadimad. Now the Agigi assembled all the Anunnaki. They stayed silently for a while, tight-lipped. Will no other Anunnaki come forward? Is fate fixed? Will no one go out to face the Maldekians, who inhabited the seas of Tiamat with courage? Then Nadimad from his secret dwelling called, the Perfect One, grandson of Anshar, father of the great Anunnaki, whose heart is perfect like a fellow citizen or countryman pure, the mighty heir who was to be his father's champion, who rushes fiercely into battle, Murdoch the hero. He told him the innermost design, saying, "O Murdoch, take my advice, listen to your father. You are the son who sets his heart at rest. Approach Anshar. As you are drawing near him, make your voice heard and stand your ground. He will be calmed by the sight of you." The Yahweh rejoiced at the words of his father, and he approached and stood before Anshar. Anshar looked at him, and his heart was filled with joy. He kissed him on the lips, put away his trepidation. Then Murdoch addressed him, saying, "Father, don't stay so silent. Open your lips. Let me go, and let me fulfill your heart's desire." Ruler of Anshar, don't stay so silent. Open your lips. Let me go, and let me fulfill your heart's desire. Anshar replied, "What kind of men have ordered out this war? My son, don't you realize that it is the inhabitants of Tiamat and Ishtar, ruler of womankind, who will advance against you with arms?" Murdoch answered, "Father, my creator, rejoice and be glad. You shall soon set your foot upon the necks of the inhabitants of Tiamat." Anshar replied, "Then go, son, knowing all wisdom. Quell Tiamat with your pure spell. Set forth immediately in the craft to the sound of lightning, a storm chariot. Let its mission not be to drive them out, but rather turn them back." The Yahweh rejoiced at the words of his father. His heart was glad, and he addressed his father. "Yahweh of the Elohim, fate of the great Anunnaki, if indeed I am to be your champion, if I am to defeat those who have occupied Tiamat and have your lives, convene the council, name a special fate, sit joyfully together in Upshu-Ukunaku. My own utterance shall fix the fate instead of you. Whatever I create shall never be altered. The decree of my lips shall never be revoked and never changed."